Volume 10 Part 2, Cannon Fire Arcade. Chapter 640 Start. At 0300 hours on July 8, the headquarters of the 2nd Armored Corps in Asgard, Plausen. Weidel, commander of the 2nd Armored Corps, was listening to the final report before the start of the offensive. The current number of tanks in our army has been restored to 100, 27 of which are new King Tiger tanks number 6. These tanks were supposed to be launched into the counter-attack on the 3rd, but the poor road conditions prevented these tanks from moving to the starting position in time. The military chief of staff raised his head after reading and looked at Weidel. Weidel sighed, 100 tanks. When we hit the remaining 100 tanks a year ago, the ants had already lost thousands of tanks. Chief of staff, the enemy's Rokosavi tanks and Vortex anti-tank destroyers are very effective. Although our new weapons have also arrived at the front line, most of them have broken down on the road. It is not our responsibility, General. Weidel was silent for a few seconds and asked, how many troops are expected to be in front of us in front of the enemy? According to reports from the Aerial Reconnaissance and Motorized Reconnaissance Battalion, the enemy we are facing is the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment, the 11th, 17th, 24th and 26th Guards Tank Brigades. It is said that the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank the regiment was led by Rokosov himself. Weidel turned around sharply, are there so many? The Chief of Staff hurriedly explained, Anti's armored brigade is actually not as well organized as our armored battalion. The number of tanks in their brigade is roughly equal to half of our battalion. Weidel, but the number of tanks we have is only equivalent to 1 battalion. An armored battalion in Prasen can have 90 to 110 tanks. Now the 2nd Armored Army only has 100 tanks left in combat readiness, which is not the establishment of a battalion. Chief of Staff, the enemy also lost a lot of tanks. Today we predict that the enemy will only have about 100 tanks that can attack us. Weidel, then why does everyone look so sad? Because the intelligence we have received shows that the frontal enemy is also supported by a brigade of new assault guns, the kind with a 100mm main gun. And they probably used the past 2 days to build defensive positions. Weidel, is that so? What you're saying is that we definitely can't push back the enemy's attack today, right? The Chief of Staff hesitated for a while and replied, yes. In addition to armored units, the ants also have a large number of infantry. A large part of the infantry units in Rokosov's hands are Cape Guards veterans. They are all having received education in hatred, my fighting spirit is high. As soon as the Chief of Staff finished speaking, one of the officers who came to the meeting said, I don't think they need hate education, they will hate us. Everyone turned to look at the lieutenant colonel who spoke. The lieutenant colonel spread out his hands, don't you know what we do in our homes? If the ant people have hatred education, the teachers of this education are ourselves. Weidel, be careful what you say, Lieutenant Colonel Finn. We will not report our companions to the military police and the Imperial Household Ministry, but that doesn't mean they won't hear. Thanks for the reminder. Weidel, this is the situation. We will launch an attack at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After destroying the enemy's tank troops, we will continue to advance towards the enemy's infantry troops and completely cut off the enemy's attack spearhead. You may have heard that the 3rd Armored Army has collapsed, and even the military headquarters was destroyed by the ants. We received many defeated troops of the 3rd Armored Army. But we still have to attack, because we are the Knights of Asgard and the Plausen soldiers. In the long history of Plausen, the Plausen soldiers have never refused to fight because they are destined to lose. Disband. All school-level officers on the scene stood up, preparing to return to their units and participate in this final counterattack. I don't know who suddenly started. No matter it's a strong wind, a blizzard, or the scorching sun. This is the Plausen military song, the Panzer Song, which every Plausen tanker can sing. Then everyone else who was about to leave stopped and joined in the chorus. Whether it's a hot day or an icy night. Even if the dust blows in our faces, we are still in a happy mood and happy. Everyone sang and stamped their feet in time with the rhythm, and the sound of leather boots hitting the ground neatly was like a war drum. Our tanks were racing, heading in the direction of the storm. Accompanied by the roar of the motor, we were as fast as lightning, and under the protection of armor, we faced the enemy. Weidel looked at his subordinates who held their heads high, his expression gradually softened, and finally, he sang along with his subordinates. Once the enemy's army appears in front of us, just fill up the throttle and rush straight into the enemy camp. What is our value? What's the value? It is our highest honor to die in battle for our motherland. The passionate melody of the song rushed out of the small room and into the sky. A touch of fishbelly white appeared on the eastern horizon, and the entire sky was dyed a glaze color by the early morning light. The song reaches its final stretch. The officers of the 2nd Asgard Armored Corps sang in unison. If fate abandons us. If we can no longer return to our hometown. If a bullet shoots at us and ends our fate. End your destiny. At least our faithful chariot will give us a steel tomb. The assembly area of the 1st Heavy Breakthrough Tank Brigade of the Ant Guards, 0600 hours on July 8. Podolskov returned to his team's tent with a sad face and told everyone, "No way, then Laudeng just won't sign and the gearbox and engine will have to be replaced." The driver Ivan shrugged, "Then let's get a T-34 and drive it. We can kill the Prosens." The loader was very worried and said, "The T-34 must not be able to defeat the enemy's new tanks, right? The fishing rod cannon, even the Rokosov-type armor is not enough. Our revenge was almost penetrated. It should be the armor of the Rokosov I has been strengthened." The gunner patted the loader on the back, "So what? We are not afraid of sacrifice, just death." Podolskov, "No, no, you have to live to get revenge. General Rokosov taught us to preserve ourselves and destroy the enemy." "What's the sound?" He stopped talking and turned to look in the direction of the sound. The rest of the crew came to him and stood in a row, looking in the same direction. "Violin." The driver Ivan said hesitantly. Podolkov nodded, but I don't know. I only heard the violin once at a concert organized by the church. It seemed to be playing some D major key. It was quite long. It was actually Tchaikovsky. Violin Concerto in D major. Podolkov did not remember this long name. "Driver, I used to hear it a lot. There was always a girl playing at the intersection where I lived. Every morning when I went to work, I would see her standing next to the flower bed in the middle of the street, playing the piano." Podolkov, "Really? Are you pursuing her? How is that possible? I'm a worker and I don't even have a suit." Podolskov, "You are right. Ask the priest. He will definitely tell you that there is no barrier between you. If you like it, you should be brave enough to pursue it." The driver didn't answer, he just took out the flask and took a big sip. At this time, someone drove a seized BMW motorcycle and shouted, "A new tank is coming! A new tank is coming!" Podolkov's crew was originally listening to the violin, but now their attention was drawn to it. Podolkov shouted, "Pietro! What new tank?" The man driving the BMW turned back. "This morning, aerial reconnaissance found the enemy tank assembly area, so the front army reserves moved towards us. They are all new tanks that have just arrived. New models. It is said that they have not been named yet." Podolkov and his men looked at each other and waved their hands energetically, "Let's go and have a look." After saying that, he jumped into the jeep immediately, followed by a group of people, and the Willis jeep drove out in a matter of seconds. A large group of people had already gathered around the new tank, and the originally empty grassland became noisy. Someone recognized Podolkov and shouted from a distance, "Are you coming to see the new tank too? Let's see what's going on." Podolkov responded, his eyes falling on the new tank on the grassland. This new tank is very low overall. The egg-shaped turret is a bit like the Rokosov I, but it is rounder and looks like a pot lid that is upside down on the body. As soon as the pilot Ivan saw the pot lid, he was speechless. It looks like its defense capabilities are very good. The gunner's focus is on the barrel. Is its barrel a little longer than ours? The penetration depth must be higher, which is enough to face the enemy's new tanks. Finally, the jeep arrived in front of the new tank. Podolkov pulled the handbrake, jumped out of the car, and shouted to the people on the tank, "What is the tonnage of this tank? It looks lighter than our tank." The tank driver on the egg-shaped turret replied, "It is said to be 30 tons, used to replace the T-34W. Darling, this gun will definitely not be unable to penetrate the reinforced front of the No. 4. The commander of the new tank laughed, "Number 4? Are you kidding? Our gun has been lengthened a little bit on the original basis, saying it is a precautionary measure to deal with the enemy's new tanks in the future." Podolskov quickly ran up to the new tank and patted the mantelet on the front of the turret. "How about this frontal defense?" The commander of the new tank, "It is similar to the Rokosov I. The main side and rear defense of this vehicle are not as good as the Rokosov I. After all, the Rokosov I is a heavy breakthrough tank, just like the previous heavy cavalry. To attack the enemy head-on. Our main goal is to run fast and have high reliability. You see, we had 45 cars when we set off, and after traveling so far, there are still 27 cars left." Podolkov nodded repeatedly, "Okay. Okay. Our first breakthrough tank brigade only has a few vehicles left that can fight, and they are still repaired. This is a great new tank." As soon as he finished speaking, someone blew a whistle and drove a motorcycle from a distance. The man in the motorcycle compartment shouted with a loudspeaker, "Everyone, please return to your troops. The enemy is approaching. Damn it, don't surround the new tank. As long as you can survive, you can drive it, go back to the army." Chapter 641 Tanks Roar in the Wilderness. Lieutenant Colonel Fain returned to his heavy armor battalion. The brand new heavy tank number 6 is ready for use. The lieutenant colonel asked the battalion chief of staff who came to greet him, What's going on? The enemy's reconnaissance plane flew over us for the first time and was driven away by the accompanying air defense battalion. Finn's heavy armored battalion received special care. It was not only equipped with high-quality infantry and motorized reconnaissance units, but also equipped with an anti-aircraft battalion equipped with Panzer IV tank anti-aircraft vehicles. This type of anti-aircraft vehicle, nicknamed the furniture truck, is currently the latest self-propelled anti-aircraft gun of the Prussian army. The newer Tornado self-propelled anti-aircraft gun has not yet been equipped with a large number of equipment. Lieutenant Colonel Fien was speechless. What we are gathering has been exposed. Today's attack will not be easy. But we have a brand new Panzer VI tank. Even the enemy's Vortex tank destroyer and the new Turtle-like heavy tank can't penetrate the new Panzer VI tank head-on. The Chief of Staff said confidently. This is specially strengthened against the enemy's 100mm cannon. Lieutenant Colonel Fien nodded. Yes, after strengthening, the total combat weight will be close to 80 tons. When maneuvering to the attack assembly area, a few wheels will be broken and then replaced with new ones. It will take 12 to 18 hours. Our new tank is really it's amazing. Because the yin and yang was too obvious, the Chief of Staff hesitated, not knowing whether he should answer the question. Lieutenant Colonel Fien himself skipped this topic. I want to personally attack and ask the commander of car number 202 to vacate his seat for me. The Chief of Staff was shocked. Are you going to attack personally? Why? Lieutenant Colonel Fien looked at the horizon and was silent for a few seconds before replying, recall a little the pride of my youth. What? The Chief of Staff asked doubtfully. Lieutenant Colonel Fien, only loyal tanks will give us a steel tomb. The Chief of Staff still didn't understand. Do you want me to gather everyone to sing together? Lieutenant Colonel Fien, you are a typical Prosenian, my good Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff smiled and said, thank you, I grew up in my family's manor when I was a child, but later the manor was sold to a big landowner, and we also moved to Brandenburg and became city residents. But I have always lived in the traditional Junker aristocracy. Standards for yourself. Lieutenant Colonel Fien nodded. Preußen is lucky to have soldiers like you. It is Preußen's misfortune to have soldiers like me. The Chief of Staff, who originally wanted to continue to show his loyalty, was immediately embarrassed. Lieutenant Colonel Fien, go and deliver the order. No, I will go to car number 202 myself. After saying that, he turned around and strode towards the tank group that had formed an attack formation, and directly found the number 202 vehicle. The commander saw Lieutenant Colonel Fien approaching and climbed out of the turret. Lieutenant Colonel, are you planning to personally command the attack after a long absence? Yes. The Lieutenant Colonel climbed onto the tank, took the earphones from the commander and put them on. The horizontal bars of the earphones pressed against the big brimmed hat. He got into the turret, looked back at the armored battalion that was ready to go, and then, like Officer Preußen in the promotional photo, he picked up the microphone and ordered, attention, all battalions, tanks, move forward. The roar of engines was originally lingering over the assembly area, but now it was like thunder rolling across the grassland. The original commander of car number 202 jumped out of the car, stood aside and saluted the lieutenant colonel, and watched the tank slowly start. At this moment, the roar of engines was heard in the sky, and several Air Force bombers dived down from high altitude. The accompanying furniture truck began to fire, and the anti-aircraft artillery shells continued to blast black clouds in the sky. Air Force dropped the bomb in advance, and the bomb exploded into tall mud pillars in the tank formation. Lieutenant Colonel Fien, did anyone get shot? The bomb landed next to me, battalion commander. I guess I need to recalibrate the scope, but otherwise it's fine. Lieutenant Colonel Fien, it's not too late to calibrate when we encounter the enemy. Move forward. Someone on the radio shouted excitedly, today we will let the turtle shells of the ant people know how powerful we are. The ant turtle shell, which has recently caused the Prussian armored forces to suffer a lot, is relatively short and is indeed not as tall and powerful as the Panzer VI tank. Lieutenant Colonel Fien did not respond, just listening to everyone's energetic chatter on the radio. Car number 202 roared forward. An hour later, a large amount of dust appeared ahead. Lieutenant Colonel Fien picked up the microphone. There is dust ahead, prepare to engage the enemy. It's already been prepared. I won the first victory for Panzer VI. Lieutenant Colonel Fien raised his telescope and looked ahead. According to the intelligence obtained at the Armored Corps headquarters, the enemy's Rokosov 1 heavy tank should not be able to move much after several days of fierce fighting. Lieutenant Colonel Fien fully hoped that what he encountered this time was T-34. The Panzer VI tank can crush them without any pressure. Last year, the Panzer VI tank using the old design showed its talents in the summer battle, using Ant's T-34 and KV as targets. The new Panzer VI tank, with all its data now fully improved compared to the old design, will definitely be able to achieve even more exaggerated results. Lieutenant Colonel Finn held up his telescope and observed patiently, and finally saw the outline of the enemy tank. Something is wrong. Lieutenant Colonel Finn put down the telescope, rubbed his eyes, and raised it again. The silhouette of the enemy tank looks nothing like the T-34. Lieutenant Colonel Finn has not personally seen the legendary Rokosov-1 heavy tank that looks like a turtle shell, but has only read the identification manual issued by General Prasen. He felt that the outline did not look like the Rokosov Type 1 in the identification manual. And after so many days of fighting, the Rokosov Type 1 should not have so many. Lieutenant Colonel Finn saw at least 20 silhouettes. Furthermore, the Rokosov Type 1 is said to be very fast, but it shouldn't be that fast, right? It is a heavy tank after all. As for the outlines in front of me, Lieutenant Colonel Finn looked at them for a while and they had grown several times in size. They were obviously approaching at an alarming speed. Lieutenant Colonel Finn made a prompt decision, picked up the microphone and ordered, "Attention, everyone, stop the car." With the wail of the gearbox, the entire battalion under the lieutenant colonel came to a halt. The company commander below quickly asked, "Lieutenant Colonel, what's going on?" "Something's wrong with the enemy. They're approaching too fast. Let's stop and try to control the distance and shoot from a long distance." Lieutenant Colonel Finn ordered, "All tanks fire the first wave at 1,800 meters and strive for the first hit." For the Prasen tank crews, the first hit at 1,800 meters is not a difficult goal to achieve. Their training and advanced sights are enough to support this. Each company commander began to convey Lieutenant Colonel Finn's order. "Everyone listen to the order, fire from 1,800 meters, the first hit. Those who miss will have to use the toilet for a week." Lieutenant Colonel Finn cut into the in-car communication, "There is no need to turn the turret, there is one approaching directly in front." "Did you see it, Cole?" Gunner Cole replied, "I saw it, I have taken aim. I can hit the target at a distance of 2,000 meters. Please control the timing of firing independently." "No, once we fire, other vehicles will follow suit and we will fight again at 1,800 meters." Lieutenant Colonel Finn said decisively. "All right." Because the old designed main gun of the Panzer VI tank could not penetrate the front of the enemy's Vortex tank destroyer, the new Panzer VI main gun was much longer and was called the Long 88 gun. Its armor-piercing capability was far better than the 88 mm of the anti-aircraft artillery unit. Gun. It is said that the designers originally planned to equip the upgraded Panzer VI tank with a 105 mm tank gun, but in the end because it was too heavy, it was changed to a long 88 mm gun. If Prasen's designers think the tank is too heavy, then it really is. Now it's time to test the armor-piercing capabilities of the long-barreled 88 mm gun. Lieutenant Colonel Finn himself used the scale of the telescope to measure the enemy's distance. Because we don't know the specific parameters of the enemy, this estimate should be inaccurate. Lieutenant Colonel Finn estimated the vehicle width data of the Rokosov Type 1 in the identification manual, so that if this was the Rokosov Type 1, or an improved and upgraded version of the Type 1, the distance data would be more accurate. I don't know which set of data the gunner used to estimate. When Lieutenant Colonel Finn's estimated distance was shortened to 1,800 meters, the gunner of number 202 opened fire. The muzzle flash from the cannon directly blocked Lieutenant Colonel Finn's sight. But now there was a strong wind blowing on the grassland, and the dust caused by the muzzle flash was blown away by the strong wind. Lieutenant Colonel Finn happened to see the target hit. It seems that the shell was bounced away. It seems that it is still a bit difficult to penetrate the Rokosov-1 armor at a distance of 1,800 meters. Enemy tanks also returned fire. It should be an emergency stop to shoot, but from this distance it is really hard to tell that the enemy has stopped suddenly. The shell hit the armor of number 202 with a dooing sound, leaving a shocking scratch on the corrugated imitation magnetic coating. Lieutenant Colonel Finn was relieved. At least the enemy could not penetrate the front of the number 6 tank. The next step is to see who can penetrate the other side first as the distance gets closer. Just as he thought this, the second wave of enemy attacks arrived. "It's a smoke bomb." Lieutenant Colonel Finn was a little surprised. Using smoke grenades meant giving up long-range shooting and engaging in close combat. But what kind of close combat is going on between heavy tanks and heavy tanks? Is long-range shooting worse than armor-plated bombs? Suddenly, Lieutenant Colonel Finn was shocked. Unless the enemy isn't a heavy tank at all. Considering that the closing speed is much higher than that of ordinary heavy tanks, these tanks are medium tanks. It is the follow-up model of T-34. So they knew that their defensive capabilities were not as good as the newly designed number 6 tank, so they gave up long-distance shooting and planned to rely on speed to rush up and fight at close range. Lieutenant Colonel Finn switched to radio mode and shouted into the microphone, "Back up! Everyone back up! The enemy is a medium tank, and they are going to rush up and fight us in close combat." "What? But the shape doesn't look like T-34. A company commander asked. Lieutenant Colonel Finn, Think about the speed at which they approach. Only medium tanks like the T-34 can approach at this speed. Don't engage in close combat with them. They have armored cavalry on their backs, and close combat is too detrimental to us. Back up. Chapter 642. Because the Podolkov crew did not have a vital tank, they chose to drive jeeps to follow the attacking group of new medium tanks. In this way, if a crew member is killed in battle, they can immediately jump on it and enjoy the pleasure of driving a new medium tank. No one is worried that they will not be able to operate the new medium tanks, because as long as the designs are presided over by General Rokosov and specifically responsible for the Kejing Design Bureau, they emphasize commonality. The Rokosov Type I heavy tank uses the same operating device as the T-34W. Veterans can drive it smoothly as long as they get used to it a little. Therefore, everyone on the Podolkov team believes that even if it is a new medium tank that they see for the first time, as long as they go in and fiddle with it, they can learn how to drive it and drive it as well as someone who has received complete training. Good. Ivan, the driver holding the steering wheel, muttered as he drove, the new tank's maneuverability is so good, it can actually outrun a Willis Jeep. Podolskov, calm down, this is running past the Willis Jeep on the field, isn't it natural? If we can't do this, what are we doing with tracks? The gunner also agreed, that's true. In fact, the reason why the Willis Jeep can run like this in the wilderness is because this light car is too outrageous. You see, if you replace it with a Prosen barrel truck, it won't be able to run so fast. Especially with 4 of us strong men on board. Driver, oh, don't mention it. The Prosen people's barrel trucks are not as useful as they boast, but their BMW motorcycles are quite pleasant to drive. No wonder the Prosen scouts like to drive BMW motorcycles. Wearing a leather trench coat. At this time, a voice came from the only walkie-talkie in the car, get ready to engage the enemy. Those of you following behind should keep a little distance. Everyone else in the car looked at Podolkov. Commander Podolkov picked up Babisha, how can we cover our positions in time when we are far away? Follow them. Our jeep is nimble and we may be able to slip past the enemy and throw some grenades by the way. Good idea. The gunner also picked up Babisha, it's a pity that we couldn't get the barrel from the infantry. The loader spat, damn it, these infantrymen are all expecting to use cans to get gold stars. I don't know who said that if one person kills 10 tanks, he can get gold stars. Now the infantrymen are crazy. Ordinarily, then the tubes are not light either. They can carry 3 of them per person, and there are no tubes left in the logistics department. Podolkov, you can still destroy the enemy without a barrel. At worst, drink some wine first. Ivan, where is your wine? Ivan took out the flask, took a sip first, and then handed it to Podolkov. Gunner, does this count as a violation of our rules? What will the priest do if he finds out? Whatever, it's our first time to charge into battle without armor protection. How can we do it without some wine? The loader asked, and at the same time reached out to take the flask from Podolkov's hand. After a while, the 4 people in the car were all a little drunk, and the jeep's driving route became heroic and fearless. Just then the first wave of firefights began. The armor-piercing bullet flew over Podolkov's head with the sun. Suck a buell. Podolkov scolded, if you lower that one just now, my head will be gone. Ivan, look what kind of tank the enemy is. Is it the new medium-sized tank we have encountered before? I remember how thick their frontal armor is. It was 2 days ago that the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment encountered the enemy's new tanks. During the rest of the past few days, the wreckage thrown by the enemy on the battlefield had been thoroughly studied, and a few were even selected for preservation. Send the intact ones to Yabao for careful study. Podolskov, anyway, the 100-gun cannon against us is a bit too much. Gunner, then why haven't the enemy's tanks caught fire yet? We have already launched a round of attacks. Is this a miss or is the 100-gun shell stretched out? Podolkov observed the enemy formation with a telescope and muttered, it's indeed a bit strange. Let's take a closer look. Wait a minute, these tanks on the front are not the Panzer V tanks we have encountered before. Damn, the outline of this thing is smaller than the Panzer V tank. The tank is so strong that I just measured the wrong distance. To estimate the distance using the scale on the telescope, officially called the mill scale, you need to know the specific size of the enemy tank as a reference object, so that you can calculate the true distance. If the actual size of the target is larger than you know, the estimated distance will become inaccurate. After re-estimating the distance, Podolkov cursed, suck a buell, I don't know what this new tank is, but it eliminated our 100mm gun at a distance of 1,800 meters. They don't seem to be able to deal with our medium tank either. Ivan just finished speaking when a shell hit the new medium tank that had been running in front of them to the right. The tank stopped, and the commander, who was looking over the top of the turret, shouted to Podolkov's crew, our driver is injured. Someone come and replace him. Ivan braked, and before the car came to a stop, he jumped out of the jeep and ran towards the stopped new medium tank. Podolkov, Sukabyu. Even though we are the substitutes, don't be so determined to leave. Ivan heard Podolkov shouting and turned around and waved. Podolkov cursed and sat on the driver's seat, released the handbrake and stepped on the accelerator, and the car started to fly again. The gunner who had been observing the enemy line shouted, "Smoke bombs! Our new medium tank fired smoke bombs. We are going to rush up and fight." Podoliskov, it's normal. The enemy looks like a heavy tank, with better protection than our medium tank. It's right to fire smoke and rush up for hand-to-hand combat. Apart from anything else, we still have armored cavalry. The new medium tank is like other T-34s, with 5 infantrymen sitting behind each turret. Almost every infantryman has a rocket launcher, waiting to rush within 100 meters of the Proson tank. As the smoke spread, the exchange of fire just now ended abruptly, and the new medium tank rushed towards the smoke with all its strength. Podoliskov also drove the jeep very fast. The loader couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Slow down. At least one of the 4 wheels should be on the ground, right?" Before he finished speaking, the jeep plunged into the smoke. Podolsky still cherished his life. After entering the smoke, he slowed down. After all, it was not glorious to die from rear-ending one's own tank. In the smoke, there was a sound of artillery. "Podolsky, one of our tanks broke out of the smoke." Before he finished speaking, an armor-piercing shell hit the ground in front of the jeep, bounced up and passed through the bottom of the jeep. Podolsky was shocked and subconsciously clamped his crotch. The other 2 reacted similarly. The gunner turned his head to look for the shell. Did it go through? Where did it go? Podolsky, maybe it went under the car. Don't be so scared. There is smoke in front. As soon as he finished speaking, the jeep broke out of the smoke and the view suddenly became clear. Then everyone saw the pot-covered head of a new medium tank flying into the sky. It seems that at this distance, the new medium tank can't withstand the enemy's main gun from the front. But then everyone saw that the enemy tank was also burning. The heavy tanks and the medium tanks scraped each other at long range and penetrated each other at close range. No matter how you think about it, the heavy tanks lost. Just as Podolskov came to the conclusion that he had won, he saw infantrymen in front of him firing rockets at the side of the enemy tank. After the rocket hit the side of the enemy's body, flames shot up on the radiator grill the next second. The well-trained Plossin tanker jumped out of the tank and lay down to hide. The gunner immediately stood up behind the jeep and operated the M2 Laugan-Ma machine gun on the jeep to fire at the Plossin tank that had just been hit, shouting while firing, "I'll let you escape. Don't even think about running away." Podolskov cheered loudly, "Well done. Kill them all. As long as all the elite tankmen of Plossin are killed, there will be no difference in training between us." The jeep sprayed flames while passing through the battlefield full of burning debris and caught up with the tank convoy that was still moving forward. Wow, the loader was shocked. Did they break through the enemy's heavy tank formation? It's so satisfying, it happened in the blink of an eye. Podoliskov, we suffered heavy losses. Damn, this kind of heavy tank should be handed over to our heavy breakthrough tank regiment to fight head-on, and the medium tank should fight the enemy's medium tank. Lieutenant Colonel Finn climbed out of his tank and looked at the anti-infantrymen who surrounded him. After a brief hesitation, he raised his hands, "I surrender. If you are General Rokosov's troops, you should treat me well." They all say that General Rokosov's troops treat prisoners well. Anti-infantrymen jumped onto the wreckage of the tank and stood next to the turret to inject Lieutenant Colonel Finn's rank and Iron Cross. "Lieutenant Colonel Finn, I am the commander of this battalion and the holder of the first-class Iron Cross. I demand to be treated appropriately." Anti-soldiers raised the PPSH in their hands and knocked the lieutenant colonel unconscious with the butt of the rifle. Sergeant Pietro of the 200th Guards Infantry Regiment turned around and asked his private, "What did he say? Do you understand?" "Private, I don't know. But should we arrest him and hand him over to the court? He looks very important." Sergeant Pietro patted the private's head, "You know shit. A military rank of Proson must have a red background to be a high-ranking officer. General Rokosov can arrest thousands of such people a day. But we should indeed search his body for documents and maps. You, get into the tank and pull him out." Just after being hit by a rifle butt, Officer Proson slid into the tank. "Private, won't this tank explode?" As if echoing his concerns, a Proson tank not far away exploded into a rising ball of fire. "Pietro, look at your bear-like appearance, there is no open fire, there is no explosion, go and pull Officer Proson out. He may be the only survivor of this car." Chapter 643 Avalanche. Commander Weddell pounded the table angrily, "Where are my backups? Where are the other armored corps? Where are the Panzer Grenadiers? We agreed that these troops will be in place today, and we just need to launch an attack with peace of mind. What's the result? We did attack. Where is the promise from the army group headquarters? Chief of Staff, now the enemy's cavalry is being destroyed everywhere, and the headquarters has reimbursed almost all staff officers and clerks. We should be lucky that supplies are still being delivered normally these days. Weidel shook his head. I never knew that our staff system at Prossen was so fragile. Chief of Staff, I guess I should shrug now, but that's not what an Asgardian officer is supposed to do. Weidel sighed, and at that moment a communications staff officer entered the armored command vehicle and whispered a few words in the Chief of Staff's ear. What's going on? Weidel asked. Chief of Staff, we have lost contact with the 505th Heavy Armor Battalion equipped with Panzer VI tanks. They just reported that they encountered the Enter's new medium tanks. Weidel's eyes widened. New medium tank? Did you misjudge when you saw Ant's turtle shell in panic? The Chief of Staff looked at the communications officer who came to report the news. The latter shook his head. I don't know. Before the communication was interrupted, I repeatedly confirmed with them that they were talking about new medium tanks, and I also emphasized that these tanks are very fast. Weidel, is it fast? According to reports from other troops, the new turtle shells of the Enters are not slow either. After all, they are said to be less than 50 tons. Damn it, our number 5 tank is actually the same tonnage as that turtle shell. But its protective capabilities are completely different. What did the designers at the rear do? Chief of Staff, if they can get that road wheel, they shouldn't have any hope. Weidel cursed and said no more. He was pacing back and forth in the headquarters, and suddenly he was inspired and asked, has there been any report from the front line about where that new tank has gone? The Chief of Staff replied on behalf of the communications staff, coming here, no, it should be said that if the enemy wants to complete the pincer offensive and encircle our army, he has to come here. Weidel immediately ordered, the anti-aircraft artillery regiment of the army headquarters immediately switches to flat fire mode, the guard regiment prepares for combat, and all those who have received combat training must get their weapons. Our tanks are all used up, but it doesn't matter. We still have more traditional ways to deal with the ants who break through. The enemy's armored forces are advancing so fast, and there must be no direct artillery to cooperate. We will make it difficult for them to go around. Yes. The officers in the room responded in unison, and then began to check their weapons. Weidel came to the window and looked at the soldiers taking action outside. After a brief thought, he gave a new order, send out a motorized reconnaissance battalion and search for the enemy tank column that is advancing towards us along the road. We must find out their quantity and model. The ordering soldier responded, turned around and ran away. The Chief of Staff came to Weidel and said worriedly, we only have one Panzer Grenadier division. We have just contacted them. It will take more than 10 hours for them to arrive at the military headquarters. Now there is only one regiment of regular guards around the military headquarters. Troops, everything else is logistics. In this case, shouldn't we temporarily avoid the enemy's attack? After all, we can keep the Green Hills without worrying about having no firewood. Where to avoid? Weidel glared at the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff was forced to take a step back by his authority. Weidel said almost word for word, they should send me a braver Chief of Staff. If you want to run, just run. I can even give you an order so that you don't have to undergo a military trial. And I want to be with my tank troops. My soldiers disappeared like soap bubbles in the sun in front of the enemy's steel torrent. In this case, I cannot escape from the battle. The Chief of Staff asked, what can be done? The 88mm gun equipped on the number 6 tank is longer than that equipped by our air defense battalion. You should know that the power of the same shell will be significantly improved when fired with a longer gun body. The long 88mm gun of the Panzer VI tank can't deal with the evil ghost. Do you actually want to rely on the anti-aircraft battalion's 88mm gun to create a miracle? Weidel stared at the Chief of Staff. No, we did not choose to defend because we have an 88mm cannon that can counter everything. You can see what the ants did. The T-34 they drove couldn't penetrate the reinforced frontal armor of our Panzer IV tank, and the long-barreled gun of the Panzer IV can safely name them and create a very exaggerated exchange. Compare. Did the Enders back down? No. They chose to fight with courage and blood until the end, and they succeeded, and we are here. It's time for the ants to see the courage and stubbornness of the Prosans, my Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff hesitated for a long time, then showed an expression of I risk my life to accompany a gentleman. He sighed longly, okay, General, let me. Before the Chief of Staff could say let, Weidel's adjutant came in carrying 2 anti-tank funnels. Weidel waved his hand, take these 2 things away. I would rather use the vodka from the headquarters kitchen to make Molotov cocktails than take these 2 embarrassing things. The adjutant looked a little embarrassed. After all, this is a professional anti-tank weapon. At least we should use it interchangeably with Molotov cocktails. This will look more professional. Holding only Molotov cocktails will make us look, just. The adjutant didn't say anything more. Maybe he himself hadn't thought about how it would look. Weidel snorted. At this time, the sound of a motorcycle came from outside. Weidel hurriedly leaned over the window and looked out. He just saw a motorcycle with bullet holes driving to the door. The Prosan soldier in the trailer had been shot and killed. The soldier driving the motorcycle stumbled off the motorcycle and rushed into the room. Report. We encountered enemy armored forces less than 15 minutes away from the headquarters. Weidel, combat alert. The enemy should be delayed by setting up an impact formation. Let's hit them hard. As soon as the voice fell, another messenger rushed in. Report. The air defense observation post saw a lot of dust in the southwest direction. It looks like a large-scale tank force is advancing. Got it, let the 88 gun prepare to fire. The messenger saluted, threw a yes and turned away. Weidel picked up the anti-tank funnel that the adjutant had just brought, weighed it in his hand, and shook his head. No, it's too funny for me, the commander of the armored army, to use such a hammer to deal with enemy tanks. No, give me a submachine gun, and I'll take that to the battlefield. Adjutant, I brought these two just in case. Are you going to the battlefield yourself? Is there anything wrong with that? The ants have been promoting for half a year, saying that their General Rokasov personally raised the red flag and went to the front line at the most dangerous time, which stopped our attack. I can't go to the front line. At this time, the Guard Regiment commander came over with a submachine gun and a magazine bag. The standard magazine bag of the Prosan people is still hung on the waist, but the soldiers fighting on the front line basically like to pick up the chest hanger of the ant people, especially the chest hanger of the ant guards. But the logistics system of Prosan does not recognize the ant chest hanger, and the waist magazine bag that is disliked by everyone is still allocated. Weidel ignored the magazine bag, just picked up the submachine gun and walked out with it. As soon as he went out, the sound of 88 guns came from the anti-aircraft position. Obviously, the enemy's armored forces had entered the direct range of the anti-aircraft guns. Weidel didn't think about it and walked straight over there. On the way over, the 488 guns had fired several rounds. The commander of the anti-aircraft battalion saw Weidel coming from a distance and came forward. General. Why are you here? It's very dangerous here. The enemy has not confirmed our position yet. When they find us, this will become the first line of fire. The 2nd Armored Army headquarters has been stationed here for some time. The anti-aircraft battalion has built very professional fortifications. Each 88 gun has a brazed work and camouflage net for protection, so it is not easy to expose the position even if it opens fire. At least it is difficult for the enemy who is far away from 1 kilometer to determine the position of these cannons. Weidel, what were the results? No results. The anti-aircraft battalion commander shook his head. We hit several targets, and several of them stopped briefly after being hit, but soon resumed action. It should be that the people inside were just stunned. The enemy's new tanks have very good defense. Weidel, didn't you try to aim at the tracks? The enemy's new tanks are too short, and it's hard to hit the tracks, especially when there is grass blocking them. The battalion commander said, now the grass outside is as high as the knee, and it's really hard to aim at the enemy's tracks. Especially at a distance of more than 1.5 kilometers, the enemy's sights are very difficult to hit. They are only a little bit in size. Weidel frowned slightly. How could it be? We should have replaced the high-power optical sight. Yes, but only the parts other than the lens were delivered, and the lens was not delivered to us. So now we are still using the old sight. We can't use the new sight without the lens to deceive ourselves. Weidel held his forehead. I understand, you keep firing until the enemy kills you. Are there enough shells? The battalion commander nodded. This is one of the few good news, General. Weidel nodded and came to the artillery team sight next to the cannon. He hadn't seen it yet. An enemy shell hit the flank of the position, and the sand and gravel raised by the explosion fell on the camouflage net. Battalion commander, the enemy is hiding and has not discovered our exact position. Weidel looked at the crater left by the explosion, and then turned his head to look at the anti-aircraft gunners who were firing fiercely, and then put his eyes on the eyepiece. Then he saw the outlines of tanks full of people. Weidel, like the chariots of ancient Rome. Adjutant, the ants like to carry out armored cavalry assaults like this. The efficiency is amazing, but the infantry casualties are relatively high. Weidel, admirable courage, admirable opponent. He straightened up and looked at the approaching smoke with his naked eyes. We are not an army that only relies on technological advantages. It's time to let the ants realize that we are also excellent warriors. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 644 The End. As soon as Weidel finished speaking, a shell hit the number 4 gun position in the distance. The Anders finally discovered the exact location of the cannon. The high explosive bomb fuse was triggered by the shield of the number 4 gun. The flash of explosion and thick smoke immediately engulfed the gun barrel. The shock wave swept through the entire gun emplacement, tearing apart the camouflage net and the low wall of sandbags. All the gunners of the number 4 gun flew up, and the lucky one who flew the farthest landed directly on top of Weddle's head, tearing up the camouflage net with a sizzling sound, and slapped it on the floor behind Weddle. The sand caught in the camouflage net fell on Weddle's big cap like a waterfall. Weddle looked down at the gunner flying over and found that he had not fallen unconscious and was still subconsciously trying to sit up. "Medic!" Weddle yelled. Immediately a non-commissioned officer wearing a red cross cuff rushed over and began to inspect the gunner. Weddle raised his head and looked at the number 4 gun, and found that the entire gun mount had been blown sideways, and there was also a huge dent in the gun mantelet. The location where the high explosive bomb exploded could be seen. Things around the gun emplacement were smashed to pieces by shell fragments, and the ammunition boxes were riddled with holes. Fortunately, the shells inside were not detonated. "General!" the adjutant shouted, "get out of here quickly." Before he finished speaking, new artillery shells fell on the position. And tanks began to fire volleys at the exposed positions. High explosive bombs exploded on the position one after another. Weddle hid directly in the traffic trench, leaning against the wall and pressing the big cap with his hand. The adjutant also followed and shouted loudly amidst the artillery fire, "General! Retreat quickly!" Weddle pushed him away. "No. I will persist here until the end." "General!" The adjutant came forward again and reached out to grab Weddle's shoulder. Weddle pushed very hard this time, pushing the adjutant to the other side of the traffic trench. "Asshole! Haven't you seen it yet? The situation of the war has changed. What awaits us in the future is endless persistence and retreat. I may not be the first General Proson to live and die with the position, and I certainly will not the last one." Weddle stared at the adjutant. "If you want to run, just run." After speaking, Weddle picked up the submachine gun that had just fallen to the ground, patted the mud on it, and turned on the safety. At this time, ammunition exploded at the number 2 gun position not far away. The strong wind blew away Weddle's big cap, completely exposing his bald head. A machine gun fired somewhere, and the sound of tearing canvas drowned out the screams from the anti-aircraft gun position. Weddle held a submachine gun and walked along the traffic trench in the direction of the machine gun fire. The adjutant struggled to get up and follow the general, completely unaware that his golden adjutant's ribbon had been broken by shrapnel and was hanging on his belt. Before Weddle could arrive, the machine gun went silent. The sound of the tank's engine was already close at hand. Weddle looked out of the communication trench and saw a tank full of infantry rushing through the first trench not far away. This tank is very short, and the sides of the body feel like they have been flattened. There is only a thin layer on the tracks, and then there is the turret. And the tank's turret is even more weird. As if to distinguish it from the square Proson welded turret, it turns out to be an upside-down pot lid. Because he was too surprised, Weddle didn't realize the benefits of this cast turret for a while. He just thought it was funny. After all, since the birth of tanks, the turret has been square. The jarhead tank fired while running over the trench. The infantrymen on the back of the tank jumped out one after another, rolled on the ground for a buffer, then stood up and fired. Most of the soldiers in the military guard regiment are also equipped with 98K rifles, which are no match for ant soldiers with full automatic weapons in close combat. What's more, these ant soldiers all have guards' cloaks, and they are what veterans call cloak cockroaches. Although they are called cockroaches, no one dares to underestimate the combat effectiveness of the guards' veterans. Even the most stubborn Prosen veterans have to admit that many of the ant people have become terrifying warriors. Weddle raised the submachine gun in his hand and squeezed the trigger. As a result, the submachine gun that had just been bathed in the mud misfired. After pulling the trigger several times without success, Weddle remembered that he should troubleshoot the problem and yanked the charging handle. The unfired bullet in the chamber was caught by the bullet hook and flew into the air, but it got stuck during the reset of the charging handle. It seems that sand got into the bolt and got mixed into the engine oil. While Weddle was fighting with his submachine gun, a loud shout rang out in front of him, "Don't move. Hand down the gun and you won't kill." The adjutant opened fire, and the pistol bullet hit the chest of Priest Ant who was shouting. The priest fell backwards and pulled the trigger, causing the thread cutter to make a farting sound. Weddle was hit by several bullets, and the metal on his chest was shattered by the flying weight fired by the thread-cutting machine, and it collapsed everywhere. He was still a little conscious when he fell. After all, the weight only smashed his upper body and spared his brain. Occasionally, he would remain alive for a few seconds. Weddle looked at the sky and suddenly thought that his wife in his hometown was looking at the same sky. This is a rare bit of poetry for the serious Prosen man. Podolkov drove the jeep, knocked away the sandbags blocking the road, and rushed into the yard surrounded by a bunch of vehicles. The gunner used the M2 Laoganma to sweep everyone around, then realized that there was no one in the yard, and the bullets hit the iron plate of the vehicle. Be good. Podolkov held onto his hat that had just fallen off while speeding, and raised his submachine gun. These cars have so many antennas. Is this a headquarters? Indeed. Podolkov jumped out of the jeep and headed for the largest armored vehicle. When he arrived at the car door, he saw the map hanging inside and shouted, "Here! There is a map inside. It must be a command car." He jumped up the small ladder at the door of the car and got into the car. A Prosan soldier rushed up with a strange scream, waving the dagger in his hand. Podolkov knocked the dagger away with the butt of his gun, kicked the Prosan to the other side of the map room with a flying kick, and then added a short burst. "Sukabu!" He cursed, "Should I be caught alive?" The gunner also came in and glanced at the killed Prosan. "Don't panic, Commander. He's not an officer. He's probably an orderly or a guard. He can't get any information." Podolkov felt relieved and looked at the map filled with a carriage with a submachine gun. "Hey, what level of headquarters is this? Is it a division headquarters? This must be a division headquarters, right? There are so many troops outside. Where's the antenna car?" "Gunner, it's possible." "Commander, haven't you learned map recognition?" "I learned it quickly. I can understand where a map is and what the coordinates are, but I have never learned serious military cartography. You want me to read maps, but I can't do it?" Podolisko the husband shook his head repeatedly. "Before the war, I was just a tractor driver." Just then, the phone rang. Both of them turned around nervously, pointing their guns at the phone. "I'm shocked." Podolkov picked up the receiver, then remembered that he didn't speak Plosian, and hurriedly asked the gunner, "What do Plosian people say when they answer the phone?" "Gunner, I don't know. In the Prosan phrase book issued by the Front Army, there are only 'don't kill if you surrender your gun' and 'Auntie's army treats prisoners preferentially.'" "Podolkov, hey. Hand over the gun and don't kill." Marshal Grin pressed the receiver on the phone and looked up at the newly promoted Chief of Staff. "Chief of Staff, what's wrong, Marshal?" "Marshal Grin, the Asgard 2nd Armored Corps is finished. They reported 100 tanks in the morning, and a quarter of them are new Type 6 tanks." The Chief of Staff quickly turned around and gestured to the staff, and a defeated mark was affixed to the icon representing the 2nd Armored Corps. Now there are only 10 staff officers in the entire Army Group headquarters, and their military ranks are generally very low. Even the Chief of Staff is only a major, and they are all temporarily recruited from other places to make up the number. Marshal Grin stared at the map, pondered for a moment and said, "We must start to retreat towards Shepatovka. Otherwise, we will be completely surrounded by Rokosov's pincer offensive." The new Chief of Staff hesitated for a moment and replied, "Okay, then I will start preparing a retreat plan." Marshal Grin looked at him and sighed, "You should question me first and remind me that His Majesty will not agree to retreat." "Well, His Majesty will not agree to retreat." The Marshal shook his head, turned and walked towards the coat rack. "Forget it, I'd better transfer the Army Group headquarters to the headquarters of the 2nd Army Group, so that it can at least play some role. Prepare the vehicle. Also, notify the 2nd Army Group, prepare to retreat." New Chief of Staff, "So, where is Your Majesty?" Marshal Grin, "I will call him, of course at the headquarters of the 2nd Army. The new medium tank seems to be at a 50-50 level with the enemy's heavy tanks." Pavlov handed the report to Wang Zhong, "But the infantry they carry have rocket launchers, so they rely on the infantry's firepower to kill all the enemy's heavy tanks." Wang Zhong looked at the report and smiled bitterly, "Using anti-tank infantry on the back of tanks to fight tanks, why does it feel like a job only Bahara people can do?" "Vasily, no, if the Bahara people can jump off a platoon from a tank, we are still not as exaggerated as they are." "Wang Zhong, have you met the Bahara people?" While Boris was joining forces with the Bahara troops of the United Kingdom, Vasily was cramming in military staff studies at the military academy. "Vasily, I heard it from people who participated in the Boris expedition." Pavlov coughed and brought back the topic that was thousands of miles away. "At this point, the enemy's organic armored forces have been almost exhausted by us. We still have some intact armored brigades, which should be completed within a few days." "Encirclement." "Wang Zhong, but this time, the enemy may run away, just like we ran out of the encirclement continuously during last summer's battle." Pavlov, "Yes, and this time the enemy has a railway and a high-standard road built from Shepatovka, so he might be able to escape. I suggest that the frontal troops that have been containing the attack before also go into the attack. Don't give the enemy a chance to organize a retreat." "Wang Zhong, do we have enough artillery?" "Of course," Pavlov said. "Wang Zhong, then let's start tomorrow. Our soldiers have been conducting diversionary attacks for almost 2 weeks, and they are probably impatient." Popov, "Sure, this is more effective than any mobilization." Chapter 645 Homecoming. At 2 a.m. on July 9, the heart of the Plasan Empire, the eagle's nest. When the attendant pushed the dining cart to the door of the emperor's office, he was stunned. A large group of marshals and generals heard the sound of the dining cart's wheels, turned their heads and stared at the attendant. The boy was a little afraid, but this position of the palace attendant was obtained by his family through many connections, and there could be no mistakes, so he plucked up the courage to say, "The head chef of the palace asked me to send supper here. The imperial physician thinks that His Majesty must eat." The marshals and generals were completely unmoved and just stared at the boy. Just when the boy's courage was about to run out, the red-haired young general came over and took the cart from the boy. "Leave it to me, I will try to let His Majesty eat as much as possible, but in this situation, I'm afraid I have to ask the imperial sister to come forward. Anyway, you go down and rest." The attendant boy was a little embarrassed. "I still have a lot of work to do, and my duty time is until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Then go to do your work," the red-haired general said. The boy took a step back, bowed deeply, and then turned and ran away. Gilles pushed the dining cart towards the generals. "Everyone, you haven't eaten for a long time, eat something." Marshal Runchtet hesitated. "Is this appropriate? Isn't it a midnight snack for His Majesty?" "Gilles, His Majesty is here and will share these waffles with everyone." The generals and marshals then picked up the cakes and talked in a low voice while eating. Marshal Runchtet, "To be honest, I'm not sure if the outcome will be better if we launch the attack as planned. Rokosov's technical weapons have been in place for a long time. If we attack, he can still use the guards' infantry and carefully constructed bunkers to delay us." Marshal Celtic nodded. "The armored troops actually lost in the fight. I didn't see such a situation last year." General Maltka was immediately unhappy when he heard it. "The enemy has a manpower advantage, and our total exchange ratio is still superior. When facing the Ant troops equipped with T-34, we still have a 3-to-1 exchange ratio, and most of the members have successfully evacuated the battle area by barrel car. And the Ant armored troops suffered heavy casualties, because their T-34 members have poor survivability and are too compact. One shot penetrates, and half of the members will die on average. And we are often penetrated and only one person dies and one is injured." Marshal Celtic, "Really? Then can I reduce the replenishment of the armored forces and replenish more high-quality recruits to the air defense forces and fighter forces?" Marshal Meyer immediately became alert. "My fighter director Sir Alund will thank you, Marshal Celtic. Recently, the enemy's bombers have been escorted by fighter formations, and my boys have suffered heavy losses." General Maltka hesitated and sighed. "Well, the losses have indeed increased recently, but that's because more and more destroyers like the Vortex have appeared on the front line. We still have an overwhelming advantage over the Ants in terms of skills and tactics. According to the confessions of Ant prisoners, the new recruits added to the Ant armored forces generally have only 60 hours of driving time and less than 3 months of training. The Ants also regard technical arms such as armored troops as consumables." Marshal Runchtet reminded the director of the armored forces, "We are not discussing whether our armored troops or the enemy's armored troops have better skills and tactics. We are discussing our losses. The fact is, no matter how you emphasize our excellent exchange ratio, General Maltka, the enemy just dragged us down and exhausted us." "Damn, did the Ants' tanks and soldiers grow out of the ground?" Marshal Celtic, "The Allies sent them a lot of machine tools and production lines, and helped train workers. The weapons and equipment of the United States also participated in the war directly. We destroyed many United States trucks and Willis Jeeps, and seized a lot of them. Runchtet, and our allies only sent submarines to ask us for technology and equipment. I heard that the Navy originally thought that their submarines had some advanced technology that could travel so far, and they were happy to use their technology to build ocean-going submarines to attack the United States. Result." The Marshal shook his head, obviously not wanting to continue. "When the Navy visited the submarine of the Fuzu Empire, they were fumed from the stench on the submarine. The Fuzu Empire did not have any new technology, and they could sail far simply because their sailors were good at endurance. This news has been spread among senior officers as a joke. Sometimes it is used to mock the emperor and cabinet members. After all, the alliance with the Fuzu Empire was promoted by the emperor, and the propaganda minister and foreign minister also made great efforts. Now the Fuzu Empire keeps boasting about how many victories it has won, but the intelligence obtained by the senior officials of Prosan from the friendly countries in South America shows that the situation of the Fuzu Empire is not good. In the past year, they had to retreat from several islands, and the aircraft carrier force that once created miracles is no longer powerful. Just 1 year ago, the Fuzu Empire claimed to fight to the Suez Canal and join Prosan, which is amazing. Perhaps they all thought of this unreliable ally, and all the officers present fell silent. Finally, Marshal Runchtet broke the silence. "We can't wait any longer. We should let the Southern Army Group retreat to Shepatovka, split the Army Group into 2 battle groups and set up defenses along the Tiber River. In this case, There is hope that we can rely on the Tiber River to block the Ant attack. After all, the infantry units of Army Group South have not suffered too much of a blow. Marshal Celtic nodded. Last year we found a way to build a fortification group on the west bank of the Tiber River. This should be able to prevent the Enters from advancing before the Tiber River freezes. General Maltka also echoed, in this way, our supply line will be shorter. With Iksukov, the capital of Hazalaya, the supply problem that has been bothering us can be solved. Runstel immediately said, then I'll ask General Maltka to convince your majesty. General Maltka looked at Giles, obviously there is a more suitable candidate for this task. Giles nodded, I'll go ahead and tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the Emperor's office opened, and Wagner's famous song Ride of the Valkyries came from the room. The Emperor himself walked out of the office to the passionate melody. His expression, demeanor, and movements were reminiscent of the time when he agreed to the general mobilization half a year ago. Can Army Group Center maintain the front? The Emperor asked. Marshal Runstetter immediately replied, of course, Your Majesty. The troops of the Western Front are not as elite as Rokosov's troops, and they don't have the damn Rokosov 1 heavy tanks. We transferred them from Army Group South. Armored troops blocked all breaches. Marshal Celtic immediately added, we estimate that the Western Front has suffered at least 1 million casualties in the past 2 weeks, this is the Plausian estimate, but it is actually not that many, and they are no longer able to win a decisive victory. Of course, they still took down some small protrusions, but they weren't too big of an issue. The Emperor nodded slightly, at least we have defended the center of the front. What we need to consider now is to defend the Tiber River and wait for our recruits to complete their training and wait for us to come up with a new tank design that surpasses Ant. The generals present were relieved. Until just now, they were worried that His Majesty the Emperor was stubborn. Emperor, what do you mean by this expression? Am I so incapable of judging the situation? No, we never meant that. The Emperor snorted and said to the Celtic Marshal, draft the order and I will sign it. The Marshal immediately turned around and strode away. Giles, Your Majesty, the late night snack is here. The royal doctor and the head chef are very worried about you. Well, bring them in. There are also waffles. You can share them. Today is a difficult day for all of us. Emperor Prasen let out a long sigh. At 0300 hours on July 9, the headquarters of the 63rd Infantry Group. General, the commander of the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Artillery Division to support us has arrived. The Chief of Staff of the Group Army said and took a step aside. The stalwart Artillery Division commander saluted Lieutenant General Eugene, General. It's an honor to fight alongside General Rokosov's old men. Lieutenant General Eugene responded, I heard about your deeds in Abawahan. It is not easy for artillery soldiers to get the title of guards. We just keep our heads down and fire artillery. It's all physical work, but you are admirable. The division commander stopped, a little confused. When I just came in, I saw that your expression was a little solemn, General. What happened? Lieutenant General Eugene shook his head, it's nothing, everything is normal. Forget it, don't worry about it. Andrei, Chief of Staff of the Group Army, said, the general's home is in the direction of our assault. You can get there within a day by driving. What? Are you from the Basque mining area? The artillery division commander looked surprised. I am the mine director of mine number 3. The troops I originally led were the Ski Terii militia organized by the miners. They were transformed into regular troops when they met the general. Lieutenant General Eugene walked to the window and looked to the northeast. The division commander once again saluted Lieutenant General Eugene, within today, your hometown will be recovered. The lieutenant general looked at him and nodded slightly, on behalf of those comrades who can never go home, thank you. Then the phone rang. Chief of Staff Andrei answered the phone, 63rd Infantry Group. Yes, they are here. Understood, don't worry, Commander Dovorich. After putting down the phone, Andrei said to the commander of the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Artillery Division, enter the position and prepare to fight. Understood, we have already entered the position and are waiting to fire. Lieutenant General Eugene, one last check, go ahead, Major General Dovorich, see you in Prosonia. See you Prosonia. Chapter 646, Liberation Fire, Update 4484. Chapter 646 The Artillery Fire of Liberation, Update 4484. At 0630 hours on July 9, the 63rd Infantry Group came face to face with the defensive position of the Prasen Army. Howls came from the sky, and the experienced Prasen veterans immediately rushed into the artillery holes, while those who were too far away to enter the holes lay down in the trenches. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to shake, and the shockwaves of the explosion continued to plow through the position, overturning everything that could be overturned. The former recruit Andreas is already a veteran who has served for 1 year. The first mobile army appears, And he also has the mark of an exempt soldier, so he no longer has to do those miscellaneous tasks. However, he still partnered with veteran Corporal Korek and was in charge of an MG-42 machine gun in the heavy weapons platoon. This rare 2 veteran machine gun crew huddled in the shell-proof hole near the machine gun position, sharing the cigarettes they had just received from the chief of staff. Piaget, a new recruit who was crowded in the same shell-proof cave, asked, "Why are you so calm?" The old god Andreas said, "Because we have seen many such scenes. Last summer we fought against Rokosov's troops in Yeysk, South Ant, and we experienced his artillery fire at that time." Corporal Korek, now a sergeant, sneered and exposed Corporal Andreas' lie. Corporal was still a new recruit at that time, and he looked disheveled when the artillery fire came. "Yes, just like you." "Recruit. Andreas, don't expose me, Sergeant." The recruit looked back and forth between the 2 veterans and bravely asked, "Are the ants really a group of fools with nothing but bravery," as the instructor in the recruit camp said. The 2 people who were smoking stopped and looked at the new recruits together. "Sergeant Korek, that's what the training camp said?" "What a crime." Recruit, "What?" "Corporal Andreas, there are 2 types of ants. If they look childish and nervous like you, holding a gun that needs to be pulled." "Hungry, what is the name of the enemy's rifle?" "Mosin Nagant," Sergeant Korek said. "Yes, Mosin Nagants, that's really just bravery. Just like you. Understand, just like you. But if you are holding a wave of sand, wearing a helmet, and a face with resolute scars, then you are cunning and tenacious. Warrior. If it's a guardsman wearing a green rainproof cloak and holding a strange submachine gun that blows when shooting, you can't see such a guy. Before that, recruits like you were just dead." The recruit's face changed. "Are you so powerful?" "Yeah, that's how powerful it is." Korek smoked hard after saying that. Andreas said, "Last year we faced ant infantry equipped with such weapons for the first time in the heavy fog caused by Ant's wizard, and most of them died without understanding what was going on. Don't look at officers like the chief of staff calling Ant's guards cloaked cockroaches, as if they are weak. In fact, they are just using this method to embolden themselves." Recruit, "Are you brave?" "Yeah, who told you that the ant people are just gray animals that rely on numbers to win? Just let him come to the front line and face those terrible warriors." Korek blew out a smoke ring. "They have been fighting for 2 years. At this time, an artillery shell fell very close to the anti-cannon hole. The anti-cannon hole was suddenly collapsed, and a large amount of soil was directly pressed down. The 2 veterans were squatting at the entrance of the cave, but they rolled out the moment the cave collapsed. As a result, Andreas rolled too slowly and was half buried in the soil. Sergeant Korek was so shocked that he collapsed to the ground. It took more than 10 seconds before he got up and forcefully pulled his old partner out. Andreas shouted in pain, "My waist is about to break. You should dig it and pull it out again." Korek suddenly noticed that there was an engineering shovel that had been blown up from nowhere by a shell next to him, so he picked it up and started digging hard. Andreas screamed like a slaughtered pig, "Don't be so fast. Be careful and break my one. Stop making noise. I didn't dig it. Wait until I dig it and then call again." After struggling for a while, Andreas was finally dug out. Korek dropped the engineer shovel and collapsed in the trench. In fact, you should also adopt a defensive posture at this time, otherwise if a shell falls nearby, you will definitely be shocked and cause internal injuries. Recently, the ants seem to have changed the formula of the warhead charge, and the overpressure caused by the shells has become even more terrifying. Andreas picked up the engineer's shovel, turned around and continued to dig the hole he had made. After a few digs, he dug out the recruit's hand. "Sergeant Korek, don't bother, I'll be suffocated already." The new recruits are inexperienced, so they think they're safest when they hide in the deepest part of the cave. "Fuck it." Andreas shoveled the sapper to the ground and collapsed on the ground. Sergeant Kolek stared at the hand stretched out from the soil. "You can either take his ring away and return it to his wife or fiancée when the time comes, or you can bury the hand and the ring together." Andreas turned his head and glanced, and after a brief hesitation, he took off the ring, put it in his pocket, and muttered, "Who knows if we can still go home? But for the enemy, they are about to go home." The sergeant raised his head and listened to the constant explosions. "In my hometown, spring starts to thunder like this, which means that spring plowing is about to begin. The busy year has begun." Andreas shook his head, "I don't want to hear this sound again in my life. I bet that I will have nightmares when there is a thunderstorm in the future. I can only sit tremblingly on the edge of the bed and smoke. Damn, where is the cigarette?" Korek took out his cigarettes and threw one to Andreas. The corporal took out a match and struck it, and the 2 of them borrowed fire from each other to light their cigarettes. The lingering smoke seems to be able to isolate the surrounding mountains and tremors. Sergeant Korek suddenly said, For those ant people living in our occupied areas, this is the artillery fire of liberation, and they will miss this artillery fire for the rest of their lives. Andreas didn't answer, thinking only about smoking. Proson's first lance took a camp, 5 minutes after the artillery fire of the ant army was ready to stop. Amidst the whistles, Lance took his drove out of the bunker one after another and drove to the long-marked launch position. Remember the pre-calculated shooting Ziyuan. The officer rode past the rocket launcher converted from a half-track vehicle and kept shouting, as long as you fire according to the shooting Ziyuan, you can accurately cover Ant's attack. Troops, completely disrupting the enemy's first wave of offensive, causing a large number of casualties. The operators were busy adjusting the tilt angle of the launch frames hung on both sides of the SDKFZ half-track vehicle. Soon, a signal flare was launched into the air, and the command to fire spread throughout the firing position. Rockets that looked like gas tanks rushed into the sky with their tail flames trailing, and rushed towards the anti-attacking troops. I don't know who laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. Now the ant people are in trouble. Maybe this morning's attack will be collapsed like this. 5 minutes later, Ant attacked the starting position. After the earth-shaking explosion stopped, Sergeant Anton poked his head out from the departure trench and looked at the messy ground in front of him. Hey, dear, the Prosens are planning to blow up the ground so that we can't attack. Captain Sergei patted his head. Idiot. This is preparing to cover us? Fortunately, General Rokasov changed the attack process and included the enemy's counter-artillery preparations. As soon as they finished speaking, a whistling sound came from above the two of them. Captain Sergei looked up at the sky. This is probably a second strike against the enemy's artillery units. It will also kill all the Prosen fools who have foolishly entered the position. After listening to the whooshing sound for a while, Captain Sergei seemed to finally get tired of it and looked away. Anton, so when do we attack? Wait for the whistle. As soon as he finished speaking, a whistle sounded from the west of the trench. Captain Sergei also blew his whistle and waved to the soldiers squatting in the trench to stand up. Then, a classic scene appeared, with the military chaplain rushing out of the trench and waving a small pistol. Everyone, move forward. After saying this, the priest walked first with a pistol. Captain Sergei also jumped out of the trench and shouted to the priest, according to the church's order, the priest cannot be the first. Priest, to hell with orders. I just want to be the first. Behind the two men, rows of infantry emerged from the trenches and marched forward in unison with submachine guns in hand. The priest waved his hand. Filipov, start singing. What are you singing? You are from here, so sing your popular songs. Filipov was silent. Captain Sergei turned back. What's wrong, Filipov? Sing. Then a vicissitudes of voice began. I remember a small town in my hometown, peaceful, quiet and melancholy. No one noticed that the singer changed the lyrics and changed the word countryside to hometown. There's a church, a station, and a tree-lined avenue. Sometimes I can see in the crowd that familiar dear figure. She was wearing a blue sun hat. Wearing a blue blouse. The figure of a girl in a dark skirt. Ah, my fleeting love. In the chorus, everyone who can sing this song sings in unison. Tanya. Tanyusha. My Tatyana. Do you still remember that hot summer? I can't forget that time. That time to love. 2 summers ago, young people sang this song to fight here and then left their hometown. Today, 2 years later, young people are still singing this song and walking on the land of their hometown. Sparrows flew up from the grass and buzzed over the skirmishers, as if welcoming the returning warriors. Many people who left their hometowns back then have never been able to come back, and the Tanya in their dreams may have faded away. Everyone understands that everything in their memory may no longer exist, but they still cannot stop this exciting pace. Over the heads of the advancing infantry formations, artillery preparations continued. You can hear the vengeful artillery shells constantly exploding on the Prosen position, like the thunder of spring. Chapter 647 Beech Trees in My Hometown. July 11th, the third day of the counterattack, 1130 hours. The headquarters of the 63rd Infantry Army is on the way to move forward, and the new headquarters location was chosen in the former mining city of Besk. It is difficult to say whether the commander's selfish motives were involved in selecting the location of this headquarters. Lieutenant General Eugene's jeep ran at the front of the entire headquarters column. The car drove up a hill, and the city suddenly spread out on the distant horizon. Lieutenant General Eugene shouted, "Stop! Stop right here!" The driver braked and the jeep stopped, along with the entire command column following the jeep. Lieutenant General Eugene stood up, stood on the seat of the jeep, raised his binoculars and looked at the city on the horizon. The guard in the passenger seat asked, "Do you have any relatives staying here?" "No. We have all evacuated, but some elderly workers in the mine did not want to leave and chose to stay." Lieutenant General Eugene sighed. The old people all experienced the conflict with Anatolia when they were young. War, the idea of the country and the nation is not that strong. They like the doctor sausage in the church store, but it doesn't matter if they don't have it. Guard, don't you know these old people are still alive? We will know soon. Lieutenant General Eugene put down the telescope. There are signs of activity in the city, and I saw crowds gathering. Don't take it lightly, stay alert. Let's go into the city. After speaking, he sat down and patted the backrest of the driver's seat. The car started immediately and slid down the hillside as fast as if it wanted to catch up with the wind on the grassland. As he approached the city, Lieutenant General Eugene could clearly see the crowds gathering on both sides of the road holding flowers high. Guards sent by the troops who entered the city in advance were mixed in with the crowd, and their necks were covered with flowers. A T-34W tank was parked on the side of the road, with several officers standing in front of the tank. Eugene's jeep drove all the way to the tank and stopped, and several officers came up to meet him. The colonel leading the team took the lead in saluting, "General. The 71st Guards Infantry Regiment has occupied the Basque City, and no Plozan troops have been found. The city hospital has taken over some of the seriously injured people in Prosan." Eugene nodded, "I understand. The seriously injured should be taken good care of. This is General Rokosov's intention. We will soon select a location for the headquarters. Can you find any more complete buildings?" "Colonel, we found that the workers' cinema in the mining area is well preserved. According to the projectionist, a movie was shown a few days ago. It was a movie by Prosan, bragging about their civil and military skills." Eugene suddenly showed a sigh of relief. "A workers' cinema? The one next to the church?" "Huh? Oh, the ruins next to it are the church. The Procenians bulldozed the church." The colonel said angrily, "These bastards deserve to die." "Eugene, they really deserve to die? I want to go to the cinema. Is the road clear?" "Certainly." Eugene immediately patted the driver's backrest. "You come to the back, I'll drive." The driver immediately got out of the car, and Eugene stepped directly over the backrest from behind and stepped on the driver's seat. He didn't mind it and just sat down on his big footprints. While pulling up the handbrake, Eugene thought of something and asked the colonel who greeted him, "Did you organize the crowd on the roadside?" "No," the colonel said with a wry smile, "I don't know where the news came out, saying that General Rokosov was going to set up a headquarters in the city. It was useless for us to refute the rumor. Everyone firmly believed that General Rokosov would be seen soon." Eugene looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "No wonder. I just said that I am not so well known." As he spoke, he stepped on the accelerator lightly, and the car started lightly, passing by the tank. Crowds on the roadside threw flowers at Eugene's jeep. There was also an enthusiastic girl who caught up with the jeep, hugged Eugene's neck and kissed him. "Eugene, thank you, thank you. Girl, I can't drive like this." He applied a little more accelerator, the car picked up speed, and the girl let him go. Just as the second girl was about to step forward, Eugene shouted, "I am not Rokosov. Look at the stars clearly. There are 5 stars on Rokosov's shoulder strap." 5. The girl stopped hesitantly and carefully checked the stars on Eugene's shoulder straps. Eugene took the opportunity to speed up and the jeep weaved through the crowd. After entering the city, traces of the war appeared. Half of the houses on the roadside are in a state of destruction, and some have been damaged for a long time, with creepers and green moss growing on the walls. Walking a little further, Eugene suddenly saw a woman crying on the side of the road. A group of old people were holding her shoulders and controlling her. A man who looked like a barber was pushing her hair with a clipper. Eugene stopped and asked loudly, "What's wrong with this woman?" One of the old men saluted Eugene, "General, this slut committed adultery with the Prosens. She also betrayed the guerrillas hiding in Peter's house." The woman shouted, "What can I do? My child needs to eat." "Eugene, you can evacuate with the church, can't you? Women with children will get preferential treatment." The woman was silent. "Old man, she thought the Prosenians would win. Damn it, we old men didn't want to leave because we didn't want to take up precious transportation resources. She didn't leave because she wanted to be a Prosen." "Eugene, okay. Even if she is at fault, she should be tried. Leave it to the judges." When the woman heard the word judge, she trembled all over and showed a horrified expression on her face. Eugene stepped on the accelerator lightly and stopped looking at this fool who stood on the opposite side of the historical trend. The jeep crossed the street and headed straight for the cinema. But just before arriving at the cinema, Eugene turned the steering wheel sharply and turned into an alley. The crowd on the roadside was caught off guard and gathered at the intersection curiously looking into the alley. Eugene drove all the way to an old 3-story building before releasing the accelerator and stepping on the brake. When the car stopped steadily, he got out of the car solemnly and looked up at the beach in front of the building. Many branches of the old tree were broken by shrapnel, and the trunk was full of bullet holes. It can be seen how fierce the battle that broke out here before was. Eugene stood under the tree and stared at the bullet holes, as if he had turned into a stone statue. The guard asked in confusion, "General, what's wrong? This beech tree has been here since I can remember. There is only this one beech tree in the city, so in autumn, many people come to see its leaves, you know? The leaves of the beech become very beautiful in autumn." "Guard, I don't know, there are only white birch trees, and white birch trees near my home." Lieutenant General Eugene muttered, "Then you really should come and see it in autumn." He took a step forward. There was a brick wall at the edge of the tree, but now the wall has rotted away, and the soil that was originally surrounded by the wall has disappeared, and a considerable part of the tree's roots are exposed outside. Lieutenant General Eugene had to step on part of the tree roots to put his hand on the mottled bark. He gently touched the bullet hole, but found that there was no bullet in it. "All the bullets have been taken away by me." A childish voice suddenly came from behind the tree. Eugene tilted his head slightly and looked behind the tree. He found a piece of canvas covering the roots of the tree, and a small face was peeking out from the gap between the canvas and the roots. Lieutenant General Eugene hesitated and asked, "Katya, how do you know me?" Eugene pointed to the building next to him. "I am Eugene on the third floor of this staircase. Have you forgotten? Uncle Eugene." The little girl lifted the canvas and stood up, her eyes wide open. "Oh, it's really Uncle Eugene. I can't remember what you look like." "Eugene, of course, you were only 5 years old when we left, it's not your fault." Katya blinked and pointed at Eugene's shoulder straps and said, "Are you a high-ranking official?" "I am a lieutenant general, and my troops are all around here." Eugene replied. "Katya, then who is older, General Rokosov or you?" "Rokosov is the boss of all of us." Eugene quickly changed the subject. "Why didn't you evacuate?" "My mother wanted to take me away, but she was killed by a plane, and Uncle Pandaleovic took me in. Uncle wanted to send me to the evacuation car, but the station had been bombed, and the last priest who stayed behind was distributing weapons and said that we couldn't leave." "Eugene, so you stayed?" "Yes." Katya smiled. "I'm small, and the Prosan people didn't expect me to send a letter to the guerrillas. I also took off these bullets and gave them to the guerrillas. They need the materials on the bullets to make new bullets, otherwise they can't shoot far." Eugene's guard immediately said, "Is it chromium and nickel?" "Katya, I don't know, anyway, they said they need these, iron alone can't shoot far." Eugene he reached out and gently stroked Katya's head. "You did a good job. Where is Mr. Panjalai?" "He was found by the Prasen people last year and hanged. Since then, I have been hiding here. People around me will secretly give me food, and let me send letters to the guerrillas when there is something." Eugene's mouth twitched slightly, and then he touched Katya's head and said, "General Rokosov has established a school that specifically accepts children like you and provides them with the best education. It is called Zongxi Academy. I will write you a letter of recommendation. You can take it to Yebeo to join this academy." "Can I go if I am a girl?" "Of course." After a brief hesitation, Eugene asked again, "By the way, do you know the situation of Miss Anastasia who lives next door at No 41? Katya shook her head. "I don't know, there is no such person here." "Okay." Eugene sighed. "Katya, who is she to you?" "She's mine. You may not know, my wife died before the war broke out. Anastasia is a very good friend of mine." "Katya, you want to marry her?" Eugene nodded. "But it seems that it's not possible now, she probably..." The lieutenant general raised his head and looked at the old tree that still had no new leaves in the middle of summer, and didn't say anything more. The summer sun penetrated the bare branches and fell on him. Chapter 648 Reunion. Lieutenant General Eugene finally had enough and turned his eyes to the building next to the beach. Compared to the beach, the building is in a better condition, but it is still uninhabitable. The broken windows have no function of shielding from wind and rain. It is okay in summer, but people living in the house in winter will probably freeze to death. Lieutenant General Eugene was suddenly a little surprised and asked Katya, "How did you spend the winter?" "The neighbors nearby took me in turn. The people of Prasen knew that Grandpa Panjalai had a little kid to help run errands, so no one dared to let me stay for long." Katya answered truthfully. Lieutenant General Eugene touched Katya's head again. "Don't worry, the church came up with the army support troops. You can go to the church cafeteria with my letter, and they will give you new clothes." After that, Eugene walked towards the stairs of the house. "Katya, are you going home?" Eugene, "Yes, I want to go home and take a look. Have the Prosans entered my house to search?" "I don't remember. This house has been abandoned for a long time. I will hide in it when it rains. Many places on the first floor are quite comfortable on rainy days." Eugene nodded gently and walked into the stairwell. The first floor was still the same as he remembered, with mailboxes of residents lined up next to the upward stairs. He found the mailbox with 201 written on it and opened it, but of course he found nothing. Eugene closed the mailbox and walked up the stairs. The stairwell on the second floor had a hole punched by a cannon, and the door of Unit 201 was ajar. When Eugene pushed the door, a lot of dust fell from the door. He was like pushing open a door to the past, and everything inside the door remained the same as when he left home. Even the photo frame covering the chest of drawers remained the same. It wasn't robbed. Eugene muttered in surprise. Katya, who followed in, answered, "The thieves have been recruited by the Prosons. They are only busy robbing the rich and will not come to such places." "Eugene, where are these fake soldiers now?" "They ran away with the Prosons." After Katya finished speaking, the guard followed up with a sentence, "The judges seem to be arresting these traitors to the motherland with the help of locals. The first batch of traitors will be publicly hanged tonight." Eugene nodded, "Very good, we must deal with them strictly, and never let all traitors go, otherwise it would be too unfair to the guerrillas who insisted on fighting in the occupied areas." After speaking, he came to the chest of drawers, turned up the upside-down photo frame on it, and looked at the slightly yellowed photo in the frame. Katya climbed onto the chair in the room, stood up with the backrest to see the person in the photo clearly, and asked, "Is this your wife?" "Yes, my late wife." "Why didn't you take the photo away?" the little girl asked again. "Lieutenant General Eugene, because I didn't expect to survive." After that, he picked up the photo frame, put away the bracket behind it, and handed it to the guard, "Hold it for me." "Yes." Lieutenant General Eugene continued to walk into the room. Katya asked curiously, "Don't you have children?" "My wife died of dystocia, and the child was not saved. After that, I was decadent for a long time, drinking and playing cards with Ivan in the next block. The parish priest of the parish always tried to persuade me to get back on the right track, but failed. Then Anastasia appeared. She pushed me back on the right track and encouraged me to work until I became the mine manager," Eugene said as he paced in the room. "This chest of drawers was made by myself not long after I met Anastasia. Anastasia was always by my side, handing me water and wiping my sweat. When I measured the size of the chest of drawers, I used the marking method in the mine. Anastasia said that this chest of drawers was made by a miner at first glance. Later, I made this table and the chair you are standing on, Katya." "Katya, was the room empty when you married your ex-wife?" Eugene, "Of course not, these are all new things. I put the old furniture in the warehouse over there. At that time, I thought that since I was going to start a new life, I would make more furniture so that I wouldn't think of her every day. It may not be fair to her, but I need to move forward. Do you think I am a coward?" "Katya, I am only 7 years old, Uncle Eugene, is it appropriate to ask me this question?" Eugene smiled and continued to follow his own thoughts. "At that time, I could never have imagined that one day I would become a general, a lieutenant general, and lead an entire army. I only know how to mine." At this time, the voice of the guard came from downstairs, "Which unit are you from?" "Comrade, you can't go over there, the commander of the army is up there." Eugene turned around, walked to the living room window in 3 steps, and shouted downstairs, "Don't be special. Do you ignore the words of the military bishop?" "Eugene." A female voice came from downstairs, "Eugene, is that you?" Eugene's words stopped abruptly, and he looked down with an unbelievable look. At the end of his sight, the female soldier wearing a boat cap was looking up. The female soldier was wearing a camouflage cloak used by snipers, carrying a Tokarev semi-automatic rifle, and wearing medals on the chest of her uniform like male soldiers. Judging from the medals, she should have participated in the Ababakan battle last year and killed at least 20 Proson invaders. "Anastasia." Eugene muttered. "Eugene." The female soldier ran, past the sentry, and rushed into the corridor. Lieutenant General Eugene also turned and ran towards the door. He opened the door and rushed to the stairwell. Before he went downstairs, he met the female soldier's eyes. "Anastasia, I thought it was just the same name. After all, the serial number is wrong. It is very common for people in Ant to have the same name. Even if you count the father's name, there are a lot of people with the same name. Eugene, I have been asking about your whereabouts, but Ant is too big and the situation is too chaotic. I can't find out anywhere." Silence suddenly fell. Because both of them had thousands of words to say, they didn't know which one to say first. Finally, Eugene rushed downstairs and hugged the girl. The girl also responded to him, her hands went around from under her armpits and hugged his broad back tightly. "Eugene, I miss you every day when you're not around." "Me too." At this time, Chief of Staff Andrei of the army group came over in a jeep and asked as soon as he stopped the car, "Where is the commander?" The sentry pointed to the dilapidated building, "Upstairs." Andrei nodded and strode into the corridor, but suddenly stopped the staff officer who was about to move forward. The staff officer looked puzzled. What's wrong? Chief of Staff Andrei hissed, give the commander some time. The staff officer tilted his head and looked over Chief of Staff Andrei's shoulder, and immediately nodded in understanding. Eugene let go of the girl and looked at Chief of Staff Andrei. I'm done here, what's going on? Chief of Staff Andrei, I checked the situation at the cinema, there is no problem with the headquarters being set up there. Also, there is a telegram from the front headquarters asking about our progress. Give me the telegram. Andrei put down his hand that was blocking the way and gestured to the staff officer, who quickly took out the telegram from his briefcase and ran up the stairs to hand it to Eugene. Eugene glanced at the telegram and said loudly, reply to the front headquarters, my troops are unimpeded, and the enemy has collapsed except for the 77th Infantry Division. Chief of Staff Andrei, should I add another comment on the quality of the enemy's infantry divisions after the 15th wave? For example, the several divisions in the 20th wave, both the quality of the soldiers and the weapons and equipment are very poor. Eugene thought for a while and said, you can mention it and say that we will submit a detailed written report later. It will include the results of the interrogation of the prisoners by the court. Okay. Andrei said and gestured to the staff, then we will leave first. You can go to the cinema after you are done. Eugene, are there any copies of the movies shown by the Prasen people? Yes, the angry locals planned to destroy the film reels, but the priests lurking in the cinema stopped them, saying that they were precious historical materials. Andrei replied. Very good, pack all these and hand them over to the front headquarters. Maybe the general can think of a lot of good uses for them. Andrei saluted, then turned around and ran away with his staff. Anastasia spoke at this time, you actually became a lieutenant general and a front commander. Eugene, don't you know you are under my command? I don't belong to the 63rd Army. Our 2nd Sniper Division belongs to the 8th Guards Infantry Army. The combat area is next to you. Then you. Anastasia, I got lost and came here with my good friend. Isn't it normal to get separated from the troops during such a pursuit? So I have to return to my troops, otherwise they will put me on the list of missing in battle. Eugene, do you need me to write a letter to explain the situation? Anastasia smiled, an army commander wrote a letter to a corporal to explain the situation? No, dear, I'm leaving. Let's get together again after this battle is over. Eugene, the 2nd Sniper Division of the 8th Guards Infantry Army, I remember it. You don't have to remember it, because it must be easier to find you as the army commander. I will find you. Well, goodbye. Anastasia waved gently, then turned and walked away with light steps. The guard came up and asked Lieutenant General Eugene in confusion, why don't you keep her? With your current position, it should be easy to do it. Eugene, because Aunt's mother has not been liberated yet, isn't it natural? So it's not time to talk about love affairs. Not yet. Little girl Katya, I think one day is fine. Lieutenant General Eugene glanced at the little girl, if I hadn't seen you, I would probably think so. What's wrong with just relaxing for a day? But not now, Katya, not now. As long as there is an inch of land that has not been liberated, as long as the Prosan Empire is still there, it won't work. Chapter 649 Marshal Garan is good at escaping, update 4584. Chapter 649 Marshal Garan is good at escaping, update 4584. At 2300 on July 11, the headquarters of the Anti-Kozalia Front. After reading today's briefing, Pavlov spoke first, it is now certain that the enemy is in total retreat. Wang Zhong, we launched the attack before the encirclement was completed because we were afraid that they would escape. So how long will it take for the two pincers to close? The encirclement should be completed after tomorrow, but the enemy's resistance is very fierce. In addition, aerial reconnaissance shows that there are a large number of troops in the gap of the encirclement and they are running towards Shepatovka. Pavlov picked a photo from the table and stuffed it into Wang Zhong's hand. Wang Zhong took a look and threw the photo on the table, send the air force to bomb as much as possible and delay the enemy as much as possible. On Earth, Sandazi's troops can often jump out of the encirclement. Even in large-scale encirclement operations like Bagration, many of Sandazi's troops broke through the siege. Wang Zhong's feeling after reading the war history is that the Allied forces always underestimated Sandazi's combat power, thinking that the encirclement was successful and they could close the net, but they were careless and were taken advantage of by Sandazi. Would Prosan in this time and space also be like this? Wang Zhong, can't the armored forces speed up? We will strive to complete the encirclement by victoriously joining forces at noon tomorrow. Pavlov shook his head, objectively, it cannot be completed. Although the troops have rested for a few days, the equipment and personnel losses have not been replenished. For example, the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment, which has made great contributions, still has only 3 heavy tanks that can fight in today's report. Popov, the main reason is that the losses in the confrontation with the enemy's armored forces are too great, and our spears have become blunt. Vasily comforted Wang Zhong, it's good to be able to encircle so many. Although it is a bit dwarfed by the victory last winter, it has great strategic significance. You see, we will be able to encircle Shepatovka soon. Wang Zhong, that's right. He came to the map, picked up the map stick and gestured on the map. After completing the encirclement, we can attack in this direction dash. The map stick crossed a familiar place name, asking Wang Zhong to stop. Pavlov asked in confusion, what's wrong? Wang Zhong, nothing, I saw a familiar city name. Pavlov looked at the map, let me guess, it's Araki, right? Wang Zhong, you obviously guessed it because you saw where my map stick stopped. Pavlov, Araki is the city with the deepest roots in this area. Even if you don't look at the location where your map stick stopped, you can probably guess it. If Araki is reoccupied, the enemy's troops in Shepatovka will have to retreat to the direction of the Central Army Group. The enemy's 11th Army guarding the Primorsky fortress will also be isolated by us, and the situation in the entire eastern Kausalia will become favorable to us. Wang Zhong, yes, and retaking Araki has great symbolic significance for me and us. Pavlov, the plan I made for the next stage includes a version of capturing Araki. Will we use this version as the next stage of the battle plan? Wang Zhong, it's feasible. It is estimated that it will take 14 days to annihilate the surrounded enemy troops, as well as to rest and replenish after the battle. How about launching the next stage of the offensive on July 25th? Pavlov, considering the losses of our armored forces, a half-month rest is reasonable. But is it possible for the enemy to voluntarily give up Shepatovka? Pavlov took the map stick from Wang Zhong and gestured on the map. Giving up Shepatovka actually has little impact on the enemy's central front, and for the southern front, they can shrink the defense line and rely on the river to defend on the Tiber River. Vasily, impossible, how could Emperor Prosen allow the Prosen Imperial Army to give up so many occupied areas at once? No, no. I can make a judgment without the general coming. Wang Zhong shook his head, we should be lenient in anticipation of the enemy. Emperor Prosen has lost so many troops because of his stubbornness. We should assume that he can draw lessons from past failures. Vasily was very surprised, you actually said that, I really didn't expect it. Wang Zhong, we should be lenient in anticipation of the enemy. Of course, it would be great to be able to surround the enemy's heavy troops in Shepatovka. Even if we can't surround them and let them run to the defense zone of the Central Army Group, it will be very beneficial for us to strengthen the Tiber River, because these troops will not be able to return to the southern front for a while. Pavlov, the only problem is that the Tiber River is in its flood season this season, and it is very difficult to strengthen the Tiber River. If the attack losses are too great, I would suggest waiting until the Tiber River freezes in winter before launching the attack. It's good enough to recapture such a large area of eastern Hazaria in the summer campaign. Wang Zhong was silent for a while and then shook his head, no, we can't just stop here. The Tiber River is indeed difficult during the flood season, but the enemy did it 2 years ago, there is no reason why we can't do it. Pavlov, what if the enemy destroys all the ships on the east bank when they retreat? Wang Zhong, we can use the Dragon trailer sent by the United States to transport the boats directly from the rear to the front line. Before the muddy period comes, we should advance to the vicinity of Iksukov and then stop to survive the muddy period. When winter comes, we will return to Iksukov and complete the operations for the whole year. Pavlov, very good, then I will make plans according to the schedule. Marshal Grun's barrel truck stopped in front of the Iksukov City Defense Headquarters. The general got off the barrel truck, looked up at the sky, and then breathed a long sigh of relief. The two people who came to greet him happened to come out of the gate of the city defense headquarters at this time. When they saw the marshal sighing to the sky, they hurriedly asked, what does the marshal mean by this? Marshal Grun looked at the two of them, don't worry, I'm just sleepy and yawning, it looks like I'm sighing. The two looked at each other, and finally decided to let it be. I see. We thought the war situation was so bad that even the marshal would sigh. Marshal Grun smiled bitterly and did not answer. Seeing this, the two people who greeted him quickly changed the subject. Your Excellency Marshal, His Majesty the Emperor just called and asked you to immediately board the plane sent by him and return to the Eagle's Nest to report to him. Marshal Grun nodded, I understand. After speaking, he turned back to his new chief of staff and said, you should also be prepared to welcome the new commander. I guess it is General Erich von Schippling who is currently commanding the 11th Army to defend the coastal fortress. New chief of staff, huh? Is that so? It's not a good idea to change generals on the spot, isn't it? Marshal Grun, the Empire needs someone to take the responsibility for the failure. Naturally, I should be responsible for this disastrous defeat. Don't worry, in order not to anger the old Junker officer, Your Majesty will probably not embarrass me, but just let me just retire and plant flowers. Just like Marshal Bryan, the former army commander-in-chief. That's it? The new chief of staff obviously didn't know how to respond to the general's words. Marshal Gren looked at him and smiled, turned around and asked the person greeting him, has the plane arrived at the airport? Yes, there is a special correspondent coming to greet you. The airport ground staff has filled the plane with fuel. You can fly with confidence. Marshal Gren turned around and climbed onto the barrel truck and said to the driver, go to the airport. Sure enough, as the greeter said, the three-engine Junkers transport plane nicknamed Steel Annie was already waiting at the airport. As soon as Marshal Gren boarded the plane, he saw a strange-looking colonel sitting on a chair near the door of the plane. Marshal, are you the special commissioner? Yes. The colonel stood up and saluted the marshal. Okay, don't worry about this. The cabin of the aircraft is very short, so there is no need to stand up and salute. But as far as I know, this kind of aircraft that takes over the scapegoat rarely sends any special agents, and they are still colonel-rank special agents. Garan. The marshal looked at the colonel, took out the cigarette case, opened it, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Colonel, actually, I'm not. Let's wait until the plane takes off. Marshal Gren made a surprising statement, you are here on behalf of the Valkyrie Club, right? Colonel, we'll wait until the plane takes off. At this time, the crew opened the door of the cab and entered the cabin, saluted Marshal Gren and loudly reported, we are ready to take off, please give instructions. Marshal Gren, let's take off when the tower tells us to take off. There's no need to ask me one by one. Yes. After the pilot returned, Marshal Garan lit his cigarette and took a long puff. At this time, the roar of the engine came through the cabin wall, and the plane trembled with the roar. Then the plane began to taxi, and the inertia caused the people on the plane to sway back and forth a few times. Marshal Gren glanced at the colonel, just smoking and waiting for him to speak. The colonel was also very patient. He waited until the plane left the ground and flew up to 3,000 meters in the air before he said, Your Majesty Marshal, the crew are all our people, and they have indeed been ordered to take you back to take the blame. But we all know that the loss of the war is not your responsibility. It is my responsibility. Marshal Gren interrupted the colonel. I could have reduced the defense earlier. In that case, Army Group South would not have lost so much combat power at once, and the enemy's encirclement would not have been completed so well. Quick. No, if I shrink the defense line, I might as well abandon Shepatovka and rely on the Tiber River. The colonel interrupted the marshal, Your Excellency. We all know that you are a glorious Prosan soldier, and you will not blame others for your failure. It is precisely because of this that we came to you. Your Excellency. The most effective way to save Prosan now is to hand over the culprit who started the war. Hand over His Majesty the Emperor. No. Marshal Gren shouted, I know better than you. The ones who most hope to launch Barbarossa are actually us generals. Because if you don't continue to launch the attack. Of course, His Majesty also wants to win meritorious service and complete the mission. It can only be said that we are all at fault for what the conqueror did not accomplish, and it would be wrong for His Majesty to bear the burden alone. Chapter 650, The Overwatch Dibber Plan. Facing the marshal's roar, the colonel was silent for a few seconds before replying, What happens after that? You should know what the Asgard Knights, the military police, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs responsible for supervision did in Araki, right? These people massacred ants people in order to cover up the truth. When they are defeated, imagine what they will do. Marshal Gren's expression froze. The colonel continued, We have people spread throughout the War Mobilization Department, so we know that if the war situation continues to worsen, they will continue to build people's stormtroopers and capture children and old people into the barracks. This hasn't happened yet. Marshal Gren interrupted the colonel, The current situation is not so desperate. The battle line is still in Ant, and it is still more than 700 kilometers away from the Empire's national border. I mean the southern line. Because the land on the northern route was too bad, filled with woods and swamps, Prosan did not go too far into Ant territory. The southern front has made the most progress in Plosen, and the main prairie is too suitable for armored forces to maneuver. Colonel, but Hazalaya is a grassland and basically undefendable. We can annex the entire Hazalaya in half a year, and the Ant people can fight back. After all, we have built a road. When we attacked, Ant's road was just a dirt road. In the developed areas of Europa, it can only be regarded as a village road. But now, the grasslands of Kesalaya are all high-standard highways. Marshal Gren, don't find fault with this. Without these roads, we would not be able to maintain such a large force on the southern front. Without these roads, Rokosov's military advantage will be even greater, and we will lose even more miserably. After expressing his views fiercely, the marshal sighed, Stop trying to convince me, my war is over. Colonel, don't you want to save Prosan? Marshal Gren, what can I do? I will be relieved of my military power when I arrive at the Eagle's Nest, and then I will be an ordinary old man. You might as well go find a few troops stationed near the Eagle's Nest, move around, and let them send troops around the Eagle's Nest. Colonel, the commanders of these armies are all your students or old subordinates. Ha! Marshal Gron laughed, that's why you came to me. It's a pity that my students will not betray the Empire just because of the teacher's words. No, they will not. Your plot is doomed to fail. Colonel, what about the Empire? After a brief silence, Marshal Gron said, we started the war first, and now we can't blame others if we fail, right? After a brief silence, the colonel said, you can no longer protect yourself. After we are exposed, we will definitely trace you. After all, everyone on this plane is ours. Even if the Imperial Household Ministry is a loser, they will trace you. What? Marshal Gron was shocked, you are plotting against me. Colonel, there is nothing we can do. I personally believe in your character, but there are still many of us who don't know you. Marshal Gron leaned back in his chair, pondered for a moment and said, 33 kilometers west of the Eagle's Nest, the 5th Infantry Teaching Group is stationed. Its commander is a die-hard opposition, so it has been moved to the left for a long time. I spent a lot of time. It took a lot of effort to save him. He will be willing to participate in your operation. A teaching brigade is enough to suppress the defenders of the Eagle's Nest. Colonel, but the armored instructor nearby. The armored forces are under the supervision of the General Armored Forces. They are a new technology. We old junkers can't say anything. Do you think His Majesty didn't guard against you? Of course he did. Marshal Gron looked at the colonel, you pulled me up. Your chariot, but unfortunately, there is no way to save Prosan. The coup to detain the Emperor and the truce with the Allies will not go smoothly. The colonel was completely silent. Marshal Gron stared at him for a few seconds and said, there is a less than perfect plan. You can assassinate His Majesty, and then kill all His Majesty's confidants who are propaganda equal. Then there might be someone with military power. People take stock of the situation and join you. Colonel, we have no assassination plans. No? Or are you worried that I will get away with informing the Emperor and don't plan to tell me? Marshal Gron asked. Colonel, do you think you can clear your suspicions by being acquitted of informing? The Marshal did not speak, but turned to look at the sea of clouds outside the window. The cabin became quiet except for the noise of the engine. Prime Minister's office, capital city of the United Kingdom? With a serious expression, Prime Minister Leonard Spencer asked the special plenipotentiary of the Assistant Security Council who returned home to report on his duties, you mean, the Security Council will probably recapture Hazalaya this winter? Yes, when I left, the Prosan people had already abandoned their position and retreated to Shepatovka. And Shepatovka, with the current situation of the Prosan troops, is difficult to hold. Rokosov's heavy troops, as long as the swarm attacks the Aalakai front line, they can cut off their retreat. So far in the summer campaign, Ant has suffered a lot of casualties, but the casualties on Prosan's side are also very high. We all know that one of the characteristics of Prosan's troops is that the training time for new recruits is very long and the recruitment is very slow. This is due to their military tradition, which is a set of traditions that are not suitable for modern all-out war. Of course, tradition has given Prosan higher individual soldier quality, but with the current situation on the Eastern Front, the significance of individual soldier quality has become more and more important. It's getting smaller. Prime Minister Leonard picked up his pipe, took 2 strong puffs, and said, so we need to open a second battlefield as soon as possible. The army general sitting opposite the Prime Minister immediately said, but the troops of the Prosan Empire in North Africa have not been completely defeated. They may still attack the Mamluks and cut off the canal. Leonard, come on. In fact, after driving the desert fox away from the canal, we all knew that North Africa was just an excuse for us to delay Ant. Once we land in the Apennines, the Prosan army in North Africa will all lose supplies. We just don't want to advance so quickly to threaten the Prosan homeland. The commander of the Aegean fleet nodded, we have actually cut off the desert fox's supplies. Although the Prosenians have invested in anti-ship missiles and remote-controlled bombs, these new weapons are very unreliable and have not helped them regain control of the sea. What Prosan's North African troops should be worried about now is how to return to their homeland. Leonard, I once served as Lord of the Admiralty, Sir Cunningham, and I know what's going on over there. That's because I'm talking too much. Leonard pursed his lips, thought for a moment and said, I think it's time to land in Sicily. This island is separated from the mainland of Europa by the sea, so Prosan's power cannot be exerted. At the same time, this island can attract Prosan attention, let them deploy more troops on the peninsula. This way we can silence the ants and say that if we don't land in Sicily, more Prosan troops will be transferred to the Eastern Front and the pressure on them will be even greater. The army general asked, don't you need to inform the United States? General George Jr. of the United States is still competing with the Desert Fox. What the hell? I'll call Teddy myself and he'll agree. July 16th, the heart of the Prasen Empire, the Eagle's Nest. As soon as Marshal Grin entered the war room, he subconsciously looked for new faces in the war room. Because that might be the assassin sent by the Valkyrie Club. He sincerely hoped that the blood would not splash on him during the assassination. As for His Majesty, considering what His Majesty may do after escaping the assassination, Marshal Grin hopes from the bottom of his heart that His Majesty will die, preferably with the gang of bastards from the Valkyrie Club, so that his family can survive until the war. The chances of success are greatly improved. Marshal Garan. His Majesty stood up, congratulations on evacuating most of the troops from Rokosov's encirclement. Marshal Grin was surprised. After thinking for a moment, he decided to blame himself. Sorry, there are still about 150,000 troops who have not escaped. In addition, the loss of technical equipment is also a bit large. Some armored divisions only have 10 vehicles left. Tanked. His Majesty the Emperor waved his hand. No, I misjudged the enemy's strength. With the current strength of the Ant people, it is too dangerous to attack rashly. The good news is that we can still hit them hard in the defensive battle. I plan to withdraw all Shepatovka's troops to the west of the Tiber River and rely on the river for defense. I named this action plan Watch the Tiber River. In order to carry out this plan, we need to deceive Rokosov. Let the Celtic Marshal introduce you. Marshal Selt nodded. We estimate that it will take 20 days to evacuate all troops and auxiliary personnel from Shepatovka. During the retreat, enemy pursuit will cause us huge losses. So we need to make a gesture of holding on to Shepatovka. As part of the entire plan to bully the enemy, propaganda has begun to exaggerate that Shepatovka is the city that never falls. Did I hear you correctly? Marshal Grin interrupted Marshal Celtic. Are we bullying the enemy? Yes. The Emperor nodded. We are going to deceive the enemy. In fact, we often deceive the enemy. For example, in the Melania battle, we sent a visiting fleet to give the illusion of peace and deceive Melania. Senior level. During the Carolingian battle, we also made a gesture of breaking through the Maginot line head-on, but in fact the main force passed through the Ardennes forest. The Emperor stood up and paced in front of the map. The Prasens are the smartest people. The enemy will deceive, so will we. We will prove it. Marshal Grin, but, my armored divisions only have 10 tanks on average per division. If Rokosov outflanks Shepatovka, we won't have the armored forces to defend against him. He no longer has armored troops. The Emperor said confidently. In fact, Rokosov's armored troops are not enough to launch an outflank. He can only use cavalry. Can't you defeat the cavalry? Marshal Grin hesitated to speak. Chapter 651 Cavalry Attack. July 19th, Kaz Alia Front Headquarters. Wang Zhong looked at the 3 Prosan generals who were brought into the room and said loudly, "You are the ones who want to see me." The 3 generals looked at each other, and finally the major general with the lowest rank spoke up and answered in a slightly stiff Ant language, "We want to see the legendary General Rokosov." Wang Zhong, then you met him? Major General Prosan asked again, "Have you been to the front line? I mean this attack." The other 2 Prosan generals interrupted him in Prosan language and said a lot of gibberish. Vasily translated attentively. They said that since the beginning of the offensive, the front line has always reported that Rokosov appeared at the front line, and the anti-people are like crazy. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov. "Have I been to the front so many times?" Pavlov shrugged. "I don't know, it takes Ms. Vasilievna, Ludmila's father's name, to confirm whether it is you in the headquarters, General Davarish." Wang Zhong, "I think Ms. Neely can also." "Neely? Have I left the headquarters these days?" Neely, who was making coffee, looked up and said, "You and Ms. Emilia left 3 times together." Wang Zhong, that was a reconnaissance on the Pay 3. Vasily, please tell these General Prasen that I have never left the headquarters except for reconnaissance in the sky. Vasily began to translate immediately. The Prasen people looked at each other. The major general who understood the Ant language exclaimed, "Did you really conduct reconnaissance in person?" Wang Zhong, "Of course, an excellent commander must always ensure that he is aware of the situation on the front line. I just did my part." Popov suddenly said, "Because you conduct reconnaissance in person all day, the death rate of senior officers in our army has increased recently. Last week, General Vachidin was shot down while conducting reconnaissance in person by plane. I think the command will soon order that senior officers are not allowed to fly in the sky over enemy-occupied areas." Wang Zhong, "How can this be done? If you can't conduct reconnaissance in person, how can you achieve precise strikes on the enemy? Have you forgotten that we sent airborne troops and commanded to attack the enemy headquarters before? That was the intelligence obtained by the cavalry, and I personally flew over the headquarters to confirm it." Pavlofu, you came back and drew a structural diagram of the enemy headquarters. I didn't deny the effect of your personal reconnaissance, but if the higher UPS asked for it, I can't do anything about it, right? I can't make an exception for you alone. Vasily, the chief of staff looks very happy. Do I look very happy? Pavlov glanced at Vasily. Oh no, no, you're talking nonsense. I fully support General Rokosov's personal reconnaissance of the enemy, and I fully trust the ground crew to ensure that the aircraft is in good condition, and I also fully trust Miss Amelia's driving skills. Wang Zhong was about to make a few jokes, but Popov spoke up. Come on, the Plossin prisoners are still here, hurry up and satisfy their wishes, and then hand them over to the judge. Everyone's eyes returned to the Plossin prisoners. The Major General who understood Ant language listened to the conversation between Wang Zhong and others just now, and he was speechless, looking at Wang Zhong's face full of admiration. The two who didn't understand Ant language were desperately poking the Major General's back. Vasily said in Prosan language, well, you can go to the cell and ask the Major General again. Anyway, your wish to meet General Rokosov has been fulfilled. You can go down. After that, Vasily gestured to the guards. The guards immediately stepped forward and poked the waists of the Prosan generals with a pop's harp. Go. The three Prosan generals were taken away like this. Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief and asked Pavlov, so have the tanks we want been delivered? We don't really have to use cavalry to launch an attack, do we? Pavlov, a new tank army has been added, but this army has no guard title and has never participated in combat. I looked at the roster and only 15% of the crews in the entire army have combat experience. And this 15% is a bit exaggerated. It's not that the entire crew has experience, but that some of them have experienced members. Wang Zhong, how many tanks does this army have? 180 T-34 WS. Wang Zhong, together with the 8th Guards Armored Army, which suffered less losses in the previous battle, there are 300 tanks, which can barely be considered an assault force. Pavlov, indeed. General Kyrenenko has always suggested that we use pure cavalry to attack. He will come to the front headquarters today. Yes, I'm here. A hearty voice came from the direction of the door. Wang Zhong turned around and it was Kyrenenko. The cavalry general came in a very traditional cavalry uniform, walking in a square pace, saying as he walked, I heard that you will be promoted to marshal, together with Gorky. Wang Zhong, I haven't received the news yet. Generally speaking, senior generals will not be promoted or awarded medals until the battle is over. Kyrenenko came to Wang Zhong and sat on the edge of the map table. Is the battle not over yet? The Prosan people seem to be planning to escape. Not only we commanders can see it, but also the soldiers below can see it. Now the whole army is filled with joy. You may not know that there are boys in the cavalry unit who said that this time we will rush directly out of the border and gallop on Melania's territory. Wang Zhong, nonsense, the supplies can't keep up. My plan is to recover Exekov this winter. Kyrenenko glanced at the map, so you plan to cross the Tiber River in autumn? Or winter? It is easy to cross the river after it freezes, but the ice on the Tiber River is not as thick as that on the Valdai River. Be careful that the enemy will use artillery to break the ice and cause unnecessary casualties to us. Wang Zhong, I plan to launch an attack in autumn. We have a month to transport the boat to the river with a dragon trailer. Kyrenenko, dry land boats, what kind of monster products have the United States made? Wang Zhong, before the muddy season comes, try to bring Exekov into the artillery range. Kyrenenko sighed, we are going to fire at our own city, which is the capital of your kingdom. Wang Zhong then remembered that he still had the title of king of the kingdom of Hazaria. He shook his head, I said I would return the title of king to the people, so don't mention it again. I understand. Kyrenenko nodded and suddenly smiled, remember 2 years ago? In Luchthof, you were a major general? Or a brigadier general? And I was a lieutenant general, commanding an army. Now I command an army group, and you have commanded a front army, and will be promoted to marshal soon. Wang Zhong smiled slightly, I just happened to stand at the forefront of history. You are as modest as the newspapers say. Kyrenenko patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder, by the way, I forgot the purpose of my coming to the headquarters. I applied for my cavalry to attack Araki before the main force attacks. Wang Zhong, you have to convince me, what is the reason for doing this? Do you need a reason? My boys all want to gallop on the land of their hometown. Half of my troops are Cossacks. Wang Zhong, this reason is not sufficient. No one wants to return to their hometown more than me. But I am still sitting here, not driving a small tank on the grasslands of my hometown, right? Kyrenenko, the reason is that speed is the essence of war. The enemy wants to run now, it is impossible for all of them to run to the Central Army Group. I think their more likely route is to retreat to Exekov via this road, use cavalry to cut off the road and destroy their transport vehicles. Isn't this what you did during the counter-attack phase of the Ababakan campaign? The infrastructure of the Nanant grassland is too poor, and it was winter. We fought very hard at the time. Many horses starved to death, and the cavalry became infantry. But look at the grasslands of my hometown. There is good pasture for the horses to eat wherever you go. We can feed ourselves by shooting a little game every day. Is there a better stage for cavalry to gallop than this? Elisha, forget the tanks, let us cavalry run. The Prasen people are now frightened birds. We can destroy them all if we run. Wang Zhong, you persuaded me, but we need a plan. Pavlov, we do have a plan. We will use pure cavalry to cut off the enemy's connection with Exukov and disrupt the enemy's movement to the Tiber River defense line. Wang Zhong, did you make a plan? I did. Kyrenenko, because I asked my wife to send a lot of food and milk powder to his wife. Pavlov, it has nothing to do with that. I just think that it will be very effective to deploy cavalry at this time based on past combat experience. Especially when neither side has any tanks. We still have so many jeeps that can deliver supplies to the cavalry. So I ordered the staff to make a plan. The key is to use the mobility of the cavalry to bypass the villages fortified by the Prasen rear guard and go deep into the enemy's rear. Wang Zhong looked back and forth between Kyrenenko and Pavlov. Okay, you two will work together to plot against me. Kyrenenko, tell me the truth, how sure are you? Will it cause a waste of manpower and our people will die in vain? Kyrenko, no. The enemy's tanks and half-track vehicles suffered heavy losses. According to our reconnaissance report, many enemy troops retreated on foot. Let us go. Wang Zhong thought about it and made a firm decision. Okay. Give you 1 day to prepare. We will set off tomorrow, July 20th. Remember, the armored forces and mechanized infantry will not set off until July 25th. Before that, you men on horseback can only rely on yourself. Kyrenko was overjoyed. Don't worry. Then, can you answer my call? I want to give the troops an order so that they can be ready to attack tonight. Don't worry, Pavlov said, first read the plan I made for you, and don't make a mistake in the meeting place with the supply convoy. I think you should set off at 3 p.m. tomorrow. There is still a lot of sunshine left, so you can be more fully prepared. Yes. Kyrenko saluted Pavlov, who was at the same rank as him. See you in Proshinya. Chapter 652 Hatred. July 20th, 0800, Kalinka, the headquarters of the 1st Cavalry Army. The hitching post in front of the headquarters was full of tall horses. The village children sat on the wall of the headquarters and asked Misha, the groom who was taking care of the horses, Misha, why are there so many horses? We are a cavalry army, so we have a lot of horses. Misha replied, and today is the day when the commanders above the regiment come to the meeting, and we are about to attack. The child was overjoyed. Are we going to kill the Prasen people? Yes, we are going to kill the Prasen people again. Then will you go? The child asked again. Misha was embarrassed. I am only 15 years old, and they only let me be a hired worker. I asked the priest who recruited soldiers for this job. I said that my family was killed by the Prasen people, and I was the only one left. Can I go to the front line and see how they died up close? The priest replied, nonsense, your mother is helping to wash clothes in the laundry team, I saw her yesterday. If you must go to the front, you can go to the cavalry to raise horses, brush the horses' hair and clean up the horse manure every day. This is hard work. If you are willing to do it, you can go. Child, you came. Yes, I tell you, the head of the guard regiment personally taught me how to use a saber yesterday. I asked him if he could find a Prasen to chop me, but he said no, we should treat prisoners well. The child frowned. Why? When the Prasen occupied our village 2 years ago, they killed all the surrendered people. Why should we treat prisoners well? Misha shrugged, I don't know, maybe you should ask the military priest. As soon as the voice fell, the officers above the regiment who were in the meeting came out of the wooden house of the headquarters happily. The child shouted bravely, hey! Is there anything good? The officers looked at the wall together. Someone joked, why, are you a Prasen spy? Be careful that the Inquisitor will catch you. The child was not afraid at all. That's impossible. The Inquisitor gave me candy a few days ago because I led them to find all the booby traps left by the Prasen people. Oh, he's still a little hero. At this time, Admiral Kyrenenko walked out of the headquarters. What are you arguing about? General, our little hero is asking what good news is there. Good news. Kyrenenko pulled the cavalry cape of Budyani. Of course there is good news. In another 6 hours, we will attack Arach as the vanguard of the full front army. Araki. The child widened his eyes. Ivan from our village ran from there. Kyrenenko, 2 years ago, many people ran from there, right? No, this year. The child said. Now it was Kyrienko's turn to widen his eyes. Not only him, but all the officers and soldiers in the yard stopped and stared at the child writing on the wall. The child was a little scared and raised his voice, "I'm not talking nonsense. Ivan came from Arch this year." He said this himself, as if he was afraid that the yellow dog in the village at that time would hear it. The Prosan people gave the anti-security forces they formed yellow uniforms. The residents who stayed in the occupied areas called them yellow dogs. Kyrienko was very serious, "Take us to see Ivan, and the reward is this exchange ticket." The exchange ticket was newly launched this year. Because it is expected that a large amount of land will be recovered this year, the Anti-Ministry of Finance has specially issued a ticket that can be exchanged for food and daily necessities at military stations and church material distribution centers. When the child saw the exchange ticket, his eyes lit up, and he immediately slid down the wall, passed through a group of cavalry officers, and came to Kyrienko, snatching the ticket. "Great, I want to exchange it for candy." "Kyrienko, that won't work. If you eat all the candy that can be exchanged for this ticket, something might happen. So take us to find Ivan quickly. This way." The child ran after he finished speaking. Ivan from Araki was chopping wood in the yard. Suddenly he heard the noise outside. He stopped his axe and straightened up. He wiped his sweat and looked out of the low wall in confusion. The low wall was only as high as an adult's chest. He could see a group of cavalry officers on the road outside walking towards the yard. The leader might be a child. Through the low wall, he could only see his raised hand. Here. This is the yard." The leading officer had 4 stars on his shoulders. He should be a general. He looked up and met Ivan's eyes. "General, fellow villager. Are you from Araki?" Ivan's face darkened, and he lowered his head to start chopping wood again. "General, we are about to attack in the direction of Araki. I hope you can provide us with some information. For example, how many Prasen troops are stationed in the city, the composition of the residents, and whether there are guerrilla organizations. No more." Ivan interrupted the officer, "Nothing is left. Araki is now an empty city. There are no Prasen people, no residents, and no guerrillas." "What?" The admiral was shocked. Ivan stuck the axe on the stump, looked up at the sky, and sighed deeply. "It happened in February this year. At the end of February, the Prasen people suddenly surrounded the city, set up machine guns on the periphery, and then used flamethrower tanks to set fire in the upwind direction. We wanted to organize firefighting, but then we found that the city's water wells had been blocked by the Prasen people with cement in advance, and the sewers were also blocked. There was no place to get water in the entire city." "Admiral, why do you do this?" "I don't know. There happens to be a secret passage leading outside the city in the basement of my house. I gathered the people nearby as much as possible and led them to escape from the underground. As a result, the enemy's encirclement was double-layered, and my tunnel exit was on both sides. Between layers of surrounding circles. The Pulasans shot at women and old people, and I hid in the tunnel and dared not make a sound. In the end, the Pulasans did not dare to enter the tunnel to search, so they sealed the exit with cement. I relied on the tunnels. The air stayed until the fire was extinguished, and then emerged from the ground through the exit at the other end of the city. The whole city has turned into a ghost town, with charred corpses everywhere. Even the scavenging birds will not visit the city because there is no meat left to eat." "Admiral, would you be willing to say this again to someone from the church's publicity department?" Ivan stared at the admiral for a few seconds before gently nodding. "Okay. I won't have nightmares anymore." The admiral turned to the other officers and said, "Remember, if you catch Officer Plosin, ask them why they massacred the city in Aolikai. This is very important. We need an answer, otherwise after we capture the city of Plosin, you can't guarantee to keep your hands on yourself. Just tell the officers of Prasen." "Yes." The officers replied uniformly. The admiral looked at Ivan again. "Is there anything else you can tell us?" "No more. There are only a few small rivers from here to Araki. Even in the wet season, you can cross small rivers on horseback. When I ran here in February, I didn't see anything built by the Plozans. There are not many fortifications and there are not many defenders in the village of Prasen on the road." As he spoke, Ivan took out his cigarette case and took out a cigarette. The admiral took out the lighter, and flames burst out as soon as he opened the lid. Ivan leaned over and lit the cigarette, took a puff and then praised, "The lighter is very beautiful. One of the supplies sent by the United States can be exchanged for it with an exchange ticket." "It's so expensive," Ivan replied. The admiral smiled, saluted, and turned to leave. Ivan suddenly said, "There is a guerrilla liaison station in Talca village. I don't know if it is still there. If you want a guide, you can go and have a look." "I know." The admiral waved his hand and left with a quick stride. Ivan smoked a cigarette and watched the officers leave. He was almost finished smoking when he noticed a child poking his head outside the courtyard door. "Ivan, did you bring the general?" "Well, he gave me an exchange ticket." The child asked curiously, "Are you a gorilla? How do you know the location of the contact station if you are not a gorilla?" "Ivan, I used to be. But in February this year I was scared out of my mind. I used to think that if I was caught, I would withstand severe torture and finally die heroically without causing any harm to the organization. But after the massacre in February, I was scared. I knew that now that I was arrested, the enemy would not need to interrogate me, and I would tell everything I knew. That's why I ran away." Ivan looked at the child. "Don't tell anyone. Child, you are a deserter from the guerrillas. Ivan, it's better than telling the enemy information and killing my comrades. And for them, I have died in Aorki and become a martyr. This is good, very good. Ivan is a pseudonym, right?" The child asked again. Ivan placed the new firewood on the tree stump, straightened it, and picked up the axe to chop it into 2 pieces. "It's a real name now," Ivan replied. July 20th, 1200 hours. Kyrienko rode his old buddy up the high slope next to the road. His troops were forming 4 columns and advancing on the road. Kyrienko glanced at the team, raised his right hand and shouted, "Davarishi, see you in Prosonia." The cavalry responded in unison, "See you in Prosonia." As the words fell, the sound of engines came from the air. Kyrienko raised his head and watched 8 P-2 bombers passing by at low altitude. The PE-2 bombers are not like the IL series attack aircraft. They generally do not fly at low altitudes. Now they are passing overhead like this. Most of them are specifically to cheer up the cavalry troops. Facts have proved that the effect is outstanding. The cavalrymen all raised their heads, and some raised their hats and waved them at the plane. Kyrienko muttered, "Since Rokosov can command the Air Force, there have been more and more such chores. Chief of Staff of the Group Army, I quite like it. In the first year, I was eye-opened by the scene of Prosens and aircraft attacking together. Now we can do the same." Kyrienko nodded. "Who doesn't like it? It's because we like it that General Rokosov does this." As soon as he finished speaking, the messenger ran up the hill holding a small flag. "Report, the special supply convoy from the front army headquarters has arrived." Kyrienko, "Understood, let them rest first. When we capture the next planned supply village, it will not be too late for them to set off again." "Yes." The messenger went down the hill again holding a small flag. "Chief of Staff of the Group Army, I suddenly thought, let's get a red flag too. I heard that the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment got one. The excuse was that it was given by an old farmer nearby. We can also say that it was given by a local." Kyrienko's eyes widened. "Can this be like this? A red flag? I kind of want it, but forget it, let's complete the task first, and when the summer campaign achieves a decisive victory, Rokosov won't mind if we get a red flag." Chapter 653, The Proson People and Hashtag 039, S response. At 1100 hours on July 20th, 1 hour before the anti-cavalry began to attack, the headquarters of Army Group south of Plassen. When Marshal Grin saw General Shipling walking into the headquarters war room, he went directly to greet him. "My old friend, you should know the reason for calling you to the Army Group headquarters, right?" "Shipling, are you asking me to clean up this mess?" "Marshal Grin, how can we call it cleaning up the mess? The High Command and His Majesty the Emperor are the stage where the talents of every Prussian general can be put to good use. You are very good at conducting retreats. Last winter you took Army Group B out of the hands of Rokosov's million-strong army and the vicious General Winter. Now the Empire needs your talents to rescue the Empire's warriors from the dangerous situation of Shepatovka. But you lingered in the coastal fortress and delayed your arrival for several days." Shipling hurriedly explained, "I didn't delay on purpose. It's just that the coastal fortress has many defense issues that need to be dealt with, which is why it has been delayed until now. Don't worry about these." Marshal Grin waved his hand, then made a follow-me gesture, and walked to the map. "Now all signs indicate that the troops who have eaten the broken rear troops we left in Oboyangul Rokosov is about to outflank our army in this direction." Shipling squinted at the contact line between the Prussian army and the Ant army on the map, and suddenly interrupted the marshal, "Why don't I see the zigzag line representing the defensive position on the dividing line between the two armies?" The so-called zigzag line is the nickname of the legend representing the defensive position, because the legend looks like a smoothed jagged line. Marshal Grin, because there is no continuous defense line yet, our troops only had time to consolidate the defenses of each village. Before I came back from the Eagle's Nest, the 52nd Army reported that there was a series of disconnected forest areas along the boundary of the control area. Set up a defense line in the forest area. Shipling, where's the defense? The 52nd Army reported that the Ant observation posts have been directing artillery fire to interfere with the defense line setup. Currently, Only 30% of the forest land has been fortified. Shipling found the defense area of the 52nd Army on the map and opened his mouth. Does this mean that such a large area is full of loopholes? Marshal Gren, we control the highway. Even if the enemy has troops infiltrating through these places, it is impossible to obtain supplies. Shipling, are you serious? Marshal Gren sighed, what can I say? Of course I know that after the Ant cavalry infiltrates, they can replenish food on the spot, because the people of Ant have long been looking forward to liberation, and they would rather go hungry than feed themselves. Army. As for weapons, they can get them from the guerrillas and rob our military depots. The situation is terrible now, of course I know. But can I say this? If the people below hear it, the situation will be even worse. Shipling, where's the armor? Marshal Gren, the 48th Armored Corps was transferred from Army Group Center, but they also went through the fierce battle that started in June. Their best condition is the 8th Ghost Armored Division, which has been serving as the military reserve. The combat readiness reported this morning is 4 Command Type 3 vehicles, 7 short-barreled Type 3 vehicles, 32 long-barreled Type 3 vehicles, and 22. The commander is in charge of number 4. Shipling raised his eyebrows, not bad. According to past experience, such a unit can destroy at least 300 Ant tanks. Marshal Gren added, as long as we don't encounter Ant's new tanks, currently we only have new tank destroyers equipped with 105mm anti-tank guns that can deal with these new tanks. Shipling, how many of these destroyers do we have? 21 vehicles. Marshal Gren immediately replied, I have strengthened all of them to the 8th Armored Division. Make good use of this armored force. Shipling, wait a minute, is the new tank destroyer the 70-ton thing I know? No, the 70-ton gadgets can indeed deal with the enemy's new tanks. They will either scratch each other or penetrate each other. But these bulky gadgets are now all the trophies of the Ants. What we are telling you now is a thin-skinned and stuffed thing made by the rear, a pure artillery carrier. It may not be able to penetrate the enemy's tanks. The enemy will definitely be able to destroy it with one shot if they find it. Marshal Gren stopped and took a deep breath, but the good news is that the Krat Bureau in Raboville reported that the production of Ant's new tanks was insufficient, and only Rokosov's troops were equipped with a certain amount. We are facing Rokosov's troops. Shipling reminded him word by word. Marshal Gren, but the last time this kind of tank was confirmed was 10 days ago. We have reason to believe that all new tanks have malfunctioned or been damaged. The Ant people's maintenance capabilities are very poor. It is estimated that they will not see these for half a month. A sharp thing. Before that, the 8th Armored Division is the nemesis of all Ant armored forces and will destroy them all. Shipling, I understand, I will make good use of the 8th Armored Division. But it is really sad that the Armored Division, which now has less than 100 tanks in total, has become the savior of the entire Army group. Marshal Gren, the other divisions of the 48th Armored Corps have 100 vehicles put together. In addition, they were mobilized from Army Group Center. Army Group Center controlled most of the tank battles and ultimately controlled the battlefield, so many tanks are now recycled. Under maintenance. Theoretically, the longer we wait, the more armor we'll have on hand. Shipling, do you think Rokosov will wait? No. Marshal Gren shook his head, he will not miss the opportunity. As if echoing Marshal Gren's words, the communications staff officer entered the headquarters nervously and whispered a few words in the ear of the Chief of Staff of the 2nd Army. Because the original staff team of Army Group South is almost finished, and now the staff team of Army Group are basically from the 2nd Army. Prasen's Army Group is relatively large. When there are many Army groups, there can be 3.4 million people. The staff team is not enough to command and support the operation of the entire Army Group. Marshal Gren was already the commander of the 2nd Army, so everything went smoothly. As for the temporarily promoted acting Chief of Staff of the Army Group, of course he was pushed aside to accumulate experience. The Marshal looked at the Chief of Staff of the 2nd Army, what's wrong? Just now, Ant's cavalry troops crossed our defense line. General Shipling, it seems that 70% of the undefended area has been used. Marshal Gren, even if all the forests are fortified, the cavalry still has room to slip through. This is the grassland. If you want to form a stable front, you have to build trenches on the vast plains. There is no time for this. Shipling, so the cavalry assault was expected? What about the response plan? Marshal Gren, strengthen the walls and clear the fields, stick to the supporting points. Shipling, are there enough troops? Not enough. Marshal Gren said frankly, and the enemy can destroy our supply team even if he ignores our fortified villages. The only solution is to armor the supply team, and equip each supply retreat with at least 20 half-track vehicles. And a corresponding number of panzer grenadiers. After the Marshal finished speaking, he glared at General Shipling. Apparently both men were aware of the biggest problem with this solution. General Shipling, How many more troops will this increase? We have calculated that we need at least 4 Panzer Grenadier divisions before we have enough armored vehicles and Panzer Grenadiers to protect all convoys. General Shipling, the 4 Panzer Grenadier divisions do not consolidate the front line of defense or participate in counterattacks, but simply serve as escorts for the truck convoy. Then these 4 divisions also consume fuel supplies and the vehicles will wear out. What should I do? It feels like a dead end. No. Marshal Garon retorted, the root of the problem is that the grasslands of Kosalia are too vast, our troops are too scattered, and the supply lines are too long. As long as we retreat to the Tiber River, our troop density will increase and the supply lines will become short, and then there is a coherent line of defense, and all problems are solved. Shipling, it seems so. Marshal Gren, this is your responsibility. I came back from the Eagle's Nest and brought your letter of appointment. His Majesty the Emperor also asked me to bring a message. As long as you can successfully complete the retreat, the Marshal's scepter will belong to you. Shiplin smiled bitterly and said, you are putting me on the fire to roast. Marshal Gren, how can you say that? This is the trust of the Empire and His Majesty the Emperor. Then, I will take my leave. My Chief of Staff and staff are all worthy of trust. Of course, you can also transfer people from the 11th Army. Shipling shook his head, no, it's too late. The enemy cavalry has already broken through, and we can no longer throw the command system into chaos. Chief of Staff, show me the current retreat plan. Also, how many Panzer Grenadiers do we have? We have 6 Panzer Grenadier divisions, but 60% of their half-track vehicles have been lost. And we have not been able to control the battlefield, so the lost vehicles can basically be regarded as complete losses. The Chief of Staff reported quickly. Come up with a string of numbers. Marshal Gren was drinking coffee nearby. Shipling, which division is the most elite among the 6 divisions? The 16th Panzer Grenadier Division. This most elite is difficult to define. Theoretically speaking. When the Chief of Staff hesitated, Marshal Gren said, the 16th Panzer Grenadier Division is the best, and you are familiar with them. Shipling, Greyhound, then use the Greyhound Division as the backbone to form a battle group responsible for resisting the enemies attacking us from the east, I mean, the enemies who are predicted to pursue us. All the Panzer Grenadier divisions except for the 16th were dismantled into platoons and dispersed along the entire retreat path, allowing them to deal with Ant's cavalry. In addition, with the 8th Armored Division as the core, wait a minute, I remember that the commander of the 8th Armored Division is Adele. Yes, Panzer Schultz, the Chief of Staff replied. Shipling, I want to see him, now, right away. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 654 The Beginning of the Difficult March, Update 4684. Chapter 654 The Beginning of the March of Suffering, Update 4684. On the evening of July 20th, the headquarters of Army Group Plassen South. General Shipling did not wait for the commander of the 8th Armored Division, Adele Schultz, but instead waited for the commanders of several Panzer Grenadier divisions. The 5 division commanders entered the headquarters with murderous intent, and were stunned when they saw Marshal Gren and General Shipling in front of the map table. Marshal Gren pointed at General Shipling, you may not know that General Shipling has been promoted to the commander of Army Group South. I haven't left yet because I want to help him complete the handover smoothly. If you have anything to do, please contact General Shipling. Bishop, the commander of the 10th Panzer Grenadier Division, immediately spoke, whose idea was it to dismantle the Panzer Grenadier Division? We have already suffered heavy losses, and if we use them separately, we will not be able to form a joint force. When the enemy attacks, we will fall apart. Of General Shipling, when the enemy attacks, the 2 army-level battle groups we have formed will be responsible for responding. Your current task is to use your armor advantages to cover the retreat of infantry and supply convoys. A large number of Ant cavalry have crossed the dividing line between the 2 armies. Aerial reconnaissance shows that they are advancing towards the ruins of Araki. If we do not take measures, they will slaughter our infantry and truck convoys wildly. Major General Bishop asked, why not let the Air Force do this and let them use fighter jets to strip the cavalry on the ground? Marshal Gren answered on his behalf, we tried it, but the effect was not good. Moreover, many Air Force fighter pilots have been transferred back to China to participate in homeland air defense operations. We do not have enough fighter jets to attack the ground while seizing air supremacy. Several Panzer Grenadier commanders looked at each other. In the end, Major General Bishop, who was 10,000 armed, spoke, it would be too stupid to break the Panzer Grenadier Division into pieces. What about the assault guns of the infantry division? Wouldn't it be good to use assault guns to deal with cavalry? General Shipling, the losses of the assault artillery force were as great as yours, and they alone cannot deal with so many cavalry. More importantly, since the assault gun was reclassified as a tank destroyer at the beginning of the year, it has been under the supervision of the General Armored Corps. The assault gun battalion has been put on black uniforms. Newly formed infantry divisions are rarely assigned complete assault guns. Camp. More than half of the assault artillery battalions of our infantry division are missing. Several division commanders looked at each other. General Shipling, stop complaining, complete the mission, and your troops will be reintegrated when they retreat to the Tiber River, and you will be needed as a defensive and counter-attack force. As soon as he finished speaking, the commander of the 8th Armored Division, Adele Schultz, entered the room. He looked at a group of fellow Panzer Grenadiers and hesitated. Shall I go outside for a smoke first? No, we have finished talking. General Shipling said, several division commanders have understood my intentions. They will complete the mission. Wait a minute. Major General Bishop once again acted as everyone's spokesperson. It's too outrageous to break us up. We can actually use the number 2 tank to do this kind of thing. The number 2 tank of the Armored Reconnaissance Battalion can completely chase us in the wilderness. The cavalry is leaving, isn't it? General Shipling, how many Panzer Grenadier Division 2 tanks do you have left, My Excellency Major General Bishop? The Major General was speechless for a moment. There are less than 10 vehicles left. Marshal Grin interjected, I heard that the Imperial Ordnance Department plans to reuse the production line of the number 2 tank to manufacture Lynx reconnaissance tanks. Now it seems that using them to fight cavalry might be a good idea. General Shipling, then it would be better to remove the guard panel of the furniture cart and lay the cannon flat. I really don't know which idiot designer designed this thing, but the anti-aircraft gun can't be laid flat. Only then did everyone realize belatedly that perhaps a good way to deal with ants cavalry had just been born. General Shipling turned to the Chief of Staff and asked, I remember we have Cyclone anti-aircraft guns. A small number of experimental models were sent to the front line for testing. The Chief of Staff replied. General Shipling, send all these Cyclones to cover the convoy and infantry. Yes. The General looked at the Grenadier Division commanders again, do you have any questions? Several division commanders shook their heads. Then go and execute the order. The enemy's cavalry is already galloping on the grassland. The infantry and transport convoys need you. The teachers then saluted and left. General Shipling turned to Adele Schultz and stretched out his hand directly. I have long admired the name, Armored Schultz. This is just a title created by the propaganda department to fight against Rokossov. Adele Schultz said modestly, took the general's outstretched hand, shook it slightly and let go. General Shipling, humility is a virtue, which is very good. I called you here because... Against the ant cavalry. Schultz asked in vain, but immediately shook his head. No, the cavalry moves too fast and the tanks cannot catch up. We shouldn't waste our precious motorcycle hours on this kind of thing. General Shipling nodded, you are right. In fact, we are planning to form a Schultz cluster and gather all the armored forces we can collect so far. There is only one mission, which is when Rokossov's armored forces launch an attack. Implement counterattack. Schultz, no problem. That's what we did in Army Group Center. We did it pretty well, and many ace tank crews were born. I think my boys can't wait to compete with Rokossov's Guards Tank Corps. Marshal Garon interrupted, don't take it lightly. Rokossov has a lot of new tanks, and there are also a lot of Vortex anti-tank destroyers. Schultz, in the early days of the war, my troops also performed well against KV tanks. I think Rokossov's new tanks should be the same. There will always be a way to deal with them. General Shipling, intelligence shows that Rokossov's new tanks are almost exhausted. Your opponents before August should all be T-34W, with at most some Vortex. That's great, just wait and see. Schultz said confidently. July 21, 0800, on the main road northeast of Araki. Andreas carried the tripod of the machine gun and moved his feet breathlessly. The newly repaired asphalt road was scorching hot in the midsummer sun. Andreas was so thirsty that he took out the kettle and shook it. The kettle made no sound, and it was obviously empty. He twisted the lid and licked the mouth of the bottle with his tongue. At this time, a kettle was handed over. Drink it? You still haven't learned it? You should bring more kettles for this kind of retreat. Andreas looked at the person who handed the kettle and found that it was Sergeant Korek. He took the kettle and took a big sip, and asked back, how do you have experience in retreat? Sergeant Korek, during the Prosan Unification War, my grandfather was the defeated party, and he taught me. The sergeant adjusted the position of the machine gun on his shoulder. At this moment, the soldier in front suddenly threw away the gun in his hand and took off the magazine bag. Andreas and Korek shouted together, hold your weapon, soldier. The recruit looked back and fell to the ground. I can't do it anymore, let me stay here with my weapon and face the tyranny of the ants. Andreas and Korek looked at each other, and then pulled the recruit up from the left and right. Korek, come on. Think about your family, don't you want to go back to see them? Andreas, The ants will let the judge interrogate you, and then send you to the labor camp, and work until you die. This is all propaganda. Recruit, it's not that I don't want to go, I really can't walk, I haven't eaten for 2 days. Andreas took out the compressed biscuits, tore open the wrapping paper, broke off a piece and stuffed it into the recruit's mouth. Korek blocked Andreas, picked up the kettle, and unscrewed the lid. There is no water in his mouth, so the compressed biscuits cannot be dissolved. After the recruit drank 3 mouthfuls of water, his throat finally moved. Andreas stuffed the biscuits into the recruit's mouth. The recruit chewed the biscuits and coughed violently while swallowing. Andreas patted the recruit's back to help him keep his breath. Recruit, you go first, I will catch up with you in a while. At this time, a cry came from behind, cavalry. Ants cavalry is coming. Sergeant Korek and Corporal Andreas looked at each other. The sergeant rushed to the wreckage of the car next to him with a machine gun, opened the bipod of the machine gun, and set it on the roof. The MG42 without a tripod is just a light machine gun. The shooting accuracy is not enough to fight against the cavalry running on the grassland, but it is better than nothing. The first cavalryman appeared, and Sergeant Korek immediately opened fire. The iconic sound of tearing canvas sounded, which seemed to give the panicked Plossen fleeing soldiers a reassurance. More cavalrymen appeared in the field of vision. They did not adopt the traditional cavalry wall formation, but dispersed. Sergeant Korek cursed, "Damn it! The enemy has learned it. Now it takes more bullets to knock down a horse." Andreas lay down beside Korek and held up the bandolier with his hands. When this bandolier was about to run out, Andreas reminded, "Change the barrel. Change it after it's finished." The bandolier ran out while he was talking. Andreas stood up, skillfully disassembled the fixing device of the barrel, and pulled out the already red-hot barrel. Although his hand touched the red-hot barrel when changing the barrel, as an old machine gunner, he was accustomed to this degree of burns. Soon, the machine gun firepower was restored, and several anti-cavalrymen also rushed to a very close place. Korek immediately swept them down, but he was too late to stop the grenade that had been thrown. The sergeant rolled down the wreckage holding the machine gun. The moment Andreas, who was a step slower, rolled down, the grenade exploded, and the shrapnel hit the wreckage with a clanging sound. Andreas picked up the submachine gun, supported his upper body and fired at the cavalry who seized the opportunity. The sound of the MP40 was much weaker than that of the cloth ripper. Andreas missed the gun in a hurry, and he fired almost 10 rounds without hitting the knight who rushed over. At this time, the sound of the cloth ripper sounded again. Andreas looked up and found that Korek, who had just rolled down the wreckage, was lying on the top of the wreckage and shooting again. At this time, a more reassuring sound sounded. Andreas knew it was the sound of a 20mm machine gun as soon as he heard it. But he didn't remember that there were any hand-propelled 20mm machine guns left in his division. These things should have been thrown away near Aoboyang together with the Opel Lightning truck that towed them. He stood up and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a strange tank moving forward while spraying fire with a 20mm machine gun. Anti's cavalry turned around and retreated, dropping smoke bombs. Yes, now the anti-people are also masters of using smoke. Andreas breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, "I'm still alive, yes, I'm still alive." He raised his voice, "Korek, we're still alive. I saw it, and I'll never stop until I die." Chapter 655, The Embarrassed Prosan Army. Andreas and Korek's sufferings did not end. To be more precise, the sufferings of the Prosan army did not end. When the anti-aircraft artillery vehicles followed the troops, Ants cavalry watched from a distance. Anyway, the anti-aircraft vehicles could not keep up with the cavalry, and overtaking shooting was too wasteful of ammunition, and the killing efficiency was very low. When the anti-aircraft vehicles arrived at the designated position to establish defenses, the cavalry began to walk around the defense area, waiting for the infantry to leave. Andreas's troops had no choice but to wait for the cavalry to go back for food when they were hungry, and then they began to march secretly. Fortunately, Ants cavalry did not visit at night, probably because they were worried about the horses being trampled. The Prosan soldiers dragged their tired bodies and marched in the night. When the sky turned pale, a small group of Ant cavalry appeared. They did not launch an assault, but watched the Prosan people from a distance. Andreas noticed this small group of cavalry and pointed it out to Korek. "Korek, maybe the cavalry officer is watching us, waiting for his troops to catch up. We also have weapons, so few cavalry troops can't do anything to us." Andreas looked around, "They just followed us like this, and we panicked." Korek looked around, "Everyone is just tired." He suddenly raised his voice, "Come on. Such a small number of cavalry dare not attack us. We still have weapons and bullets, and our machine guns alone can kill half of them." The sergeant's voice made many people look up and really pick up their weapons and cheer up. Andreas suddenly found that the recruit he had helped before was gone, and all he could see were veterans with exempt soldiers. It seems that most of the recruits have fallen behind in this difficult march. Sergeant Korek, okay, keep going. There should be a village ahead after walking so far, and we won't be afraid of cavalry when we get to the village. Cavalry is not suitable for fighting in villages. Andreas vaguely felt that the team seemed to be moving a little faster. 30 minutes later, the village appeared. The cavalry team that was chasing stopped after seeing the village. The chestnut horse rider who led the team stood on a small hill by the road and looked at the village. A machine gun was mounted on the two-story building at the entrance of the village. The sergeant who commanded the machine gun was holding a telescope and looking at the chestnut rider. Korek suddenly said, "They are all non-commissioned officers. Most of the officers have died. Senior officers in Plassen rarely died in battle because they believed that their duties were in the headquarters and they were unlikely to go to the front line. But the grassroots lieutenants of Plassen still led by example. It was normal for a large number of non-commissioned officers to command the grassroots troops after the fierce battle." Andreas licked his lips and said, "I hope there is water in the village." "Don't worry, there will be water. Maybe there will be hot soup." 5 minutes later, Andreas and Korek walked to the entrance of the village. Korek asked the sergeant next to the machine gun loudly, "Do you have hot soup?" "No." The sergeant shook his head, "We wanted to make a fire to cook, but the locals took all the firewood and other things away when they ran away, so there was nothing to make a fire. And you need meat and vegetables to make soup, right? We only have compressed biscuits here." "Korek, didn't you kill some horses or mules?" The sergeant pointed to the pile of cavalry corpses in front of the machine gun position. "There is horse meat here, do you dare to eat it?" Andreas looked at the pile of corpses and found that the horse and human corpses were completely mixed together. The bright red blood could not be distinguished from horse blood or human blood. It really takes some courage to swallow such meat. Korek waved his hand, "Forget it, is there any water?" "Yes, a local tried to throw something into the well last night and was caught by the military police, so the well water is still drinkable now. Drink it quickly, who knows when it will be poisoned." Korek nodded and gestured to Andreas, and the two followed the team into the village. After walking a few steps, they saw several locals hanging on the trees by the roadside, each with a sign hanging on them, writing the reason why they were hanged. "Poisoned the well. Mixed laxatives in the food. Throwing stones at the Prosan soldiers." Andreas stared at the one who threw the stone and said to Korek, "Such a young child should be hanged for throwing a stone." "Korek, that's what the military police do." "No," the 3 infantrymen smoking by the tree replied, "we hanged them, not the military police." Then the 3 men laughed. Andreas looked at the 3 men, they were all very young, their uniforms were new and without any dirt, they must be rookies who had just arrived at the front. He couldn't help but say, "We shouldn't hang a child, even if he threw stones at us." The laughter of the young privates stopped abruptly, and they pulled their hems awkwardly. "Sorry, but when we hanged the child," the quartermaster laughed very happily. Andreas was about to question, but Korek grabbed his shoulders, "Okay, it's more important to eat and replenish water, and then we have to rest for a while, there is still a long way to go to the Tiber River." Andreas glared at the 3 recruits, followed Korek's footsteps, and soon came to the central square of the village. Every anti-village has such a square, and the most conspicuous building next to the square should be the church. But now only the remains of the church remain, with a few skeletons hanging on the bell tower. A group of disgraced Prosan soldiers had gathered around the place where compressed biscuits and water were distributed. Andreas filled the water bottle and was given compressed biscuits, which he ate with water. Several flares suddenly shot into the air. The defenders around the distribution point didn't know what happened, but the veterans who were distributing supplies immediately reacted and began to spread out to find cover. The roar of engines came from the air. The machine gun fired, but the sound of the machine gun seemed a bit weak amidst the sound of the aircraft engine, and the firepower density was obviously not enough. The PE-2 bomber roared past, and a bomb was inserted directly into the table filled with compressed biscuit barrels, directly smashing through the thick table, and the warhead smashed the stone slab under the table. The timing device at the tail of the bomb kept making a clicking sound. The recruit in charge of distributing things looked at the bomb with wide eyes, obviously panicked. A sergeant major rushed over and tackled the recruit to the ground. Almost at the same time, the sound of the timer was interrupted, the bomb exploded violently, and the light and gunpowder smoke suddenly engulfed the sergeant major and recruits lying on the ground. Someone shouted, "Secretary General." It seems that this sergeant major is the division chief who laughed when he saw the recruits hanging the children. Andreas was so shocked that he fainted, and it took 5 seconds for him to wake up. The strong tinnitus covered other sounds in the world. However, as a veteran, Andreas was very accustomed to this kind of tinnitus. He did not wait for the tinnitus to subside and directly checked the surrounding situation. The table full of compressed biscuits has disappeared, and the compressed biscuit barrels are now scattered across most of the village square. The bucket also fell over, and water flowed all over the floor, even forming several puddles. Many soldiers who had recovered from the bombing were lying on the edge of the puddles, constantly scooping water into their mouths with their hands. When the tinnitus ended, Andreas remembered Korek and shouted, "Korek! Here, he's not dead yet." Korek's voice immediately came from behind him. Andreas turned around and saw Korek squatting against the wall, cleaning sand from the machine gun. "You can really keep your composure," Andreas said. "When the cavalry comes to attack later, we will have to rely on this old guy to defend against the enemy," the old machine gunner said. Just as Andreas was about to answer, someone nearby exclaimed, "The plane is back again. Hurry and take cover." As soon as he finished speaking, the P-2 bomber that had dropped its bombs appeared again, shooting the ground with machine guns. This time even the recruits reacted, and in the blink of an eye there was no one standing in the square. After 2 rounds of strafing, Ant's pilot walked away. Andreas got up. "Damn it, the anti-aircraft artillery unit didn't fire a single shot. Where are the anti-aircraft artillery units? They are all on the road dealing with the Ant cavalry." Korek said. "Andreas, how could things come to this?" At this time, someone next to me interrupted, "It's much better than when I ran back from Abawihan last winter. Didn't you participate in last year's Abawihan battle? Because the Battle of Abawihan was lost, the Plosin army did not issue corresponding medals." "Korek, last year we fought against Rokosov's troops in Yisk, and then we went down to rest. After returning to the front line, we defended the Suhayavali River, and then we ended up here." The passing officer who interrupted shook his head. "Well, you are so lucky. Only 30% of our troops who participated in the Abawihan battle came back. Including me. The retreat battle last year was so difficult. This year at least we have water. Last year many people have diarrhea because they chew ice to get water, because the ice water is too cold and freezes their stomach and intestines." A new person joined the conversation. "Ever since Rokosov started leading Ant, we have been retreating." "Korek, he didn't lead Ant. Didn't he? I heard that he is already Ant's shadow czar." "Andreas, the theory I heard is that he slept with the Tsar." "Almost." Another flare went off. "Another airstrike. After the cavalry comes, the planes will come. After the planes come, the cavalry will come again." Korek closed the machine gun that had been cleaned and looked up at the sky. What swooped down this time was Ant's stubby bomber, which looked like a milk bottle. Actually it was a P-47 fighter jet. A bomb exploded in the square again. The enemy plane not only dropped bombs, but also strafed them while pulling up. Tracer bullets fell from the sky like a downpour. Andreas lay on the ground, thinking that was enough. Chapter 656 Situation Summary. At 0400 hours on July 25, the headquarters of the Hazalaya Front. Wang Zhong entered the headquarters in the morning light. "Pavlov, you only slept for more than 3 hours, is that okay? It sounds like you have been asleep for a long time." Wang Zhong replied. "Pavlov, considering my age, it's normal for us old people to sleep less and less. You young people still need to sleep more." Pavlov was indeed much older than Wang Zhong, and was the father of several children. Wang Zhong looked at his bald head, decided not to care about his fatherly speech, and directly asked about the situation. "How is the situation on the front line now?" "The cavalry troops reported many results and returned many prisoners." "Wang Zhong, send back the prisoners. We haven't started the armored assault yet. The distance between the cavalry troops and our control areas is generally tens or hundreds of kilometers. How can we send back the prisoners?" "Use Wave 2 aircraft. Wave 2 can land at will on the grassland at this time, as long as it doesn't hit the Vol hole, it can come and go freely. So the cavalry troops built an airstrip to transport prisoners." Pavlov explained. "Wave 2 only needs 1 pilot, but 2 seats." "Wang Zhong, I see. Isn't the efficiency too low? To transport 10 prisoners, 10 Wave 2 biplanes would be needed." Pavlov, so those who were sent back were all school officers. The trial court was very happy. They interrogated them non-stop every day and basically figured out the current situation of the enemy. Pavlov came to the map. The enemy has now dispersed anti-aircraft vehicles equipped with rapid-fire machine guns on the retreat road, and used machine guns to drive away the cavalry. This approach reduces their defense capabilities against the Air Force, so the Air Force guys are having a blast these days. "Wang Zhong, I know this. I talked to the pilots when I went on a reconnaissance flight. But I didn't expect that it was because the anti-aircraft guns were used to deal with the cavalry." Pavlov nodded. "Cavalry troops cannot conquer the enemy's solidly fortified strongholds. Even so, they play a huge role on the grassland. The main reason for achieving such an effect is that the grassland is too vast. The fully motorized enemy army cannot handle the cavalry troops on the grassland. Their mobile troops can catch up with the cavalry, but the losses are too high. At this time Popov interrupted, I heard that the enemy's Central Army Group began to use armored trains to deal with cavalry troops. During General Gorky's summer offensive, the cavalry did not play a big role. Wang Zhong, no, the Western Front cavalry did not play a big role. The main reason is that there are too many woods on the terrain. Although there are large grasslands and wheat fields between the woods, they are not connected. The cavalry is particularly suitable for grasslands like Kosalia and Nanant, but as you advance further west, the role of the cavalry gradually becomes smaller. The same is true on Earth. Massey planned to take advantage of the cavalry after crossing the border, but he began to hit a wall. The villages in the eastern European plains were densely populated and the cavalry could not be used. Wang Zhong remembered that there were still Mao Zedong's meritorious cavalry troops on Earth. After they broke into the Hungarian plains, they were surrounded and annihilated. The villages and buildings were too dense, and there were a lot of barns and farmhouses in the wilderness. The defenders could set up fire points, but the cavalry could not use them. Pavlov, judging from the lessons learned from the cavalry operations of the Western Front, if we continue to advance westward, the role of cavalry will become less and less. Maybe we can recommend to the headquarters to stop expanding the size of the cavalry force. Don't worry. When His Majesty the Tsar talked to me on the phone before, he complained about the shortage of cavalry horses and the inability to form more cavalry units. Now the size of our army's cavalry has reached its upper limit. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, the staff officer sent a document and handed it directly to Pavlov. Pavlov opened the brown paper bag of the document, took out the contents, looked through it, and said to Wang Zhong, this is the evaluation of the enemy's new tanks recovered from the battlefield by our maintenance troops. The maintenance team can't figure out why the Prozans use such a complicated suspension. Of course Wang Zhong knew what being in charge of suspension meant, but he had to pretend to be stupid. Complex suspension. Yes, they seem to have adopted a new double-row road wheel design in order to widen the track contact area. According to the maintenance department's report, this thing is extremely difficult to maintain. If the inner wheel fails, the entire row of road wheels must be removed. Ours tanks, and the enemy's Panzer III and IV tanks can complete the replacement of road wheels in 1 hour, but the new tanks will take at least 5 or 6 hours to complete. Wang Zhong, surprised, 5 or 6 hours. Pavlov, 5 or 6 hours, this is still a conservative estimate. The enemy's new tanks are very troublesome to maintain. This is one, and the other is that our people find it strange that the enemy's new tanks are very heavy. For example, the heavy tank they call King Tiger weighs more than 70 tons. But after the evaluation of our maintenance engineers, the protection capabilities of Prozan's new tanks are far inferior to our tanks. Wang Zhong pretended to be surprised, is there such a thing? Pavlov, yes, the maintenance department estimates that the defense capability of the 70-ton King Tiger is about the same as that of the 40-ton Rokossovai. Vasily, really or not, where did they use the extra 30 tons? Is it the designer's belly? Wang Zhong, wasting tonnage is Prozan's tradition. Look at their battleships. Pavlov, in short, the enemy's new tanks are incredibly heavy and may even crush their own road wheels. The maintenance department believes that there is no need to worry too much about these tanks. As long as we equip our 100mm guns with better armor-piercing shells, we can deal with them perfectly. Wang Zhong, what the maintenance department said makes sense, but it still needs to be handed over to the rear for specific evaluation. So have we repaired these tanks? Can we get them on the train and send them back to Yebeo? Pavlov shook his head, most of the new tanks were burned, and the maintenance department is trying to find new tanks that have not been ignited. Wang Zhong, then let them look slowly. How are the preparations for today's attack? The troops reported that they are ready for the attack. Pavlov stopped, threw down the assessment report on the enemy's new tanks in his hand, and took out a stack of aerial photos from the table. According to aerial reconnaissance, the Prozan people may have added a relatively complete armored division. Wang Zhong frowned slightly, is the situation true? Indeed. If you don't believe it, look. Pavlov took out a photo and pushed it in front of Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong picked up the photo. In that photo, a train full of tanks was being unloaded. Wang Zhong, why didn't you send out Pei Tu to bomb him? We did, but the effect will have to wait for today's reconnaissance results to come out. September summary. I only updated 180,000 words in September, so I didn't feel comfortable asking for votes. Although it's October 1st today, I decided not to take a holiday and continue writing. So after each chapter update today, there will be a list of updated words and a request for votes. I beg everyone to give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. Maybe many people have already seen that in the rest of this volume, going home is a very important theme. The homeland is constantly being recovered, and people who were forced to leave their hometowns 2 years ago have returned to their hometowns, which have changed a lot. Many foreshadowings buried in previous volumes will be taken back, and many classic shots in the movie will also reappear in the book. Correspondingly, the enemy is marching in hardship, with no food or water and having to deal with air raids, cavalry harassment and air force strafing. Of course, the enemy's armored forces still have highlights. In the history of Kharkov in August, the armored forces of Sandzhi pushed back, and the armored forces of the Russians suffered heavy losses. This history will change here. The ordinary armored forces of the Russians still suffered heavy losses, but the troops that soon changed to the T-54 prototype will cause heavy losses to the enemy. I should be able to write here today, or tomorrow. Anyway, I'm asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Of course, you don't have to vote today, just wait and see my update attitude in the next few days. Anyway, just vote before the double bonus ends. That's all I want to say. Chapter 657 Armored Attack begins. Wang Zhong looked at the photo and fell into deep thought. Pavlov, you don't want to get on a plane and investigate for yourself right now, do you? Wang Zhong, but now this is the best way to find out the situation of the enemy's new armored forces as quickly as possible. I'm worried about our troops who are about to launch an attack today. Yegorov's First Mobile Army and Janmy Vasilieki's Melania's First Army are both mixed forces, facing there are still ways to counter enemy armored attacks. The 8th Guards Tank Corps, which also went on the offensive today, is relatively experienced. After all, it has the title of Guards. However, the 55th Tank Corps that will attack today is a new unit that has just come up from behind, and only 15% of its people have experience. What if this army encounters an enemy counterattack? The location of the enemy's new unit has been determined. Pavlov, you can't change today's offensive deployment unless you tell the 55th Army not to attack. What are you going to tell the boys of the 55th Army? Could it be that I have discovered the enemy's armored forces are gathering, and if you can't fight them, you will be sent away? What a huge blow to morale. You are the star of victory, they worship you and look up to you. Wang Zhong, but they will live. After encountering the enemy's armored forces head-on, many of them will still be alive, and those who survive will become experienced veterans. Pavlov also waved his hand to strengthen his momentum, and you should have been used to this kind of thing long ago. Didn't you? You were never soft-hearted last winter at Abawahan. Wang Zhong, that's because we can't defend Abawahan if we don't do this. It's the same now. Someone has to wear down the enemy's armored forces. Is it possible to wait until they run out of motorcycles on the grassland? Pavlov said decisively. At this time, Vasily came in with 2 unfamiliar officers. He obviously heard the argument just now. As soon as he came in, he said loudly, maybe there is no need to waste human lives to consume the enemy's armored forces. Wang Zhong turned back fiercely, what did you say? Vasily took a step aside, these are the brigade commander Fyodor and the chaplains Hilin of the 3rd Guards Tank Brigade who have just arrived. Their brigade is all equipped with new tanks, the type of Jarhead that has not yet been named. Wang Zhong was overjoyed, another brigade. Fyodor saluted Wang Zhong, yes, General, the 41 new tanks that have just rolled off the production line have been equipped for our brigade. In addition, I also bring good news. The production of new tanks has increased to 2 per day, 1 you can arm a brigade and a half in a month. Wang Zhong was very happy, it's great that you are here. The brigade that participated in the battle before encountered the enemy's No. 6 heavy tank unit head-on and suffered heavy losses. Our maintenance capabilities are not good, especially the ability to repair new tanks. Now that brigade's still in a disabled state. But the enemy now has a complete tank division, which may assault us when our offensive begins, and it is expected that the enemy will bypass our vortex troops and directly attack the assaulting armored forces. Fyodor, that's great, leave it to us. Wang Zhong, has your troops finished unloading their trucks? It's done, General. Then you return to the army immediately and reinforce the 55th Army. This army has no combat experience, and 80% of the vehicle crews have only 60 hours of driving time. They are all new recruits. Brigadier Pfeiffer said with a serious expression, they will suffer heavy losses when encountering Prasen's armored forces. Wang Zhong, so I need you to step up. They are about to launch an attack. If you leave now, you can join them at night. After speaking, Wang Zhong patted the brigade commander on the shoulder. Clear. After finishing speaking, Pfeiffer was about to turn around, but was stopped by Wang Zhong, wait a minute, we have a tradition here that generals who are ordered to go to the front line must eat some hot food before leaving. I know, it's a no-brainer. Only a few who are very lucky can survive now. Fyodor looked eager to try, they say that surviving means passing the test and becoming your angel. Wang Zhongzin thought, I've had enough. Although it's a world with miracles, didn't I agree that the secularists don't believe in it? Why is one more superstitious than the other? Be my angel? My only angel now is Ludmila. But seeing Pfeiffer's excitement, Wang Zhong couldn't put down his interest. Unexpectedly, Fyodor said again, General Yegorov escaped death many times in Ababahan and has become your angel. Wang Zhong couldn't hold it back and said, he? Angel? No, 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 he looks like a bear, he doesn't look like an angel. Pavlov laughed, he's like a druid in human form. Fighter, that's good too. Wang Zhongzin said as long as you are happy, he gestured to Vasily, take the two of you to dinner. On the same day, at 0600 hours, the 3rd Battalion of the 38th Tank Brigade of the 55th Army attacked the starting point. Lieutenant Alexander Fardin was about to leave the battalion headquarters when he was stopped by the battalion commander. Battalion commander, I heard that you are the only one among this batch of trainees who graduated as a lieutenant? The colonel who selected you is a one-armed man, right? How did you impress him? Alexander was very surprised. How do you know that the one who selected us is a one-armed man? Because he was the old brigade commander of the last army I was in, and he returned to work as a selector after his hand was broken. He was very strict. How did you get him to give you the rank of lieutenant as an exception? Lieutenant Alexander, I fired 3 shots while driving a tank and hit all 3 hits, so I was given the lieutenant title. The battalion commander's eyes widened, shooting on the move. There is no such subject, right? Both T-34 and T-34W only have very simple stabilizers, and it is basically impossible to shoot while moving. Lieutenant Alexander, the tank we tested is the old T-34. I personally served as the gunner and fired. I fired in accordance with the vibration of the muzzle. As long as the timing is right, I can hit it. Succabuli. The battalion commander expressed his feelings with these words, okay, let the Pulosan people have a taste of your power. Lieutenant Alexander, no, the T-34W uses a 3-person turret. I can't shoot it myself, so I should still stop shooting. Anything is fine. The battalion commander waved his hand, go ahead and look forward to your performance. Lieutenant Alexander saluted, turned, and left the battalion headquarters, running towards his tank. Everyone who just had the meeting has returned to the crew and is explaining the battle plan to the crew members and where to rendezvous after abandoning the car. Now the Ant Army Armored Forces will set up vehicle abandonment assembly points, requiring all tankers to find a way to return to the assembly point after abandoning their vehicles, instead of the tankers abandoning their vehicles and becoming infantry to continue to fight against the Prosens of Te Niang. This is also a change spurred by the military reforms advocated by Rokosov, and the Ant forces have become more focused on technical arms. Alexander returned to his vehicle crew, okay, assemble. Listen carefully, if you abandon the vehicle during the battle, you have to return to Wosanka by yourself. The brigade's containment force will be waiting for you there, and then you will form a group with the others. New crew, keep fighting. Understand? No matter who is missing, we have to go to Wosanka. I understand, Lieutenant. The driver Kayulin said on behalf of everyone. Final check. Have you brought the ammunition and fuel? And water? The weather is so hot today. You will definitely sweat a lot in a day of fighting, so you need a lot of water. Don't faint from heat stroke in the tank. Lieutenant Alexander especially improved volume. This is taught by the instructors in the tank school. The gunner picked up the gasoline barrel at his feet. I got a few barrels like this, rinsed them and filled them with water. Although there is still a smell of oil, just bear with it. Very good. Alexander waved, get in the car. Not long after boarding the bus, flares rose into the sky. Lieutenant Alexander Fardin picked up the radio receiver, Tayulin, move forward. At the same time as he gave the order, other vehicles were also started. The armored battalion, which had been lined up in battle formation, crossed the straw fence blocking the front and galloped on the fields of Hazalaya. Then, as if they had made an appointment long ago, the IL-2 attack aircraft forming an attack formation flew over the tank brigade. Someone was saying on the radio, I heard that this kind of aircraft is now used professionally for this purpose. It was requested by General Rokosov. Yes, I've heard that too. Pilots think this kind of aircraft is difficult to use. The cannon has no sights and it's difficult to hit targets on the ground. And because it can't dive at a large angle, the hit rate of rockets and bombs is also poor. It's really fake, but it looks very majestic. It's a great morale booster when it passes overhead. While the discussion was going on the radio, a second wave of air units passed over the tanks. Lieutenant Alexander raised his head and suddenly found a large number of parallel white lines higher in the sky. Other crews also noticed, what is that white line at high altitude? Don't you understand? That's a heavy bomber from the Air Force. It seems to be a B-25 or B-26 supported by the United States. They should be going to bomb Shepatovka. Speaking of Shepatovka, I remember where Pietro came from, right? Pietro is one of the few commanders in the battalion who has combat experience. It is said that he has been fighting for 2 years. Why doesn't Pietro say anything? Tell us what kind of place Shepatovka is. Yes. Logically speaking, the battalion commander and the priest should stop such chatter, but now they both have a tacit understanding and remain silent. Finally, Petro's voice appeared on the radio. Shepatovka is a very beautiful city. It was once very beautiful. There is the largest train dispatching yard in Hazalaya, and there is also the first church set up there. The tractor factory, and later the Shepatovka tank factory, where the T-34 was developed. Immediately the radio was filled with complaints. Who told you to say this? That's right. Tell us what we want to hear, such as what's delicious and how about the girl. Pietro, I don't know. Many girls were evacuated when we retreated. When the tanks drove out of the city, I suddenly saw the corpses of many girls lined up neatly on the roadside. Prosan Air raided the evacuated convoy. The corpses of the girls were gathered together and buried on the spot. There was radio silence. Alexander sighed and picked up one of his headphones so he could hear the roar of the engine. Chapter 658 Encounter. Troops of the 55th Tank Corps quickly passed through the village of Vasanka, which was intended to be the assembly point for tank crews. The Plosin army defending the village paid no attention to the passing tank troops and did not even fire their anti-tank guns. If Prosen's observation post hadn't been keeping an eye on it, the 55th Army might have thought that the village had been abandoned and sent accompanying infantry to occupy it. Now that the Plosin garrison was discovered, the village was naturally handed over to the follow-up infantry troops. According to the plan, the infantry will capture this small village at noon on the 25th. After passing through Vasanka, the 55th Army went straight to Pochiv. According to prior investigation, the troops defending here are the 1st Section of the 332nd Infantry Division and the 11th Armored Division Motorized Reconnaissance Battalion, and there may be an Assault Artillery Battalion. Even if this Assault Artillery Battalion is present, the weak force is not enough to stop the 55th Tank Corps. After all, the degree of integration of ANT's tank units has been greatly improved. In addition to the 3 armored brigades, the 55th Army has also integrated many infantry and self-propelled artillery units. It is far from the tofu tanks when the war just started a few years ago. Military. Although most of the tank crews of the 55th Army have no combat experience. Alexander's battalion encountered an enemy assault artillery battalion north of Pochayev at noon on the 25th. 5 minutes before encountering the enemy, all the hatches of the Alexander were open, and the loader simply got out of the turret and stood on the tank's radiator grill with the infantry. The driver Kyulin was shouting, "Can you please stop sitting on the grill? Isn't it hot? Someone sit in front of the tank. It's such a hot day, you are almost overheating the tank engine." The gunner smiled and said, "You should thank the infantry brothers for blocking the direct sunlight. If the infantry brothers get out of the way, maybe your engine will be hotter." "What about my engine? It's like you don't want to ride in this tank." Just as Alexander was about to join the conversation, he heard someone shouting on the radio, "Semyon, Semyon! Why is your tank smoking?" Immediately, Semyon's cursing voice penetrated Alexander's ears, "Damn it! It's too hot. The oil is on fire. I have to stop to put out the fire. You go first." As soon as he finished speaking, someone reported again, "My gearbox seems to be stuck, maintenance camp." "Where is the maintenance camp? Don't make any noise. We are troubleshooting car number 404. Stop where you are and see if you can solve it yourself," said the radio operator of the maintenance camp. After all, the maintenance camp has a lower battle damage rate than the armored force and has more veterans. Some veterans were transferred to the maintenance camp after being disabled on the battlefield. The battalion commander's voice came immediately after the veterans of the maintenance camp. Each vehicle reported the situation. "I'll confirm how many people broke down." So everyone on the radio started counting. A few minutes later, the battalion commander's staggering voice came through the radio, "There are only 12 T-34s left running. This failure rate is a bit high. We haven't encountered a battle yet." As if echoing the battalion commander's words, suddenly a light flashed across Alexander's field of vision. Alexander, who was on the battlefield for the first time, was in a state of shock and did not realize what the light was. Veteran Pietro shouted on the radio, "Armor-piercing bullet. The enemy missed the target. We were ambushed." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Alexander patted the top of the turret, "Prepare for battle, prepare for battle." The gunner retracted into the turret first, and the loader followed immediately, sliding into the turret like an acrobatic, but ended up touching his buttocks while drilling. "Ouch!" he shouted, and his movement into the turret was interrupted. The gunner shouted, "Don't stop. Your fucking ass is dangling in front of me now. Loader, don't rush. My shit is about to be knocked out." Alexander forced the loader into the turret, "Then you just pull it into the turret." The driver and the electromechanical crew both screamed in horror, "Don't. If you guys in the turret pull out, they will fall to the floor of the carriage, and it will be us who get the stink. Loader, you might as well worry about the shells on the floor being wet with shit. In anticipation of a long battle, Alexander's tanks were packed with extra shells, which were all piled on the floor of the tank body. While they, a group of inexperienced recruits, were struggling, more than a dozen armor-piercing bullets flew in. Two T-34Ws were hit by bullets and caught fire. One of them burned for a minute before a big explosion occurred, and parts of the turret and people flew high into the air. Alexander stared at the turret spinning in the air with wide eyes. He suddenly realized that sending more shells seemed to be a bad idea. When his car exploded, the turret would probably fly higher than everyone else. The radio was already buzzing with sakas and someone was screaming, "Where are the enemies? I can't see anything but the smoke from the fire. It's the enemy's new tank destroyer. It's a new tank destroyer." The battalion commander was also shouting, "Don't panic. According to the intelligence, it may be the enemy's assault gun battalion that is attacking us. Proson's assault gun is not as low as our destroyer, so you can definitely see it." "Pietro, no, we should fire smoke bombs in the direction of the smoke from the fire." After all, the battalion commander had not been involved in the war for as long as Captain Pietro. As soon as he heard Pietro's suggestion, he immediately changed his order, "Load smoke bombs on all vehicles. Fire them in the direction where I am firing." Immediately afterwards, the battalion commander's command vehicle opened fire first, and a smoke grenade exploded in the direction of the enemy's armor-piercing projectile. Pietro's car also opened fire, and a second cloud of smoke exploded not far from the first. The Proson's armor-piercing shells passed through the smoke and continued to fire. "Alexander, smoke grenade loading. Turn the turret 30 degrees to the left." The loader complained loudly, "How to load the smoke grenade? I don't think this thing is used, it is not placed in a convenient position. Wait a minute and let me look for it. Damn it, there is no light in the tank. I can't see it. Where are the smoke bombs? Gunner, don't worry about it for now. It's enough to install a high explosive bomb. If I hit it on the ground and explode the dirt, it's still smoke." "Found it." The loader interrupted the gunner, "Load the smoke grenade." The gunner fires immediately. Alexander saw his tank smoke grenade getting into the wall of smoke that had formed, and he didn't know if it had any effect. A new order came, everyone turn 30 degrees to the left, without adjusting the formation, and advance towards the enemy's assault gun position. Proson's assault gun is not as maneuverable as ours, and it is different from the Vortex. They can't escape. Alexander repeated the battalion commander's order, "Kayulin, driver, turn 30 degrees to the left. Rush towards the wall of smoke. Behind is Proson's assault gun position." "Okay." T-34 turned immediately, and the violent bumps during the turning process caused everyone in the car to bump their heads. After completing the turn, Alexander heard the roar of the engine and the scream of the gearbox. "Alexander, the sound of the gearbox is wrong." "Kayulin, what are you doing?" "I'm squeezing its last potential." "Don't worry about the commander, the loyal tank will not break down at this time." At this time, the entire tank battalion formed in oblique formation and charged toward the smoke wall in a mighty manner. Alexander's tank rushed into the smoke and bumped violently not long after driving. Two infantrymen who had lost their grip fell directly from the tank. The corporal leading the team slapped Alexander on the shoulder, "My man fell. Alexander, how could I stop the car in the smoke? What if the tank behind didn't see us hitting us? The person who fell in can only ask for luck." The infantry corporal cursed, "Sukabu." After advancing through the smoke for another minute, Alexander's vision suddenly opened up. His sharp eyes saw an assault gun covered with camouflaged grass, and he shouted, "Turn the turret 5 degrees to the left, the enemy assault gun. That grass is the assault gun. Load armor-piercing shells." "Loader, loading completed." The gunner shouted fire while pressing the firing button on the sole of his foot. The main gun spewed out a cloud of smoke, and the armor-piercing projectile turned into a ball of light and hit the haystack. A second later, several people jumped out of the haystack. It was obvious that the gun just penetrated the armor of the assault gun. Commander Prosen issued an order, got the order to abandon the car. "Alexander, hit." "We hit." "The enemy abandoned the vehicle." "Gunner, should we keep attacking this vehicle to make sure it catches fire?" "Alexander, no. Turn the turret 15 degrees to the right, new target. We will control the battlefield. Even if this thing doesn't catch fire, the Prosenians will have no chance to repair it." "Loader, armor-piercing bullet, okay." The gunner did not wait for Alexander's order and fired directly. As a result, this time the shell was directly deflected. "Reload." At the same time as Alexander shouted, the enemy fired back. The armor-piercing bullet hit the side of Alexander's car, slid over the body of the car, and flew into the air. The first round of shooting with the second target, both sides scratched each other's paint. "Loader, Armor-piercing projectile, over. The gunner opened fire immediately, and Alexander saw the ball of light flying past and hitting the grass ball. The next moment, the grass ball was on fire. A Prussian tanker got out of the grass ball and rolled on the ground to put out the fire. At this time, the infantrymen on the back of the tank remembered that they should attack the Prussian tanker, who jumped out of the vehicle, and started shooting with wave sand. Alexander patted the corporal on the shoulder. "Papasa can't shoot accurately from such a distance. You guys use anti-aircraft machine guns?" "Corporal, yes." He then leveled the anti-aircraft machine gun, grabbed the handle at the end, and fired at the burning Prussian assault gun. "Loader, armor-piercing bullet, okay. Gunner, commander, indicate the target." Alexander then ordered, "Turn the turret 5 degrees to the right, enemy half-track vehicle. Load high explosive shells." "Wait a minute, I'll take out the shells right now." The loader replied. "It's too late, I'll fire first." The gunner said and opened fire. The armor-piercing round hit the half-track, but did not explode. Instead, it penetrated and hit the ground behind the half-track. Then the half-track spewed fire. "Alexander, okay. Next target dash." Suddenly an exclamation came over the radio, "Enemy tanks. Enemy tanks have appeared." I didn't expect to be ganked by the classmates again. I drank much more at the class reunion than when I was with my dad, and my head was buzzing. After all, these were classmates I hadn't seen for a long time. I tried but couldn't code. I had already vomited and went to sleep. Chapter 659, The Proson Armor and #039, S Glory Remains. Alexander Faden immediately looked for the Proson tank. Before he found it, a friendly tank in front of him exploded violently. Alexander was attracted by the explosion, and when he turned his eyes, some fragments blew off his tank soldier's soft hat. "What the hell?" He raised his hand and touched his head, and found that a large piece of hair was shaved off, and his scalp was probably scratched, and his hand felt sticky. He soon knew what the sticky thing was, because blood flowed down his forehead, onto his eyebrows, and then into his eyes. Alexander blinked, and half of his vision was dyed red. He wiped his eyes immediately, but before he wiped the blood off, his face was illuminated by the fire again. The T-34 on the left exploded, and the turret was blown away. Veteran Pietro shouted on the radio, "The Proson elite armored forces are here. Smoke, keep on smoking. First cut off the line of sight of the Proson armored forces and get rid of their assault guns. Our main guns can't penetrate the front of the long-barreled number 4 at a long distance. We have to find a way to get close, or attack the enemy's side. Fire smoke bombs." Pietro's voice stopped abruptly. The battalion commander was shouting, "Pietro! Pietro, speak up." Lieutenant Alexander vaguely realized that this time, veteran Pietro probably couldn't dodge. He decisively decided to execute Pietro's last order even though Pietro was only a non-commissioned officer and he was a lieutenant. "Alexander, fire smoke bombs. Cover the enemy tank's vision, rush up and attack the side. We are more mobile than them." The main gun opened fire before the voice fell, and the shells flew far away, hitting the ground, exploding white cotton like smoke. However, just one smoke bomb was not enough to block the vision of Proson's tank soldiers. More shells were fired, and the T-34 group that was just bullying Proson's assault guns instantly became prey. Alexander was deeply shocked. As the most technically skilled person among the students of that period, he had always ignored the high quality of Proson's armored soldiers mentioned by the veterans, and now he finally saw it. Then, respect for the veterans came to him spontaneously. They were actually fighting such a powerful enemy. And now it seemed that they were going to push such a powerful enemy back. Alexander was dominated by a feeling of "I can't lose either," and he shouted, "Forward! Our predecessors drove the original T-34 to fight against such an enemy. Now we are driving the T-34W, we can't embarrass the anti-tank soldiers." In fact, Alexander overlooked one point. The predecessors drove the T-34 to fight against the short-barreled number 3 and number 4. In fact, the armor-piercing shells were superior, so they could still deal with the Proson tank soldiers with higher technical and tactical levels. Now the T-34W is already an outdated design, and it is at a disadvantage in the armor-piercing shells. It is really impossible to fight against the Proson tank soldiers with higher technical and tactical levels. At this time, the correct approach is to retreat by smoke. Although the tracks of the number 4 tank have been widened in recent years, the passing performance has not improved much. In addition, the long-barreled gun and armor have been replaced, and the mobility is even worse than that of the T-34W. After firing the smoke bomb and turning around to run, half of the crew in Alexander's battalion should be able to survive. But Alexander's shout of "forward" just now has the whole battalion and even the whole brigade excited. They fired smoke bombs continuously and stepped on the accelerator to advance at full speed to compete with the Prussian armored soldiers. Major General Adal Schultz, commander of the 8th Armored Division, commander of the Schultz Combat Group, and Armored Schultz, looked at the smoke in front and calmly ordered, "Everyone back up. The small slope behind us allows us to only expose the upper half of the vehicle body and shoot at them. The T-34W can't penetrate our front and turret." After the order was issued, the entire Plossen armored group began to retreat, as if they shared a brain. The small slope Adal Schultz mentioned was actually the 202.1 high ground. The Plossen people placed a small-scale infantry unit to establish a support point to support the assault gun battalion. The Plossen infantry had already leveled the ground, so the tank troops could reverse so smoothly to the back of the hillside. And the infantry units also prepared machine guns to deal with Ants' armored cavalry. The sound of the Ants' engine was getting closer. Adel held the radio receiver. "Attention. The enemy is going to emit smoke. Now every enemy tank has a radio, so we can't give them time to report." 5 seconds later, the first T-34 rushed out of the smoke. Before Adel could speak, it was hit by 2 shells and a huge fire ignited. There were only screams on the radio. Immediately, T-34s rushed out of the smoke one after another, turning into fireballs one after another. The radio was full of the joyful voices of the Prosan armored soldiers. "I have never seen such easy to deal with Ant armored soldiers. This unit must not have the title of guards. If it has the title of guards, it can at least scratch my paint." Alexander Faden climbed out of the turret, stepped on the air and rolled directly into the bushes. Just at this time, the enemy machine gun swept over, and the bullets hit the armor with a clanging sound. The infantrymen on the back of the tank had already jumped off, and now they were pulling Faden out of the dirt with their hands and feet. "Are you still alive, Comrade Lieutenant? My tank. Save my crew!" Faden shouted. "Hurry up and lay down smoke to save the crew," the corporal leading the infantry ordered. The infantrymen immediately threw out smoke bombs, climbed into the tank under the cover of smoke, and pulled out the tank crew members who didn't know whether they were alive or dead. The corporal took out the first aid kit and used the bandage roller inside to wrap it around Farding's head. While wrapping it, he muttered, "Lieutenant, please bear with me. I learned how to wrap bandages and sprinkle sulfa powder in first aid class. I'll give it to you later." "Find the medic." Alexander Fardin said angrily, "You should have sprinkled sulfonamide powder before putting on the bandage." "Ah. Oh yes, then I'll open it for you." "No, no, no, that's all." At this time, several infantrymen climbing on the tank came over. "There is not a single living person left." Fardin sighed, "The enemy penetrated us. Fortunately, the fuse of the artillery shell seems to have been damaged, otherwise I would have been trapped in it." He looked up at the tank and said, "There's no fire. Maybe it can still be driven. I'll go to the cockpit and try dash." "Corporal, don't go in there, Lieutenant. Can you drive a tank and fire a cannon by yourself?" "Fardin, at least I can hit it. The pilot of the Air Force told me that in an air battle, the plane is the pilot's last bullet. The same goes for tanks." Just as he was about to stand up, he was pushed back to the ground by the corporal with a strong right hand. "No, Lieutenant, you can't go up. You are different from us infantry. You should turn back and go to the tanker assembly area to form a new crew. Drive a new tank and fight the enemy again. Leave it to us here. We have rocket launchers. If the enemy tanks want to attack, we can give them a good look. They will never catch up with you, Lieutenant." The other infantryman nodded repeatedly, "Yes, Lieutenant. Leave it to us." Fardin glanced at the barrel behind the infantry and shook his head. "No, I can also shoot the barrel, and I can hit it more accurately than you. I have calculated the landing point of this barrel, and this thing can hit it from 300 meters. Here. I'm a jerk." The infantrymen looked at the corporal together. "Corporal, listen to the lieutenant and give him a bottle." So the big-headed soldier took a tube and handed it to Fardin. Fardin rushed out of the smoke with the tube and approached the Prosan tank under the cover of grass. Prosan's machine gun firepower did not detect him, but fired desperately at the T-34 that had just been hit and stopped to prevent the tank crew from jumping out of the vehicle. Fardin rushed forward 200 meters, squatted down and began to check the status of the rocket launcher. The corporal followed up, "Lieutenant. The enemy tanks are huddled behind the slope, with only one turret exposed. It's difficult to fight. Let's wait for the enemy to start advancing and then attack them sneakily. They are counter-attacking us, and they will definitely advance." Fardin didn't answer. He stood up and pointed the rocket launcher into the sky. The infantryman hurriedly avoided the tail of the rocket launcher. Although the tail flame had been treated so that it would not turn people into adults, it could still burn people. Fardin pulled the trigger, and the rocket launcher pulled out a parabola and hit the Prosan tank. It was difficult to see clearly the effect of the attack with the naked eye, so Fardin didn't care at all and just lay down to hide. Sure enough, the enemy's machine gun immediately swept over, and the 2 infantrymen who did not lie down in time were hit and fell to the grass. Fardin crawled under machine gun fire, grabbing the barrel from the fallen infantryman. When the machine gun fire turned to other places, he jumped up directly, without taking careful aim, he raised the rocket launcher and fired. The rocket arced in a parabola and hit another Procen tank. Fardin went down again, but this time the Procens fired back with grenades. At the moment of the explosion, Fardin's brain buzzed and he fainted. The last thing he heard was the corporal shouting, "Lieutenant!" Armored Schultz put down his binoculars with a satisfied smile on his face. Auntie's armored soldiers are still as weak. Without new tanks, they are nothing. My colleagues in Army Group South were beaten so badly because of the new tanks. It was the idiots in the Imperial Scientific Research Department who dragged down our glorious armored forces. The Chief of Staff of the battle group reminded in a low voice, "General, don't say this on the radio, be careful who listens." Many doctors in the Scientific Research Department are deeply trusted by His Majesty. Adelschauer snorted, but stopped criticizing the Imperial Scientific Research Department. After a brief silence, he said, "However, my colleagues in the Southern Army Group did a good job. At least they consumed all the enemy's new tanks. Now we can harvest the Ant armored forces so calmly." At this time, someone shouted on the radio, "Smoke! There is smoke in the distance again, it may be new armored units." "Attention everyone," Adele picked up the microphone, "stick to your position and rely on the advantageous terrain to annihilate the Ant armored forces. We will destroy as many as they come today." Lieutenant Fardin woke up and saw the corporal's bloody face at first sight. "What are you doing?" "Put me down." "No, I have to help you go to the assembly point, Lieutenant. You have hit 2 Procen tanks with rocket launchers and avenged your tank crew. Now you need to command other tank crews," the corporal said with difficulty. He moved his steps and forcibly helped Fardin move forward. Just as Fardin was about to speak, he heard the sound of an engine in the distance. "Wait a minute, listen. It's our tank." "Corporal, yes, so what? T-34W will be given away as much as you want. We want them to return." Fardin has woken up. "Quickly, stop these tanks and don't let them send them away." As soon as he finished speaking, a tank with a round pot head rushed into the field of vision. Lieutenant Fardin. Chapter 660. Lieutenant Alexander Fardin had seen a tank with a round turret, that is, the famous Rokosov Type 1. However, the turret of the Rokosov Type 1 was more like a turtle shell and not as round as the tank in front of him. The tank stopped in front of Lieutenant Fardin. Judging from the sound of the brakes, this thing was not as heavy as the Rokosov Type 1 and should be a medium tank. The hatch on the round turret opened, and the tank crew came out. "Lieutenant Decisively, do you need help? Our brigade's medical vehicle is right behind, you can see it if you walk around." "Lieutenant Fardin, in front of us is the enemy's ambush position, at Highland 202.1. The enemy tanks use the terrain and only expose the turret, which is very difficult to deal with." Jarhead's commander laughed. "Have you seen this 100mm gun? It's the same model as the Vortex. Currently, there is no tank in Procen that has a turret front that can withstand one shot of this thing." "Lieutenant Fardin, the enemy has a large number of long-barreled No-4s. I saw at least 20 of them." "Don't worry, Decisively, we have 31 of them. 10 more have broken down and we will catch up soon." "Thank you for the information, Lieutenant. Your mission is over. Leave it to us." After speaking, the commander on the turret saluted, then patted the top of the turret, "Forward." Fardin hurriedly got out of the way, and the new tank's engine roared, and the entire body of the vehicle rushed forward a few steps, and then turned into normal driving. Just looking at this power, it is stronger than T-34. As for the protective capabilities, the round head of Fardin's new tank was a little confused, but when he thought that the design of this tank should have been nodded by General Rokosov, his last worries disappeared. General Rokosov attaches great importance to the defensive capabilities of tanks and wants to keep tank soldiers alive, so the new medium tank's protective capabilities will not be worse than those of the T-34. While Lieutenant Fardin watched the tank leave, the corporal was counting, 12,345. "What are you counting?" Lieutenant Fardin asked doubtfully. "Wheels. This tank has 5 pairs of large road wheels, the same as the T-34. "Lieutenant Fardin, you don't want to say that the road wheels are the same as T-34, are they T-34? "No, of course I wouldn't say that, and the T-34's wheels are arranged very neatly. There is still a little distance between the front pair of wheels and the rear 4 wheels." At this time, more jarheads passed by, and Fardin also saw that the body length of the new tank was longer than that of the T-34, so the distance between the number 1 and number 2 road wheels was increased. In addition, the turret of the new tank is further back than the T-34, almost in the middle of the tank. The body of the new tank is lower than the T-34 and looks more compact. While Lieutenant Fardin was staring at the new tank, the infantryman sitting on the engine radiator cover was also staring at him. Someone shouted to him, "Lieutenant, don't worry. It is said that all tank soldiers will be able to drive new vehicles next year. It's going to take so long." Lieutenant Fardin shouted back, "How about you discuss it with the tanker, he comes down, and I replace him." The infantryman laughed. At this time, the infantry corporal said, "I think, Lieutenant, you can walk back to the assembly point by yourself, then I will join them on the spot." Fardin was shocked. "You traitor, don't leave. I won't allow you to leave me to fight. My feet suddenly hurt. I want help. I order you to help me." However, the corporal was already rushing toward the passing tank with the wave of sand in his hand. The infantrymen on the tank stretched out their hands and pulled him up. "Sukabu!" Lieutenant Fardin cursed. The corporal saluted Fardin from the tank. The infantrymen on other tanks didn't know what was going on, so they also saluted Lieutenant Fardin. A minute later, all the armored cavalrymen on the tank saluted Fardin without knowing why, as if he had accomplished some extraordinary feat. Fardin had no choice but to stand there and return the favor, watching the new tank drive towards the battlefield. After losing sight of the lieutenant, the infantryman on the pot cover asked the non-commissioned officer leading the team, "What happened to the lieutenant just now? Why did you salute him?" "I don't know. Maybe all his troops were wiped out and he is begging us for revenge, right? Anyway, just salute." The sergeant spread his hands. Armored Schultz held up his telescope and patiently observed the new smoke in the distance. "The speed of approach is very fast," he said. "It doesn't look like the enemy's heavy tank. I also thought that if I encounter the legendary Rokosov 1 heavy tank, I will study how to deal with it. The result is again T-34, it seems that Ant's support capabilities are not enough to support heavy tanks in sustained combat." The chief of staff responded on the radio, "Yes, according to the prisoners' confessions, Rokosov cancelled last year's practice of putting dozens or hundreds of heavy tanks in one unit, and instead organized the heavy tanks into an armored regiment of 21 vehicles. He believes that Ant's support capabilities can only support heavy tank activities of this scale." Adele Schultz nodded with satisfaction. "Rokosov is indeed a respectable opponent. Winning from him will be very valuable." As soon as he finished speaking, Adele saw the approaching Ant tank. He couldn't help but frown. This tank has never appeared in the identification manual. It is the enemy's new tank. In fact, battlefield identification is a very troublesome thing, especially at such a long distance. But the outline of the enemy tank was so different from the tanks Adele had encountered before that he could tell at a glance that it was a brand new tank. "Attention, everyone. The new enemy tanks that are about to be encountered may be the medium tanks reported before. It is said that they were completely destroyed in the battle with our Type 6 heavy tanks. In other words, the defense capability of this tank is not as strong as the legendary Rokosov Type 1. Don't worry too much, just aim and shoot." Adele Schultz paused, feeling that it was not enough to say so much, and then reminded, "For new tanks, you should aim at their traditional weaknesses, such as the driver's observation port, the driver's hatch, the machine gun port on the gun shield, etc. If it doesn't work, aim at the turret seam and jam the turret. Or use high explosive bombs to blow up the enemy's sights." The chief of staff reminded, "You don't need to issue such orders as the commander of the battle group. The company commanders of each company are veterans and will remind the tankers. There are many veterans in the Plossen armored forces, and what Adele just said is indeed a bit redundant. As the prestigious armored Schultz, how could he not know this? But he couldn't help but want to remind his subordinates, because these pot-covered tanks gave him a bad feeling. He asked the chief of staff, "Are you sure these medium tanks were completely destroyed by the Type 6 tank?" "Yes, the battle report said that the tanks were destroyed, but the remaining Type 6 tanks were also destroyed by the Ant armored cavalry that rushed to the front." Adelkon came down, "Are you saying that our heavy armored forces were destroyed? Then who controlled the battlefield in the end?" "It was the Ant people. The report said that the Ant infantry came up, so there was no one who could control the battlefield to repair the damaged Type 6 tank prototype." Adele took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. As a senior officer, he had long known the tricks that the headquarters would play in the battle report. Judging from the battle report of the headquarters, the result of the collision between the Type 6 heavy tank and the enemy's new medium tank should be a loss for both sides. A heavy tank and a medium tank collided and tied, which is not something to be happy about. "Adele, everyone pay attention, the enemy's new medium tanks may have performance beyond our imagination. All units should cooperate with infantry units and anti-tank artillery units to annihilate the enemy." Before he finished speaking, the first wave of shooting began. Adele immediately threw down the microphone and picked up the telescope to observe the effect of the attack. No anti-tank stopped moving forward, at least Adele Schultz did not see the anti-tank stop moving forward. The first wave of shooting did not penetrate the enemy's armor at all. However, The anti-people did not seem to see where the tanks of Schultz's battle group were. The situational awareness of anti-armored soldiers has always been poor. The second wave of artillery fire began. This time Adele kept holding the telescope, so he clearly saw the sparks of the long-barreled 50mm gun and the long-barreled 75mm gun on the enemy tank. Although the distance was still far, Adele had seen that someone was aiming at the enemy's gun shield and turret ring, but it seemed that there was no effect. It is said that the turret ring of the Rokosov 1 heavy tank is difficult to get stuck. It should be that the ants have adopted a special design to avoid being stuck by the Prosan armored soldiers with superb shooting skills all day long like last year. At this time, the enemy fought back. The sound of the gun firing made Adele's heart twitch violently. This sound looked like the 100mm gun on the enemy's new tank destroyer. Did the ants already regard the 100mm gun as standard equipment? A long tongue of fire spurted out of the turret hatch of the No. 4 tank. The tank crew, covered in flames, got out of the tank and rolled on the grass. The prepared infantry rushed over with buckets of water. The ant tank continued to shoot. Although it was not very accurate, as long as it hit, Prosan's tank would become a bright and hot torch. The after-effects of the 100mm gun after penetration were too strong, and there were few tanks that would not catch fire after being hit. This is just like the effect of Prosan's 88mm gun hitting the anti-tank at the beginning of the war. It will catch fire as soon as it hits, and it will burn to scrap. Even if the tanker can run out, he will have a large area of skin burned and cannot return to the front line for a while. The radio was full of screams from Prosan's tankers, which should be the desperate cries of the tankers who were set on fire because they did not have time to take out their tanks. Adele made a painful decision: release the smoke and abandon the position. Let the infantry and anti-tank guns consume the enemy. The chief of staff reminded, the enemy tanks have armored cavalry on their backs. The infantry may not be able to defeat them. We are not really giving up our positions completely. We just want to delay the enemy and create opportunities for outflanking. The enemy is all medium tanks, and the defense on the sides and back cannot be the same as the front. Hurry. Chapter 661, Pochayev recovers. As soon as Adele's order was given, someone on the radio was heard exclaiming, the enemy has rushed through the smoke. What? Adele quickly picked up the telescope, and sure enough he saw a pothead rushing through the smoke that had just been released. Obviously, the maneuverability of these jarheads exceeds that of T-34, and they gallop on the grassland like steel horses. Then the jarhead stopped under Adele's gaze. He thought he was going to stop shooting suddenly, but the infantryman on the vehicle got out of the car, and the tank stopped and fired, allowing other tanks to rush past. Could it be that there was a mechanical failure due to pushing too hard? Sukabu, the commander of the tank with tactical number 333 was cursing, why did it malfunction at this time? The Prosenians thought we were beaten. I don't know either. It sounds like the traditional shaft is broken. The driver said angrily. Gunner, I heard that the Rokosov I also likes to break the drive shaft. Do tanks with this new configuration have this problem? Loader, there must be traitors sabotaging production. The Inquisitor should be asked to shoot everyone who produces drive shafts. Commander, forget it, we are here as a fixed turret. He got out of the turret and said to the infantry on the vehicle, our transmission shaft is broken and we can't move. Now we are a fixed turret. You can get on other vehicles and rush to kill them. There must be infantry in other vehicles that have lost their numbers. Just go up and squeeze in. Okay. The sergeant commanding the squad waved his hand, get off the car. If we can get into other cars, we'll get on. If we can't, we'll attack on foot and kill the Prosen devils. The infantrymen jumped out of the car one by one and strode forward. Adele looked at the stopped jarhead. Because it stopped and became a fixed target, it was immediately targeted by several Prosen crews. As a result, under the continuous attack of armor-piercing shells, the ant tank crew fought back tenaciously 3 times. In the end, I don't know whether the turret seat ring was stuck or the sight was damaged. Anyway, the ant tank crew abandoned the vehicle. Before abandoning the vehicle, the commander also fired a smoke grenade, so Adele could not see the impact of the infantry machine gun fire PowerPoint. Obviously, the ant people are becoming more and more familiar with war, and they also have very good warriors. Prosan's technical and tactical advantages are decreasing. Adele felt very uncomfortable, but just as he was sighing, the voice of the chief of staff came over the radio, General. The enemy tanks are about to cross the mountain, and we are about to lose terrain cover. We cannot defeat them with our maneuverability. Adele picked up the microphone, I am Adele Schultz, all crew members driving the Panzer III tank, I order you to give up retreat and stop the enemy's offensive with impact. The enemy only has 30 vehicles, and we have the advantage in numbers. Yes, Adele would never have issued such an order in the past. He once taught his subordinates that the anti-tank driver's approach of ramming his car and killing both of them was commendable, but not worth learning. A qualified tank driver should use his firepower. Use artillery to destroy enemies. But now, impact is the only method Adele can think of. Use the lighter and faster number 3 tank to collide under the cover of smoke, forcing the enemy's new tank to stop, and then the long tube number 4 to go around the side and take care of the other tanks of the Enters. This is what was just born in Adele. Plan in mind. Even if there are only 7 or 8 number 4 long-barreled vehicles left, Adele is confident of destroying dozens of T-34Ws. The exact number depends on the inventory of artillery shells. It's not that Adele was arrogant. On the front of Army Group Center, his 8th Armored Division once achieved an exchange ratio of 5 to 200. Of course, that is the exchange ratio of the entire division's 27 long-barreled number 4 vehicles plus the same number of long-barreled number 3 vehicles, but people sometimes overlook some key details intentionally or unintentionally. Adele believed that his division could replicate the success of Army Group Center, provided that all Panzer III tanks were sacrificed to stop the enemy's scurrying new tanks. Ants sighed. The enemy wants to hit us. The brigade commander shouted on the radio, "Everyone, attention, stop. Stop. Shoot the enemy where he is, don't let them hit us." "Brigadier. We only have one reverse gear, and the maximum reverse speed is only 4 km per hour. The brigade commander was silent. Because he was basically rushing around during training, he really forgot that there was only one reverse gear. After a brief silence, the brigade commander cursed, "Sukabu. Isn't this just a close battle? The infantry on our backs have tubes, we're afraid. Come on." 15 minutes later, Adele realized that he had made a big mistake. Ant's tank has armored cavalry, and the armored cavalry wields that new anti-tank weapon, which is very effective against the armor of the Panzer III tank. After the number 3 tank approaches the jarhead, it has to take a round of infantry firepower first, and usually it will just lie down. After 15 minutes of exchange, the number 3 tank had been completely destroyed, but jarhead was still jumping around. Although the remaining number 4 long tubes took the time to go around, they did not have time to destroy several jarheads. My plan was completely ruined. The Ant infantry even jumped off the tanks and began to clean up the infantry units of the 332nd Division. The 332nd Division is relatively low in the Plosin organization system and is full of miscellaneous fish. It cannot defeat the cloaked Ant guards at all. In fact, when he was in Army Group Center, Adele discovered that the infantry divisions after the 8th wave would only be ravaged when they encountered Ant's cloaked infantry. In fact, this is similar to the situation at the beginning of the war. At that time, the Plosin infantry was a veteran, and the anti-infantry were all rookies. A Plosin veteran could calmly kill 7 or 8 anti-infantry and survive. Now it is the experienced Cape Guards who slaughter the Plosin infantry, and because the anti-guards either use PPSH or the more terrible thread cutter, the Plosin recruits die in large numbers and quickly. Adele saw that the morale of the 332nd Division infantry collapsed, and they broke away from their positions and began to run back. At this time, he suddenly heard the sound of machine guns shooting next to him. Turning his head, he saw that it was the machine guns of the military police, and the target of the shooting was the 332nd Division infantry who fled from the battlefield. Adele hesitated for a moment, did not speak, but continued to pay attention to his troops being chased by the pot-covered tanks. The less than 100 tanks in his hands were the last remaining strength of the entire 48th Armored Corps. The Central Army Group controlled most of the battlefields where tanks were fighting. A certain number of tanks should be able to be repaired from the battlefield tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but these tanks will not be delivered to Shepatovka until at least the day after tomorrow. Adele realized something very serious. After the Schultz battle group under his command was killed, there was no organized armored force on the entire defense line that could stop the Ants. His scalp was numb. I don't know how many armored units the Ants still have. If the Ants still have more than 100 tanks, the battlefield might collapse. After all, there is only one first-wave infantry division to resist Rokossov's Hazaria front, and the rest are all troops of the quality of the 332nd Division. The stronger Greyhound Division is resisting the Shepatovka front in the east. Disaster is about to befall the Southern Army Group. Adele Schultz shouted, "Sign Alman. Send a telegram to the Southern Army Group headquarters immediately. The situation here is very bad. The front line is in danger of collapse. The original plan is no longer applicable. We need to mobilize strong and useful troops to stop Rokossov." "Yes." At the same time as the Sign Alman answered, the Chief of Staff reminded, "General, you can't use plain language to explain such an important thing on the radio. You can send a messenger." "Adele, look at the battle situation. The enemy is about to rush to me. It's too late if I don't send a telegram." After speaking, Adele threw down the radio microphone and ordered his command tank on the intercom, the enemy's pot-covered head in front of the target dash. "General," the gunner reminded, "the command tank only has a short-barreled 50 gun, We can only scratch the enemy's paint. Adele was stunned for a moment before realizing that the gunner was right. The pot-covered head had already rushed over. The commander of the turret, Anti, turned the anti-aircraft machine gun towards Adele and shouted, "Surrender your weapons and we will not kill you." Pochayev village, the headquarters of the 332nd Infantry Division of Prosan. Only one regiment of the 332nd Division and its affiliated troops defended Pochayev and the surrounding areas, but the headquarters of this division was always placed here. Next to the headquarters was the garrison of the 11th Armored Reconnaissance Battalion. The motorized armored reconnaissance troops were also elite infantry, and together with the divisional guards, they built a fairly solid position. But everyone knew that such a position was not enough to stop Anti's attacking force. The commander of the 332nd Division placed his hope of defending Pochayev on the Schultz group that launched a counterattack against the anti-people through the right wing of the position. According to general experience, where the Prosan armored forces launched a counterattack, Anti's attack would at least be delayed. Previously in Oboyang, the encirclement of the ants was almost ruined by the Prosan armored forces, but unfortunately the Prosan armored forces were exhausted in the end, and the enemy had some armored forces left. So the Southern Army group had to retreat to Shepatovka. On the other hand, as long as the armored forces were not exhausted, the ants could not advance smoothly. The commander of the 332nd Division personally went to the observation post of the outer position to watch the Schultz group launch a counterattack. The group had at least 70 tanks. Although a considerable number of them used the Type 3 tank with a 50 mm gun, it was still a very powerful armored force. Such an armored force would definitely kill a large number of ants until the Southern Army group could mobilize reinforcements. The commander of the 332nd Division knew that the Southern Army group was retreating, but he was full of confidence that he had to hold the line of defense before he could retreat calmly. In short, everything was left to the armored forces. The 332nd Division only needed to use machine guns to eliminate some ant infantry to complete the task. The commander thought so. So when the observation post reported that the enemy armored forces appeared outside the village, he did not believe it. Then the 76 mm self-propelled artillery accompanied by the anti-armored forces began to bombard the village. The chief of staff asked, "What should we do now, General?" The commander of the 332nd Division straightened his uniform, "Give me a submachine gun. The Empire needs everyone to do their duty." At 2200 that day, Pochayev was liberated. Of course, from the perspective of the Prosan people, this is called a loss. Chapter 662, The Steps of Liberation. Headquarters of Army Group South in Plassen. General Erich von Schippling rubbed his eyes and said, "Damn it, now I wonder if Marshal Grun knew that the situation would be so bad," so he hurriedly handed over the commander to me. Colonel Fischer, his old subordinate who was transferred from the Marina fortress, replied, "That is certainly true. However, our situation was not desperate yet. The Greyhound Division successfully delayed the enemy's Shepatovka front's offensive. That's because Army Group Center is cooperating with us and putting considerable pressure on the Ant-Shepatovka front." General Shiplin looked at the map. Fortunately, Army Group Center blocked General Gorky's offensive. If the center line collapsed, well, the situation is unimaginable. "How many troops have we left now?" The Chief of Staff left by Marshal Grun immediately replied, 20% of the troops have reported arriving at the Tiber River. Shippling, 5 days, 20%. General, with such a long distance and the constant harassment of enemy cavalry, so many are not bad. The Chief of Staff defended. "I know." General Shippling waved his hand, "I don't mean to blame you. How long will it take for these troops to join the Tiber River defense line?" The ministries reported that it would take about a week to gather the troops. Soldiers in many units were separated during the long retreat, or they may have been wiped out by the cavalry. General Shiplin, tell them there is no need to rush. Rokhassov will not be able to launch an attack so quickly after eating Shepatovka. Let them carefully confirm how many people are missing and try to return the veterans to their original positions as much as possible. Establishment. We may not be able to get additional troops before Rokhassov attacks the Tiber River defense line. At this time, it is very important to maintain the organizational integrity of the original troops. General Shippling was well aware of the speed at which Prosan was replenishing troops to the front. By September, each division would be able to recruit a battalion of new recruits. He will most likely use these troops to defend the Tiber River. Fischer asked, "What about the remaining 80% of the troops?" No, 80% of the troops have not reached the Tiber River, but they are already on the road, and have been on the road for 5 days. Look at Shepatovka outside. In addition to the troops at the rear and our headquarters, there are also how many troops? No more. Fischer, that's true. I see that even the anti-aircraft artillery regiments protecting the railway station have been withdrawn. The engineers are loading explosives on the remaining anti-aircraft guns. As soon as he finished speaking, there were continuous explosions outside. Fisher, this should be the engineers blowing up the anti-aircraft guns and the locomotives in the train station. General Shiplin, if we can blow up everything, our destruction of Shepatovka will be transformed into future advantages. The later Rokosov restores the functions of Shepatovka, the more we build on the Tiber River the longer the defense line lasts. Suddenly, there was a fierce exchange of fire outside. General Shipling asked, "What's going on?" The staff officers who were burning documents in the room looked at each other, no one knew. At this time, a captain came in from the door and saluted General Shiplin. "General, the guerrillas are preventing us from blowing up the Shepatovka textile factory, and the textile workers have also organized themselves." General Shipling, "We kept the fire-breathing tanks just for this moment. We dispatched the fire-breathing tank troops and burned the factory buildings and the ants to ashes. Not a single textile machine or a piece of cotton yarn was left to the ants." "Yes." The captain saluted again, turned and left. Fisher asked worriedly, "Is this going too far? What if the ants counterattack into the empire and do what we have done again?" General Shipling looked at Fisher. "Have you forgotten what happened when the invasion just started? Do you think that now that we are pretending to be kind to the ant people, they will give up revenge? No, they won't. It's better to be cruel and destroy their production as much as possible and slow down the rhythm of their attack." At this time, the communications staff came in with a telegram. "Report, we just received a telegram from the Schultz battle group. General Adele Schultz believes that a collapse is about to happen, and we should make plans in advance." Crash. Shipling took the telegram and frowned as he looked at the text on it. "Is there no error in the decoding?" "No, the settings of the Enigma machine are completely correct and there is no way it can go wrong." Shipling asked again, "Can I contact Adele Schultz?" "No, by the way, we also lost contact with the 332nd Division. Most of the troops near Pochayev did not respond to our call." Shiplin's face became elongated. "Pochayev was lost, Battle Group Schultz was destroyed, and the defense line was destroyed. It was too fast, Rokosov came too fast." "Fisher, if you stay to deal with the rebel troops now, does that mean you have been abandoned?" Shiplin shook his head. "No, the situation has changed. All troops have given up their current tasks, including military police, engineers, and Spitfire tank troops, and have all begun to retreat. Rokosov will not wait for us, his troops will use as fast as possible." He thrust into Araki, and the Schultz battle group was wiped out, and nothing could stop him. As he spoke, Shipling looked at the staff officers who were still burning the documents. "Don't burn them either. Let the engineers light the fire. Whether they can be completely destroyed depends on luck. Retreat immediately. Fisher, there is a Junkers plane waiting at the airport. We can take that one." Shipling shook his head. "I left by plane, and everything was in chaos down there." "No, I left by bucket truck." "The enemy's cavalry. The enemy's cavalry has been galloping and killing on the grassland for 5 days, and their swords should be blunt. Now there is no need to worry about their cavalry." Shiplin stopped and looked at the long road leading to the Tiber River on the map. "Hunger and thirst are the biggest enemies of the soldiers. It is unrealistic to provide supplies to all of us, but when our barrel trucks pass by, they will at least know that they have not been abandoned." After a short silence, Shiplin said to Fisher, "This is very important. Whether we can defend the Tiber River and Exakov depends on this. Without morale, even the most experienced soldiers cannot exert their combat effectiveness. Fisher, put yourself in danger just for this." "Yes, Rokosov did this. He risked his life again and again to turn the tide. I think an outstanding general should know how to learn from the enemy's excellence." General Shiplin paused and repeated as if to convince himself, "Learn from the enemy's excellence." "Yes, excellence." When he said this, the gunfire outside became more and more intense, as if the city could not wait for liberation to come, and could not wait to liberate itself. Chapter 663. The atmosphere at the front headquarters is quite relaxed. July 27, 10 p.m., Kozalia 1st Front Headquarters. Because the front headquarters is too far from the front line, Wang Zhong and Pavlov are discussing the location of the new headquarters. "Wang Zhong, I want to put it in Araki. We used one division to resist the enemy's entire armored assault group and were bullied terribly. Now setting up the headquarters here will be very ceremonial." He looked at Popov. "We need the sense of ceremony, right?" Popov, "No, now even the most die-hard surrenderists have recognized the situation clearly. We all know that the final victory is only a matter of time. In fact, many people in our front think that you will enter Prosinia with the help of General Winter by the end of this year." "Wang Zhong, why do you emphasize the help of General Winter?" Popov spread his hands. "Every time you achieve major results in Winter, some old people have already said that you are the incarnation of General Winter and the guardian of Winter. The Malonians even call you the wild hunt that comes with the north wind. You know the wild hunt, right?" Wang Zhong thought to himself, I know too much. In the whole game of The Witcher 3, I compete with the Wild Hunt to find my daughter and occasionally play Gwent. But he pretended that he was not particularly familiar with Melania's culture, so he said, I don't know, what is this? A festival like the Natum festival? No, it's probably equivalent to the Ragnarok of the Melania people. The Wild Hunt will bring extreme cold and destroy the world. Now they think you are the Wild Hunt, who will bring extreme cold to destroy Prosan and let Melania be reborn. Wang Zhong's eyebrows twisted together, do they really think so? Only some of Melania's soldiers think so. After all, there are less than half of secular believers in Melania's troops, and they are all relatively superstitious troops in our entire army. Wang Zhong did not think that there was anything wrong with Archbishop Popov's sharp comment that the Melania people were very superstitious. Popov continued, in short, there is no need to have this kind of ritual now. I'm afraid even the Prosan people know that they are about to fail. So I oppose setting up the headquarters in a frontline place like Araki. Pavlov clapped his hands happily, good. Now it's 2-1, even you can't ignore our opinions. Wang Zhong shrugged. Pavlov added, after we recover Iksukov and push the front to the Tiber River, we will set up the headquarters directly in your old house in Iksukov. This will be more ceremonial, isn't it? That makes sense. Wang Zhong suddenly felt nostalgic. He put his hands behind his back, walked to the window of the headquarters, and looked at the night sky outside. I'm going home soon. Iksukov has been lost for 2 years, and we finally fought back. Popov, in this way, you can finally achieve the major results you achieved in the summer. Wang Zhong, really? Didn't I achieve any results in the summer before? Yes, but they were not major results. I was just constantly defending, and defending. Vasily replied, I heard an interesting saying when I was drinking in the officers' club, saying that Rokosov is the shield of Ant in summer and the spear of Ant in winter. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov, it seems that the work of the staff is still not enough, and we need to increase the work. Pavlov, I think the burden is already heavy enough, and the officers should be under the jurisdiction of the Archbishop when they rest. Popov, indeed, but I think that at this time of rapid progress, the troops should be allowed to drink a little without affecting their work. Vasily, did you see anyone drinking in the officers' club? No, they were just drinking a little, Vasily gestured with his fingers. Popov, really? Vasily, with the alcohol tolerance of the ants, drinking less than half a bottle is a small drink. Popov scolded, Sukabuli, I get it. It's time to let the judges patrol the officers' club regularly. If someone drinks more than 1 glass, they must intervene. Wang Zhong, then the cups in the club will get bigger and bigger. Then set the size of the cups. Popov said, I'll draft the rules now. Wang Zhong gave a thumbs up. It has been 3 years since the time travel. Wang Zhong understands one thing, it is impossible to keep the ants from drinking. They will find ways to find loopholes to drink. We can only try to prevent them from making mistakes. Just when everyone in the headquarters was chatting casually, the phone rang. Pavlov saw that it was a red phone and said directly to Wang Zhong, it is probably Her Majesty calling again. Only she would call us at this time. Wang Zhong looked at his watch, indeed. He picked up the red receiver, Kozalia Front Command, this is Rokosov. Brother. Olga's voice came out, and even other people in the headquarters heard it vaguely, Turgenev told me that you are about to liberate Shepatovka. Wang Zhong, yes, we are about to liberate Shepatovka. The enemy is currently in a state of general retreat. It is expected that we will occupy Araki tomorrow and block their retreat to Iksukov. They can only retreat to the direction of the Central Army Group, and then form a new line of defense in Lensk and Imurich. When we liberate Iksukov, the area occupied by the Central Army Group will become a huge salient. Olga was very excited, so you are going to uproot the salient in winter. Wang Zhong shook his head, even though Olga couldn't see it on the other end of the phone, I'm afraid not. My front has a large number of cavalry and armored units, and the quality of infantry is not as high as that of the Western Front. Fighting in the woods and swamps is not our strong point. This winter we plan to break through the Tiber River defense line, capture Bogdanovka, recapture Ronys, and liberate the entire territory of Hazaria. This road is all plains, which is easier than attacking the enemy's Central Army Group. While speaking, Wang Zhong had already picked up the landline and came to the large map of the headquarters. Olga, is it really okay for you to just tell us your future plans? It doesn't matter, because if the generals of Prosantung were to make the battle plan, they would make the same choice. They know we are going to fight this way. Wang Zhong said. Olga, what about their response? Wang Zhong immediately answered, first, they may set up defenses in Iksukov, after all, there are many fortifications we left there. But at present, I think the Prosen people do not have enough troops to set up defenses. That General Shiplin will definitely withdraw across the Tiber River and restore the front line to the state before August 914, but this time they will set up defenses along the Tiber River. I think it will be easier for us to capture Agisakov. Then they will try to rely on the Tiber River to resist us. Vasily interrupted, I am afraid that in their conception, we cannot cross the river before the Tiber River freezes in winter. But the general will definitely try to take action before it freezes. Wang Zhong seemed to forget that he was still holding the microphone, and changed his tone to speak to Vasily, it will freeze in mid-December. Even if winter comes early like last year, it is unlikely to freeze at the end of November. The enemy is slow in training their reinforcements, but their reinforcements are of high quality. We can't let Proson's army get replenished, understand? The more reinforcement battalions come to the front line, the greater our casualties will be. So we have to launch an attack as soon as possible, and use bombers to continuously attack their supply nodes, and even cross the border to bomb train stations and train dispatching yards in Melania. Olga, did you forget that you were calling me? Did you just talk to Vasily? I heard that he got married. Wang Zhong was shocked. Vasily got married? Vasily raised his hand, didn't you see that I've been wearing a wedding ring since I came back? It makes me so sad. I thought you were just busy commanding the battle and had no time to take care of these things. Wang Zhong, which blind girl fell in love with you? Vasily, General, I look okay. Popov, I'm still a musician. It has nothing to do with this. Vasily said immediately. It seems that even after getting married, he still has not reconciled with his musician father. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily again, I didn't expect that His Majesty would tell me this. Brother, can't you call me sister? Okay, sister. Olga changed the subject, when will your headquarters enter Shepatovka? Patriarch Belinsky believes that a grand entry ceremony should be held because this is the first large city with a population of 1 million that we have liberated. Wang Zhong had previously recovered a series of cities, and the population before the war was only a few 100,000. After 2 years of fighting, the population of some cities was only 200,000. But Shepatovka still has a population of 1 million and will become a vital logistical node. Wang Zhong, entry ceremony. Pavlov, it is unreasonable to deliberately move the headquarters to Shepatovka. It will waste a lot of effort. I suggest that the headquarters should continue to move to Agisakov. So if the entry ceremony is to be held, you can only go there in person, General. Popov, take the new heavy tank named after you. Olga, I heard it. Send a new tank right away. Kojing reported that the new tank has solved the problem of easy breakage of the transmission shaft, and the failure rate of the gearbox has also been reduced. It's just right to send it over for you to drive. Wang Zhong, okay. Then let's set the time of entering the city on July 31 St. Pavlov, okay, it's just right for the troops to stop outside the city for 2 days to rest, so that they don't look ragged and beggars when they enter the city. Popov, after all, it's the first city with a population of 1 million to be liberated, so let's make it grand. Vasily, but we will soon liberate Agisakov, and there are Bogdanovka and Ronnies. Wang Zhong, the first one should always be celebrated. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 664 The night before. At 2330 hours on July 30th, on the outskirts of Shepatovka, a sudden shout came from the darkness, stop, don't move. Immediately afterwards, someone actually stood up, and the person shouted, I am a worker from the Shepatovka textile factory, and I am here to contact you on behalf of the workers' factory protection team. The sentry stood up and turned on the flashlight. In the light, an old worker raised his hand to cover his eyes. The sentry turned off the flashlight and shouted to the back, go quickly and inform the platoon leader, no, inform the company commander that an old worker is here. The old man hurried a few steps and came to the sentry, young man, judging from your accent, you are from Shinsk, right? Do you know Elisha? There are many people named Elisha, the sentry laughed. The nickname of our front army commander is also Elisha. Which Elisha are you talking about? Elisha from Shinsk. The old worker grabbed the sentry's hand. He was still a private when he left. He was about the same age as you. Do you know him? The sentry shook his head, old man, in the past 2 years, many of us have been injured and recuperated and returned to the front line. We are constantly being incorporated into different units. Sometimes the old units are eliminated, and sometimes the old units are mobilized to faraway places. Faze joined. Perhaps when we left, we were all in the regiment formed by the Vyshinsk people, but now we have long been dispersed to the entire army. In fact, the sentry did not tell the most cruel possibility, that Elisha, like thousands of Elishas, had turned into a group of cranes and flown into the distance. The old worker gritted his teeth and changed the subject, you're right, kid, let's get down to business. Why don't you go into the city yet? All the Plosan people in the city ran away. At first, they went to Ixuko. The husband ran away and headed north. Now the whole Shepatovka is empty. Sentinel, we stopped to rest. After all, we have been fighting for a month continuously and are unkempt. Today the chief of staff issued new military uniforms. Tomorrow everyone will enter the city cleanly. Old worker, why do you care about this? You stopped outside the city, and everyone was surprised. After a day of waiting, rumors spread all over the sky, saying that the Plozans spread the plague, so they stopped outside the city. We spent a lot of time. It took the boss's efforts to suppress the rumors. Just as the sentry was about to answer, he heard someone shouting in the distance, "The company commander and battalion commander are here, and so are the chaplains accompanying the army." In the distance, a group of people came over with flashlights. The battalion's chaplain stepped forward and held the old worker's hand. "Old man, were you not troubled by the Prosenians on the way here? There are no more Prosens. Why don't you send a liaison team into the city?" The old man immediately complained, "At least send a priest in." Before the Prosens retreated, they were burning and killing everywhere. "We are protecting the factory." The team made great sacrifices to stop them. Many people are still alive today, and they just want to take a last look at the decent priest. "Priest, sorry, our field hospital hasn't arrived yet, and the health workers have just replenished the medicines. I will mobilize all the health workers and field medical clinics from the entire battalion to go to the city overnight." The old man held the priest's hand. "That's good, that's good. By the way, Mr. Priest, your accent is from Shinsk, right?" "No, I am a native of Iksukov, just like General Rokosov," said the priest. "That's it?" The old man lowered his gaze. "I'm old and I heard wrong. I'm sorry." "Priest, what happened to Shinsk? If you are looking for someone, I can help you check." "Elisha of Shinsk, no, Alexei Vasilyevich Lupsev is my grandson. He joined the army in August 914 and retreated with the army." The priest nodded. "Okay, I will go and check it out." "Old man, even if he was killed in battle, please tell me where he was killed so that I can go see him when the war is over." At this time, a powerful voice came from the distance. "Old man, don't be too sad. Maybe he turned into a group of cranes and flew into the distance with other warriors." Everyone looked around and saw a larger group of people coming from a distance. Perhaps for concealment, these people did not turn on their flashlights. The leader was wearing the new military uniform that had just been adopted, with a long row of stars on the new shoulder straps. The battalion commander reacted first, General Rokosov. Everyone tensed up all of a sudden. The soldiers and officers all stood at attention, held their heads high and saluted the general. Anskay's gesture requires him to raise his chin and point his nostrils to the sky, which makes him look particularly powerful. General Rokosov walked all the way to the old man. "Old man, I want to tell you the truth. Your grandson is most likely buried somewhere in the motherland. In the past 2 years or so, we have made huge sacrifices, and even my closest adjutant was killed in battle. He was a young man who had just become a father and had never seen a child. After the war is over, we will build a monument in the square of Yebeo, and in the middle of the base of the monument, we will light an eternal fire. I have thought about the inscription. No one knows your names, but your achievements will last forever." Tears welled up from the old man's eyes. "General, my grandson's name is Alexei Vasilyevich Lupsev, and he is my daughter's first child. General Rokosov, I will remember it, and I assure you that unless the news of his death is indeed obtained, the Missing Soldiers Committee will not stop looking for his whereabouts for a moment." The old man nodded repeatedly. "Okay, you are the reincarnation of Kutuzov and Ant's hero." General Rokosov patted the old man on the shoulder, and then ordered, "Send the old man to my command car to rest, and send a liaison team into the city immediately. First arrange the funeral of the soldiers who died defending the city, and provide assistance to the wounded. Old man, I can take you back, I am familiar with the road. I have led the guerrillas countless times in the past 2 years, and have never been caught by the Prosan patrol." General Rokosov smiled. "Old man, the Prosan people have been defeated, there are no patrols, and the liaison team can go in through the main road." "Oh. Look at my head, I am old and confused." General Rokosov nodded and handed the old man to the sergeant behind him. "Take the old man into my command car to rest." The sergeant immediately helped the old man up with his strong hands and took him back. As the old man walked, he looked back and watched General Rokosov walk up the earth slope where the secret sentry was hidden, looking towards Shepatovka sleeping in the night. The old man suddenly said, "I thought the general was almost 60 years old, but it turns out that he is about the same age as my grandson." The sergeant laughed. "Yes, when the war just started, the general was still a little kid, but now he has become an old man." The old worker turned his head and looked at the sergeant. "Are you familiar with the general?" "I am his personal guard." In the past, I should have been a baron knight or something. Now, I am just a senior sergeant. The old man was about to speak when he saw a huge tank lying in the darkness in front of him. Several tank soldiers were painting it with new camouflage. Someone climbed up the rack and hung a red flag on the tank's antenna. The old worker suddenly said, "Wait a minute. That flag. Is there anything on the flag?" "Sergeant Major, yes, that was the flag that the textile workers gave to the general when he left Shepatovka. He has been carrying it with him for so many years. Whenever he was about to go into battle, he would hang the flag on the tank's antenna." The old worker stopped and couldn't help covering his mouth, crying, "Oh my God, my old friends, did you see it? The general has been carrying that flag. Misha, Protov. Did you see it? Our flag has been accompanying the general in battle." The old man stepped forward. He took a step, lay down beside the tank, and beat the tank's skirt with his hands. "Did you see it? The general changed to a new tank and commanded the front army. He also flew the flag we made for him." The tank driver next to him temporarily stopped painting. "Tomorrow, the general will be the first to enter Shepatovka with this flag. The general will liberate Shepatovka with his own hands. One day in the future," another voice said, "the general will drive this flag and rush into Proshenya with the tank." The old man was a little surprised, because the voice just now was a female voice, and it was a very young girl's voice. Although young, it was full of vicissitudes, like a rock. He looked up and saw a little girl in a maid outfit standing on the tank, holding the antenna with her hand, and the red flag on the antenna fluttering above her head. The sergeant introduced, "This is the general's personal maid, Ms. Nelly. Ms. Nelly, the general ordered to take this old man to his command car to rest." Chapter 665, The Red Flag Flies in Shepatovka. When Wang Zhong looked at Shepatovka, he was actually observing the city from an overhead perspective. Of course, his bird's eye view cannot cover a large city with a population of 1 million. After leaving the lit range, he can only see the buildings in the night. He quickly found the house where he lived in Shepatovka. It seemed that a senior officer from Plosin also took a fancy to this house. In the overlooking mode, he could see a small Plosin-style guard box at the entrance of the yard. And bunkers made of sandbags. However, in the overlook mode, the machine gun has been removed and there is no blood on the road ahead. 2 years ago, it was here that Shepatovka textile workers handed the red flag to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong remembered that it was the dyer Polutkin who finally made the red flag a color like blood with great difficulty, and then Radilov carried it to him. "There seems to be an old worker in my memory who is the leader of all workers." He recalled the face of the old worker, and he felt that he did not look like the old man who had just been sent to rest. At this time, there were footsteps approaching. Because Wang Zhong had no time to pull back his perspective, he directly switched to the naked eye perspective. He turned around and saw Gregory coming back with a cigarette in his mouth. Wang Zhong, Grisha, Gregory's nickname, was that old man just now the one who gave us the red flag? It's not like that. The one who sent the red flag felt more courageous. He looked like an old general, with a square face and a general belly. Gregory said, at first glance, he looked like he was cheering in the factory. The one who can get the response from all the workers would have to give them some points in the past, both from the factory director and the nobles. Vasily, before. Yes, after the Civil War, large factories related to people's livelihood, such as textile factories, were all taken over by the church. Wang Zhong thought about the old man just now, and he was indeed very different from the old man in his memory who directed everyone to deliver the flag. He looked at the night city again and whispered, "I hope they are well." Grigory asked Vasily doubtfully, "Who is the general talking about?" "The people who sent the flag to the general." Vasily sighed, "But, the best case scenario is that they follow the retreating troops. The worst case." At this time Neely came over, "General, I have arranged for the uncle. Please take a rest too, it is still early before dawn." I know. Wang Zhong murmured, still looking at Shepatovka in the night. Early the next morning, Wang Zhong boarded the newly painted number 422 Rokosov Type I heavy breakthrough tank early and looked back at the energetic troops lined up behind the tank. "Wang Zhong, where are all the medals? You are not an ordinary army, you are a unit with a cape, a unit with the title of guards. Each of you is a hero on the battlefield. You don't need medals to prove yourself, but ordinary people need. They have suffered under the iron heel of the enemy for so long, let them see the heroic soldiers are back." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers shouted in unison, "Ula! Wang Zhong, I won't do anything if you don't want me. Ula!" Wang Zhong shook his head, got into the tank turret, put on his headphones, and patted the top of the turret, forward. Then a familiar doon sound came from the driver's side. In the past 3 years, the tanks commanded by Wang Zhong have been changed from T-28 to BT-7, then T-34W, and finally to the current Rokosov Type 1. The sound of the wrench hitting the joystick has never changed. The tank engine roared, and the huge body began to move forward. Not long after driving on the road, Wang Zhong saw a crowd of people greeting him. The girls held flowers and started throwing them when they saw Wang Zhong's tank, and they threw them at Wang Zhong's face. Wang Zhong, okay girls. Leave the flowers to the young men behind you. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 young girls rushed to the front of the tank and threw flowers into the driver's hatch. The driver's scream came from the internal communication, don't do this. Succably, the petal slipped into my collar. Wang Zhong could only smile in the rain of flowers, ignoring the petals that slapped his face. Behind the tank, the girls also attacked the soldiers. After all the flowers were thrown, the girls began to kiss the young soldiers. Wang Zhong saw clearly through the bird's eye view. Suddenly he had a doubt, and raised his voice and asked the crowd beside the car, girls, why are you all wearing lipstick? Where could there be so much lipstick during the war? Several girls looked at each other, then laughed together, and replied, we rushed into the homes of the mayors and senior officials appointed by the Pulasans, and divided their lipsticks. Everyone had a share to put them on. Wang Zhong, so that's it? Those NG who worked hard for the Prasen people must record all their names. Now they can run with the Prasen people. When we destroy the Prasen Empire, we will have to fight with them. They keep the ledger. The words were immediately met with cheers. As number 422 approached the city, more and more people lined the streets to welcome him. Wang Zhong suddenly understood what it means to be wholly welcomed by the people wherever he goes and what it means to be a state where everything is full of vitality and flourishing. After 2 years of suffering, the people's desire for victory has become unquenchable. A child ran with tank number 422 and asked as he ran, General. My grandpa said you will fight to Plosen this winter. Wang Zhong, yes, this winter, we will reach the national border. Next year we will invade the Prasen Empire. As soon as the words fell, everyone shouted like crazy, Yura. When entering the city, the number 422 tank had to slow down because the crowd had already squeezed onto the road. If it didn't slow down, it might run over people. Dying under the tracks of your own tank entering the city when you are victorious is a hellish joke. Wang Zhong heard someone shouting, look. The words written on the red flag. Shepatovka textile workers. Go and notify the textile factory's guard team. Wang Zhong shouted, let the guard team go to the central square of the city. He didn't know if his words could be conveyed. At this time, some people came out with the radio, and the radio was playing Olga's speech, the Tsar's Majesty, my compatriots. Today, the First Hazaria Front led by General Rokosov has recaptured Shepatovka. This is our recovery, the first city with a population of 1 million that we liberated. The arrogant Prasen army collapsed. Let us sing praises to this great victory. Then the melody of the sacred war came from the radio. The people who lined the streets to welcome the team also stopped cheering and sang the popular song along with the radio. The 422 tank entered the central square of Shepatovka amid the singing. Wang Zhong saw a crowd of people wearing uniform work clothes and red armbands on their sleeves. When he looked at them from a distance, he thought they were all young workers, or at least middle-aged workers. When he zoomed in from a bird's eye view, he found that except for a few middle-aged men, they were all elderly people over 50 with gray hair. Wang Zhong immediately realized why this happened and managed to suppress the tears that were about to burst out. General Rokosov could not cry in front of everyone, and the Star of Victory would not cry. The 422 tank drove all the way to the group of workers, and before Wang Zhong gave an order, the driver braked with a duan. Wang Zhong wanted to use a plug-in to see all the names, but that would take too much time, so he directly asked the strange middle-aged man who climbed onto the tank, Davarich, when I left Shepatovka, the worker Radilov gave me this flag, which was dyed by the most outstanding dyer, Politkin. I didn't see them. And the old man who led the workers at that time didn't show up either. Did they retreat with the troops? Worker Davarishi shook his head, no, they received an order to stay and organize the underground struggle, and they all died last year. Wang Zhong, where are they buried? The Prosans will hang the bodies of the captured guerrillas and underground party members there for public display, right there. The representative pointed to the east side of the square. We tried to steal the bodies for burial, but failed. When the Prosans retreated, they burned all the bodies and gallows. We recovered the wreckage and are currently keeping it in the ruins of the church. Wang Zhong took a deep breath. I'm going to take a look, with this flag. Grisha, take the flag down. Be careful. At this moment, still in the command vehicle outside the city, Ludmila reached out and turned off the radio. The conversation between Rokosov and the workers' representative just now was transmitted through the radio. The general may have been too excited and forgot to turn off the radio transmission function. Ludmila covered her mouth and began to cry. The old worker sitting in the command vehicle sighed, "Madam, why are you crying?" "Ludmila, because Elisha can't cry in this situation, so I think I can cry for him." The old worker looked at Nelly, "Oh, please comfort the lady. The makeup is all messed up by crying, what a beautiful makeup." Nelly just handed over the handkerchief. The old man, "This." Nelly, "Sorry, my eyes have been injured and my tear glands are broken, so the lady has to do my part." The old man looked at the maid, then at Ludmila, and sighed deeply. Wang Zhong gently stroked the coke-like thing in front of him with his hand, and asked the priest who entered the city earlier, "Is there no way to separate the bones?" "It's indistinguishable, General. After the organic matter is burned, it's hard to distinguish between human bones and wood." Wang Zhong thought for a moment and asked, "Hold a ceremony to appease the dead souls. When everything is done, send me a small portion. It must fit in this box." He patted the small box on his waist that once contained black oil. The priest nodded, "I understand. We will take care of it." Wang Zhong looked at the others who followed in. The heroes have left, but thousands of heroes have stood up again. You were not frightened by the brutality of the Prasense. This heroic city was not frightened either. In this war, you won. You drove away the evil invaders. I, on behalf of all the soldiers of the Kausalia front, cheer for you. After that, Wang Zhong stood at attention, raised his right hand solemnly, and saluted the workers and all the citizens of Shepatovka. Chapter 666 The Culprits. As soon as General Shipling entered the Eagle's Nest, he immediately asked Lieutenant General Garrich who received him, "How is His Majesty's mood?" "The mood is very good." The Lieutenant General looked inside and lowered his voice, "Thanks to Gilles, His Majesty has been able to accept the reality and has become the one who led us to victory in the first place." General Shipling breathed a sigh of relief. "Garrich, go ahead and put forward your idea boldly. His Majesty just praised you yesterday for allowing Rokosov to eliminate 100,000 people." General Shipling, "Isn't this irony?" Garrich, "Of course not. His Majesty also said that if it had been someone else, most of the troops of Army Group South might have retreated to the defense area of Army Group Center, and then no one in the entire West Kosalia could stop Lukosov. You have preserved for us the possibility of a ceasefire across the Tiber River." "Ceasefire?" General Shipling's eyes widened. "Is your Majesty really considering this? How is that possible? There is only one situation where Rokosov will cease fire, and that is when he needs time to resupply and rest, and wait until he is ready. He will continue to attack." "Lieutenant General Garrich, then how do you think this war will end? It is impossible for us to defeat Ant. We can only bleed the enemy's blood and make them accept a ceasefire." Shipling stared into Garrich's eyes, "That's impossible. As long as there is an Ant in the world, he will also attack us. So how will this war end?" Garrich asked, "Will the Prasen Empire be destroyed?" Shipling did not answer, but pushed past Lieutenant General Garrich and walked along the luxuriously decorated corridor. Lieutenant General Garrich looked at his back with his pockets in his pockets, and finally sighed. He turned around and opened a cabinet under his workbench, took out a bottle of whiskey, took out a cup from the drawer, poured himself a glass, and drank it all. General Shipling entered the room and saw His Majesty the Emperor gesturing something in front of the map. Hearing the sound of the door opening, His Majesty turned back to meet Shipling's eyes and said, "You came just in time, General Shipling. I urgently need to know one thing. Can Iksukov hold on?" "No." General Shipling replied decisively, "Our 11th Army in the Marina Fortress has indeed withdrawn relatively completely, but only one army cannot stop Rokosov's troops. In addition, I want to remind you. The 5th Armored Corps, which belongs to the 11th Army, also suffered very serious tank losses. About 100 tanks under repair were abandoned in the repair shop. The entire army currently only has 100 tanks that can fight. The armored forces suffered heavy losses, I already understand this. But what if we rely on the fortifications left by the ants around Iksukov for defense? Is it possible to defend the city with only infantry troops?" The Emperor asked again. "General Shipling, Your Majesty, Rokosov has a very terrifying offensive weapon. At present, we have not found a good way to deal with it. In fact, we found it," Marshal Celtic said. "According to reports from all parties, this siege weapon named Urban has its rocket launcher exposed on the back. Therefore, we can cover it with direct artillery fire. It can directly destroy its launch capability and even detonate unlaunched rockets." General Shipling nodded, "Okay, I guess the Academy of Military Science has developed another curved fire weapon that can accurately hit Urban when he is marching. Actually, our land-based Stuka rocket launcher can do the job. We have already conducted tests." Marshal Celtic replied. "General Shipling, we didn't capture Urban, did we? How to test it?" Celtic Marshal, "We copied an Urban based on the intelligence collected from the front line, and we made the launch rail on the back many times stronger and heavier than normal, but it was still destroyed by the Land Stuka. Air Marshal Grand Duke Meyer interjected, in fact, the new attack aircraft of the Air Force can also destroy the urban cannon. It must be possible. The Emperor declared loudly, so, General Shiplin, tell me, can Zhukov hold it? No. General Shipling answered the same as before, with a little more determination. Withdrawing the 11th Army across the Tiber River can effectively strengthen the defense of the Tiber River. Although other units of the Southern Army Group have not been successfully, the establishment has been eliminated, but it has been completely defeated and it will take time to regroup. Marshal Runsteyer, what if Zhukov is not defended and Rokossov directly crosses the river? He can't get through. His troops have swept through half of Hazalaya, and they need to stop to rest and replenish their troops. We may only have 100 moving tanks left, but there are no moving tanks in Rokossov's hands. There will be so many. General Shiplin came to the map and drew 2 lines between the Tiber River and the starting point of Rokossov's summer offensive. Look at this distance. After His Majesty the Emperor was silent for a few seconds, he asked, then let's give up Zhukov as you said. How much time do we have? Is it too late to turn the city into a ruin? The generals of the National Defense Force present looked at each other. General Shipling, since we are going to cease the war, shouldn't we continue to anger the Ant people? Emperor, do you think a ceasefire can be achieved? No. General Shipling replied decisively. The Emperor nodded, you have qualities that our senior generals are now very lacking. In addition to the credit for the successful retreat, I have decided to promote you to the rank of Marshal of the Empire. Shiplin stood at attention, held his head high and said, thank you, Your Majesty. But I ask you to defend the Tiber River defense line and protect Bogdanovka. His Majesty stopped and stared into General Shiplin's eyes, can you do it? General Shipling opened his mouth, but finally swallowed cant and said, I will do my best. His Majesty suddenly raised his voice, try your best. Every time my generals tell me this, they can't do it in the end. You losers, you only learn to eat with a knife and fork in the military academy. Marshal Shipling, Your Majesty, if you give me all the newly formed armored divisions, I can maintain the Tiber River defense line at least until next year. Emperor, you will get 2 new armored divisions. Marshal Shipling, 2? As far as I know, the headquarters has been newly organized into. The headquarters has indeed formed 6 new armored divisions, as well as a brand new heavy tank battalion composed of Panzer VI tanks that just rolled off the assembly line. But these troops will be transferred to Sardin. Marshal Shipling frowned, the Allies landed on that boot. Not yet, but we all know they are coming. Field Marshal Celtic replied on behalf of the Emperor, the troops that just withdrew from Sicily suffered huge losses and will definitely block the subsequent Allied offensive. We are transferring the armored division to Sardinia South. The Emperor once again took over the conversation, because of Rokossov's great progress, it can be expected that the Allies will also make great achievements on the Western Front. They don't want to give too much credit to Ant for their victory over us. Maybe this is our chance, we can hold off Ant for the Allies. I have sent an emissary and it is possible to meet with the President of the United States in a few weeks. The Emperor grinned, this is the way I found for the Empire to end the war. As long as the United States no longer supports Ant, we may form a stalemate with Ant, and the alliance will fall apart and each will go its own way. General Shipling looked at Marshal Celtic and Marshal Lundstell. The 2 men pretended not to notice his gaze. The Emperor continued, so, we are going to destroy Zhukov. To this end, I mobilized 100,000 people of the National Police and about 5,000 combat engineers to repaint Zhukov in Rokossov. Before Kokov, this city will be reduced to scorched earth. At the same time, the 1st Mobile Army headquarters. The entire headquarters column was moving. Yegorov sat on the jeep and looked at the surrounding scenery. Wait a minute, are we approaching Araki? He suddenly said, patting the back of the driver's seat hard, stop the car. Let me take a look at the surrounding terrain. The driver braked so hard that Yegorov's head almost hit the back of the seat. He stood up, picked up his telescope and looked around. Yes, it's here. The regiment I led ambushed the enemy here. It's in this forest. Our position is in the forest. Old Man Eugene's regiment is on the high ground in the southwest. We just need to climb over the front. You can see the city from the hillside. Yegorov put down his binoculars and said to his new guard, let me tell you, half of the people in the city of Araki work on ranches, and the milk and sausages they produce are very important in Zhukov. Bestseller. Order. Everyone, hurry up and eat sausages. The order immediately came down like an echo. Yegorov remained standing on the seat and urged the driver, drive quickly, drive quickly. Don't worry about me, I can stand firm. The jeep started, maybe because Yegorov, the bear, stood up, and the center of gravity of the car became higher, so it swayed very hard, as if he was drunk. The car just rushed all the way up the slope. Then the driver subconsciously released the accelerator. The car that had just climbed the hill stopped immediately. Yegorov held the back of the driver's seat and stared blankly ahead. There is nothing there except ruins. Yegorov's fingers pinched the backrest so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Aalachi. He murmured in a low voice, is this, Aalachi? Did we go the wrong way? The terrain around here, 2 years have passed, there should be some changes, right? This is completely unchanged terrain, it doesn't make sense. At this time, the leading troops of the 1st Red Flag Mechanized Infantry Division of the Guards also crossed the mountain. Seeing this scene, the leader of the regiment shouted directly, everyone, stand still. The entire queue stopped immediately. The regiment leader jogged to the side of Yegorov's car, General, there is something fishy. Let's send out a reconnaissance team to check the situation first. Yegorov, no, look at the red flag. The troops in front of us have passed, leaving the liaison officer behind. Araki was destroyed by the Prosans. As he spoke, he bent the telescope. Sukavu. The Prosen people must pay with blood. Chapter 667 Courage, Update 4784. Chapter 667 Courage, Update 4784. At 9 o'clock in the evening on August 2, General Rokosov's temporary headquarters was on the move. Wang Zhong put down the phone and turned to look at Neely. Nelly raised her head in confusion, what's wrong? Wang Zhong, do you remember Araki? Of course. Neely said and continued to pour tea for Ludmila. Wang Zhong, the Pulosan massacred the city, as if they were trying to wipe out the results of the battle where we blocked several of their divisions with one division. A few drops of tea were spilled on the outside of the cup. Neely put down the teapot and looked up at Wang Zhong, it's really a sad thing. Wang Zhong, when we were building fortifications in Aalachi, I saw that you had a good relationship with the locals in Aalachi. I hope you won't be overly sad. I'm fine. Nelly picked up the rag and wiped away the spilled tea. Ludmila stood up and hugged Neely tightly, Neely. My strong Neely. Nelly, madam, I'm fine. I can't remember the faces of those people. I just remember that they were very kind and would give me more when they sold me things. That's all. And I'm almost suffocated by you, ma'am. Wang Zhong patted Ludmila on the shoulder, she said so. Only then did Ludmila let go of Neely and stared at her face for a few seconds, Neely, you are more expressionless than before. It's so hard to guess what you are thinking. Yes. Nelly nodded, not realizing that this response was a bit strange. After a brief pause, she asked again, we will go to Aorki tomorrow, right? Wang Zhong nodded, yes. The front army headquarters led by Pavlov should arrive at midnight today. They found some still usable houses. Before Yegorov captured Iksukov, the front army headquarters should arrive will be set there. It's considered a safe rear area now. I know. Nelly still had a straight face. Wang Zhong didn't know whether the fierce battle on the beach had made her hard-hearted, or whether she was always such a tough woman. At the same time, Iksukov, Krugen Street 43. Madame Alexeyevna suddenly raised her head and looked at the window. She listened carefully to the faint, indistinct sounds outside. At this time, the secret door in the aunt's room opened, and a young face came out of the secret door and asked, Auntie, what's going on? Is it thundering? Is it going to rain again? The aunt shook her head gently, no, kid, it's the sound of gunfire. Really? The young man got out of the secret door, ran to the window, and opened it. Then the dull sound echoed throughout the room. One after another, like the heartbeat of a giant. Suddenly, the sound was interrupted by a piercing scream. The Prosen police car ran through the street with its siren on, and the Prosen occupation forces in the car kept firing at the surrounding windows with 98K. They call it Operation Shock. Mother Alexeyevna calmly pulled the young man away from the window and closed the window. Young man, Mom, when the enemy's police cars go like this, they usually lose track of the people who broke the curfew. I think it's time for Sarav and the others to come. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the apartment. The aunt pushed the young man and gestured for him to enter the secret door and hide. After the secret door was closed, the aunt put on her coat and pretended to have just gotten up, and said loudly, here we come. Searching every night is really hard, dear Prosen gentlemen. This is a disguise, but it is also a code to tell people outside that nothing has happened inside. Aunt Alexeyevna came to the door, opened it, and let the two middle-aged men into the apartment. Sarav, the aunt asked the first person who came in, how is the situation? It's very bad. Our informants in the city government have received word that the Plozans may massacre the city tomorrow. The priest of the underground parish ordered the guerrillas in each district to mobilize and prepare for an uprising tomorrow to defend Iksukov with arms. Madame Alexeyevna's eyes widened, revolt now. Listen, our cannon fire can already be heard outside. It is clear that liberation is just around the corner. If we rebel now, many people will not be able to see the day of liberation. Serab pressed his hand on Auntie's shoulder. 2 years ago, Auntie, you saved us wounded soldiers. The Prasen people are not stupid. They have realized that you may be covering us. If they really start to massacre the city tomorrow, you will definitely bear the brunt. This time it's our turn to protect you. The people of Ixikov have also been supporting our struggle. We cannot sit back and watch them massacre the city. Aunt Alexeyevna shook her head and grabbed Serab's hand. In the past 2 years, you guys have become like my sons. I don't want you to die on the eve of liberation. Serab smiled. We are not prepared to die. We have a chance of winning. The 11th Army of the Prasen Regular Army is now retreating to the west bank of the Tiber River. They should all leave Ixikov tonight. The rest are just useless things like the People's Guard Division, not even many machine guns. We have been accumulating weapons and ammunition in the past 2 years, stealing a lot of things from the Prasen people's warehouses, and transporting them underground lines and airdrops received support. Our equipment is much better than the enemy security division. We also have more combat experience. Have you forgotten? A large part of us are wounded soldiers who were abandoned 2 years ago. We have combat experience. And Alexeyevna stared at Serab for several seconds, and finally let go of his hand. I understand, do what you should do. I just saw that victory was coming, and suddenly I can't bear it. Serab, your strength has always inspired us, at least inspired me. When we win, no matter who of us survives, we will treat you as our biological mother. Madame Alexeyevna smiled slightly and pointed to the secret door. Okay, go quickly, comrades are waiting for orders from the underground parish. Serab nodded, walked towards the secret door, and got in with ease. His entourage bowed respectfully to the ant, and then disappeared through the secret door. Madame Alexeyevna returned to the bed. Regardless of the risk of being hit by the insane Plozans, she lay on the window with her ears pressed against the glass, listening to the non-stop sound of gunfire outside. At noon on August 3, Wang Zhong's armored command vehicle drove into Araki. Heavy tank number 422 is currently being repaired. Kejing assured that this new batch of Rokosavi has solved the problem of the broken drive shaft. Now it seems that it has a new problem. Therefore, Wang Zhong could only give up the idea of driving all the way to Ixikov in a tank and honestly sit in the armored command vehicle sent by the United States. Wang Zhong opened the door of the command vehicle and glanced at the street stretching out under his nose, feeling mixed emotions. The street is still the same street. Some of the buildings on both sides of the road are still intact, but without exception, they all have signs of being scorched by the fire. Wang Zhong realized that the Araki he was familiar with had disappeared. Suddenly, someone pushed him and squeezed out the command vehicle from his side. It's Nelly. Nelly ran forward quickly and stood in the middle of the road, looking at the ruins on both sides of the road. Wang Zhong, Nelly. You. Before Wang Zhong could say anything, Nelly started running. She was running through the ruins, as if she was desperately searching for something. Wang Zhong stood by the door of the armored command vehicle, watching Nelly run further and further away. For a moment, Wang Zhong remembered the movie The Good, the Bad and the Bad that he liked very much before time travel. In the movie, one of the protagonists ran wildly in the huge cemetery formed by the Civil War. Ludmila came to Wang Zhong and whispered, sure enough, Neely established a deep connection with the residents during that month. Wang Zhong nodded, that's why I hesitated yesterday about how to tell her the news. Ludmila, it's okay. She is stronger than we thought, very strong. It's okay. Today and hashtag 039, S emotions are brewing and I and hashtag 039, M off topic. I watched several movies. After all, this book is all about the frontal battlefield, and the uprising has not been written seriously. The uprising in Shepatovka was written in a direct summary, but this time I have to write it seriously. After all, there was a foreshadowing by the old lady before, and I have to take it back seriously. So there are uprising scenes in Ixikov. It can also be regarded as a preview of Melania's uprising in the capital later. In order to find the feeling, I found some movies about uprisings, such as the Warsaw Uprising. As a result, I watched several movies at once, and the time was gone. So I will take a day off today. I wish you all a happy work tomorrow. Chapter 668. The air is trembling, as if the sky is burning. Ixikov, early morning. No one in the whole city could sleep because the sound of artillery fire in the distance never stopped. The same was true for Aunt Alexeyevna. She sat by the window, leaning against the wall, listening to the sound of artillery in the distance. Just after dawn, Aunt Luna from upstairs hurried downstairs and ran to the counter in the reception room. She stuck her head in the window and looked at the aunt and asked, is the sound of gunfire getting closer? Alexeyevna, even if we are close, we can't hear it? We are not veterans who have been on the battlefield. This is the only time in the past 2 years that we have heard the sound of artillery. That time, of course, refers to the time when Zhukov fell. Aunt Luna sighed, that's right. I just had a dream about Sia who used to live on the 3rd floor. I told her that we were going to win and Zhukov was going to be liberated. Then Sia covered her mouth and started crying. They all went over there and they were still crying. Sia on the 3rd floor was raped and killed after Prasen's army entered the city. Madame Alexeyevna stood up and took out a scarf from the cabinet next to the reception desk. Have you seen this scarf? Said the aunt. Every time a Prosen does something bad, I put a flower on it. 2 years have passed. The aunt shook her hand slightly, and the scarf unfolded directly, fell to the ground, and kept rolling forward. Aunt Luna was a little confused. She asked subconsciously, do you remember clearly? So many little flowers. I can't remember. The aunt sighed, actually, I made this scarf just to calm down the anger in my heart. Aunt Luna understood, I understand. I hid a photo of Officer Prosen in the closet in my room, the one who manages our neighborhood. Whenever I get angry, I stab him in the face with an awl. Now the photos have been changed. I got 5 of them, and they're all broken in the front. After speaking, Aunt Luna suddenly lowered her voice and pointed in the direction of the hidden secret door. What did they say? Madame Alexeyevna sighed, it is said that Prosen wants to massacre the city, so he is preparing to revolt to protect the people in the city. Aunt Luna, well, what do you think about us joining in? We have been running errands for the guerrillas and resistance organizations in the past 2 years. What's wrong with giving us a gun to fight now? Aunt Alexeyevna sighed, it's easy for you to say, fighting will kill people. Haven't we seen each other less in these years? After the uprising was launched, I don't know how many of these children will never come back. Aunt Luna, so we have to go too. You see, if the Prosenians shoot us, it will consume bullets, right? The guerrilla Penchuk who was recovering from his injuries at my house said that as long as we keep turning around when running, like snakes, the Prosens will need at least 10 bullets to shoot us, 10 bullets. The Prosens machine gun needs to change the barrel after firing 100 rounds. You know, you can't shoot when changing the barrel. So 10 of us old women can keep 10 young men alive. Think about it, Alexeyevna. We have already stopped menstruating and cannot have children. After liberation, we will not be able to work anymore. We can only wash clothes. But if 10 young men survive, they can build a house and plant crops. Madame Alexeyevna shook her head, no, we are going, and they have to distract themselves from protecting us. Then just sit here and watch. Watch them die. Except for the veterans, most of them are children who have just grown up. At this time, the secret door opened. Serav came out of the secret door fully armed. He was a little surprised to see Aunt Luna. Auntie, why did you come down? Hidden at home today, maybe the battle will be fierce. If the gunfire subsides, just run away, it's possible that we were wiped out by the Prosens, and they will come to take revenge. Aunt Luna, is it impossible for you to win? Serav smiled, it's possible, so keep an eye on the radio. I know you have it. When we win, we will broadcast it on the radio station and play the song composed by General Rokosov. Aunt Luna, which one is it? Take turns. The young man behind Serav laughed. The aunt immediately raised her eyebrows when she saw him. Why do you want to go? You are not an adult yet. Serav agreed that I should go. The aunt thought for a while and said, no, you have another mission. Go out of the city and tell the ant army outside that the Prosen people are going to massacre the city. Let them rush in quickly, otherwise they will get a ruin. Young man, the underground diocese has sent many people out, and I am not missing one. Serav suddenly said, you told me that you are very familiar with the streets of the city, right? Yeah, I delivered newspapers and milk when I was a kid, and I got supply tickets to trade in for goodies at the church store. I traded in basketballs and new shoes. Serav, then this glorious mission is entrusted to you. In order to prevent you from being discovered by the Prosens, the spear is handed over first. The young man's whole face wrinkled. Serav took out a beautiful Prosen pistol. We got this from an ambush of an adjutant a few days ago. This is for your self-defense. The young man immediately smiled, handed the spear to the guerrilla beside him, and took the pistol. Serav, let's go quickly. Before it's completely bright, get out of the city as soon as possible and look for our army. Yes. The young man was about to go to the front door, but the aunt grabbed him and said, go to the back door. Okay. The young man ran away quickly. Serav, then let's go, aunt. The aunt hesitated to speak, and finally just nodded lightly, let's go. Serav opened the front door. looked at the situation on the street, and then strode out. The guerrillas followed him. Serav, don't follow so close. Battle formation. Makarov, young people don't understand and you don't understand either? Disperse. The guerrillas formed a loose fighting formation. They had killed many prosens in the past 2 years, but this was the first time for most of them to launch a formal attack like this. Mother Alexeyevna leaned against the window and watched them go away. Soon, the sound of machine gunfire was heard in the distance. It should be that guerrillas in other areas of the city were revolting. Soon, the gunfire intensified. Madame Alexeyevna returned to the window of the reception room, sat behind the reception desk, picked up her needlework, and tried to start knitting, but she made several mistakes in succession. There was another explosion outside, possibly a grenade. Proson's machine gun sounded like it was tearing through canvas. Aunt Luna remembered something, took 3 steps at a time and went upstairs, and came down a moment later with the radio. My radio can hear Yebeo's shortwave broadcast. Let's listen to it. She turned on the radio and adjusted the knobs. Aunt Alexeyevna, look at the time, Yebeo is not like us, beating into a pot of porridge, now it must be the music program in the morning. As soon as he finished speaking, the melody of music came from the tape recorder. Listen to the battle horn, sound the alarm, put on your military uniform, and take up arms. Youth League members gather together and embark on the journey, united as one to defend the country. Mother Alexeyevna put down her needlework and stared at the radio. The gunfire outside became more intense. The song on the radio also entered the chorus, Darth Vidania, goodbye, dear mother, please kiss your son goodbye. Goodbye mother, don't be sad, wish us a safe journey. Mother Alexeyevna suddenly said, that's what my son said when they left. Aunt Luna, Serav and the others just said the same thing, pretty much the same thing. Yeah. The radio is still singing, goodbye my dear hometown, the star of victory will shine on us. Goodbye, mother, don't be sad, wish us a safe journey. Madame Alexeyevna stared at the speaker of the radio, lost in thought. Aunt Luna, who always talked a lot, did not speak. Only the singing on the radio echoed in the communication room, against the increasingly fierce gunshots outside. The number 207 reconnaissance aircraft of the 20th Reconnaissance Aircraft Regiment of the Air Force of the 1st Syria Front was approaching Ixikov according to the flight plan. Prior to this, 5 reconnaissance missions like this over the city had been carried out. But this time, the Front Army Air Force approved for the first time the reconnaissance altitude to be lowered to less than 500 meters. The enemy's anti-aircraft artillery fire at this altitude is extremely fierce. Flying over the enemy's heavily fortified city at this altitude is called medal flight by pilots, because as long as they return successfully, they can basically get a medal. Lieutenant Dyakov, the pilot of number 207, finally won this honor. Yes, honor. As for danger, the young men in the Air Force have never been afraid. As they approached the city, observer Serev asked Lieutenant Dyakov, Lieutenant, are you Mrs. Ixikov, right? Yes, Commander Rokosov and I are from the same hometown. I heard that he wanted to fly over the city by himself, but was held down by the Chief of Staff. Serev, how is it possible to let him fly himself? Miss Amelia's ability cannot be effective against the enemy's anti-aircraft gunners. Is it possible that she can also say, I want to do an Immelman spin to avoid the anti-aircraft guns below? The key to air combat is to master information and occupy a position. Energy advantage makes it easier to occupy a position, and mastering information is the prerequisite for taking advantage of capabilities. Therefore, Amelia has an extremely huge advantage in normal air combat. But the anti-aircraft guns on the ground don't need to occupy positions, they just need to fire into the sky. The city is ahead. The lieutenant shouted, get ready to take pictures. Observer Serev immediately turned his attention back to the ground. Strange, he said, why is there so much smoke on the ground? Did we shell the city? No, on the map updated before we took off, the 1st Mobile Group Army should still be on the outskirts of the city, so artillery can't hit the city. While he was talking, the plane had already entered the sky over the city. There was no anti-aircraft fire to greet the pairing of Dyakov and Serev. Maybe it was because the ground was already in a ball. Dyakov, what's going on? I've never heard of airborne operations. It's the guerrillas. The Prosen army is fighting the guerrillas. Serev looked down, the guerrillas are being massacred. We have to help them. Dyakov, we have Deshka machine guns, you indicate the attack route, and we will give the Prosens a boost. Chapter 669, Outburst. The guerrilla detachment led by Serev was suppressed by the firepower of the Prosen half-track parked at the street corner. The Prosens were very cunning and knew that the guerrillas might take advantage of the terrain to destroy buildings that were close to them, So they bulldozed the park in the middle of the street overnight and got several SDKFZ half-track vehicles lined up in the ruins of the park, taking turns to use machine gun fire to suppress the uprising. Military. Because several half-track vehicles fired alternately, the shortcoming of the Plosen machine gun needing to be replaced was also overcome. This kind of tactics will definitely not work against the Ant regular army. After all, the Ant artillery firepower density has reached a crazy level, and a complete frontline fire support system has begun to be established. Such densely arranged half-track vehicles cannot fire heavy artillery for 10 minutes. Just fell down. However, the insurgent forces did not have heavy artillery, and even the mortars were stolen from the Plosen arsenal. The heavy mortars of the Prasen army are in the field troops, and the second-line troops stationed in Exekov do not have heavy mortars. Prasen counts as the wave, and the infantry division stationed in Exekov is the first wave. It was also the eighth wave. The mortars equipped were all small smash cannons, and the infantry artillery equipped by the division was captured from the defeated Carolingian infantry division. Unless this kind of weapon hits the half-track vehicle, there is really nothing that can be done against this steel defense line. Especially the small mortar cannon. The explosion power is about the same as a grenade. Even if it explodes next to a half-track vehicle, it will only scratch its coating. Serav. The priest of the underground parish crouched and ran behind the bunker where Serav was hiding, and asked loudly, "What should we do? Can we just wait for the enemy to finish shooting all the bullets? I'm thinking of a way." Serav raised his head slightly, exposed his head and eyes at the edge of the bunker, and looked at the defense line formed by half-track vehicles. It would be nice to have anti-tank guns. These half-track vehicles can't stop anti-tank guns. The anti-tank gun is on its way, and it was used to knock out an enemy's half-track in the next block. It says it still has 30 rounds of ammunition left. The priest said. Okay. Once the anti-tank guns are delivered, we'll give these half-tracks hell. At this moment, there was a roar in the air. Serav, concealed. The air strike is coming. Soon enough, a twin-engine bomber, Serav did not recognize it as a reconnaissance P3, roared past and strafed the Prasen half-track with machine gun fire. Despite the machine gun fire, 2 of the half-tracks lined up caught fire, and the machine gunner of the other was also hit. The Prasen soldiers were stunned by the sudden attack from the air. Many of them did not even recognize that it was an Ant Air Force aircraft. Instead, they began to curse at the sky, thinking that the Prasen Air Force had accidentally shot them down. Serav shouted, "Quick! Take advantage of this opportunity. Charge!" The partisans burst out of their bunkers, firing toward the half-tracks. In fact, there were still several half-track vehicles intact at this time, and the machine guns on them could fire normally. However, the machine gunners were inexperienced and were frightened by the recent incident, and now they were panicking. 3 machine guns only mopped up 7 or 8 guerrillas, and it was all over. The guerrilla's bayonet plunged into the machine gunner's chest. The machine gunner tried to escape, climbed out of the half-track, was shot, and rolled out of the car in a funny posture. Serav rushed to a half-track that was still intact and shouted, "Ivan!" The car driver, Ivan, shouted, "Here we come." "You drive." "I've never driven it." Prasen's half-track drives almost like a car. "Okay, let me give it a try." Ivan climbed into the cab. Let's see, it's really similar to driving a truck." As soon as he finished speaking, the half-track vehicle jumped forward a lot. "Serav, slow down. What if you bump into someone? I'm not used to the feel of this thing. It's so silky smooth. When I drive our truck, I have to press the accelerator hard to get any feedback." Serav picked up the machine gun. "Let's go, advance along the road, and occupy the police station as planned." At this time, the twin-engine bomber that had just helped a lot passed through the sky again. "Ula." Serav took off his hat and waved to the plane. Observer Serav looked down. "They are very happy. We should help them more. Then call the fleet in the air. There should be a lot of attack planes and fighter jets in the air nearby. The Prasen Air Force is not doing well recently. In fact, because the Prasen Air Force fighter units were mobilized back to China in batches to participate in local air defense operations, they fought with the bombers and escort fighter jets of the 8th Air Force of the United States." Serav picked up the microphone and adjusted the transmission power to the maximum. "Attention all fronts and air forces in the air. An uprising is taking place in Exekov. An uprising is taking place. All flying units are requested to come to support as fuel permits. All flying units are requested to come to support as fuel permits. Antfield Airfield Commandant Drachenko Grigojevic, commander of the 5th Guards Aviation Division, was shocked when he heard the voice coming from the radio. "Exekov revolted." That's what he said. The chief of staff immediately stretched out his hand to adjust the radio. Unlike the army, the Air Force has more technicians per capita, so adjusting the radio is a trivial matter. Then a clearer call came from the loudspeaker. An uprising is taking place in Ixikov. An uprising is taking place. All flying units are requested to come to support as fuel permits. Drachenko immediately put out his cigarette in the ashtray and strode out of the command tent. Many pilots were lying on the grass outside to rest, waiting for the ground crew to repair the aircraft that had just landed. Almost all the boys of Drachenko's old unit, the 4th Attack Regiment, were lying on the grass. They had just completed the bombing of the Plosen ferry and bridge on the Tiber River. Someone took out the baton from nowhere and played a cheerful ditty. Seeing Drachenko coming, someone was the first to speak. "Commander, we are not lazy, the plane is being repaired, refueling. You don't want us to lose our lives due to mechanical failure in the sky, right?" "Drachenko, the people of Ixikov have revolted. They are fighting fiercely with the Plosen defense forces." The smiles on the pilots' faces disappeared. "Drachenko, they will not fight against the enemy when we are about to liberate the city. There is no need. The enemy must be massacring the city, just like Araki and Shepatovka. I order you to take off immediately with all flying objects to support the people of Ixikov in their fight." The pilots all stood up and rushed to their planes without even bothering to pat the grass off their pants. The ground crew over there was shouting, "The bombs haven't been hung yet. Drachenko, hurry up. Remember not to set up incendiary points. Setting the city on fire might cause bad things. Hang up bombs and blow up Prosen's barricades and tanks. Also, there are armor-piercing bullets on the machine gun belt. The revolting people cannot have many anti-armor means. Those half-tracks will cause them trouble." The United States-aided P-47 flown by the 4th Assault Group, the aircraft's weapon is the M2 Lyoginma machine gun. Although this thing is a machine gun, it is actually very armor-piercing. After all, the caliber is 12.7 mm, which is the same caliber as many anti-materiel rifles in later generations. Drachenko stood next to the track, yelling at the ground crew. Soon the first P-47, fully fueled and loaded with ammunition, slid onto the grassy simple runway. Drachenko gave a thumbs up, "Show the Prosen people a little more power." The pilot also gave a thumbs up in response, and then the plane accelerated violently and roared into the sky. Headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army of the Guards. Yegorov heard the voice behind him, turned around, and saw the guard leading the young child into the headquarters. "What's going on?" he asked. "What's wrong with this kid?" Before the guard could speak, the child said quickly, "General. The Prosens planned to massacre the city, and the underground parish launched an uprising in response. The whole Ixikov is fighting. General. Help us. Don't let those who have been fighting for 2 years good people died before liberation." Yegorov's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" At this time, the communications staff reported, "We received communications from the Air Force. They are mobilizing aircraft to support the Ixikov uprising forces. So it should be true. Chief of Staff of the Group Army, but according to our attack plan, we should seize the outer positions today, and then move forward after consolidating them. Yegorov, the situation has changed, can't you see? The situation has changed. We cannot let the common people bleed, let alone let Ixikov be burned into ruins by the enemy before liberation. No. Immediately change the combat plan, organize an assault group, and I will lead it directly into the city center. Now there are uprising troops everywhere in the city. We will get support from the local people. It is impossible for the enemy to allocate their strength to deal with our assault troops. When we knock down the enemy city defense headquarters, the enemy city defense troops will be leaderless. Maybe it will collapse on its own." The chief of staff thought for a while and nodded. Indeed, under the current situation, there may not be a brutal street battle with the enemy, because all the enemy's defense forces are restrained by the insurrectionary troops. We initially imagined the intensity of the enemy's resistance based on Ababa Han's experience, which may have been a bit too cautious. Yegorov nodded and said to the young child who came to report, "Kid, please wait a moment, our assault group is organized, and I will rush into the city with you. Do you know the way?" "No." The young child smiled. "Okay." Yegorov slapped his thigh, and then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, the 1st Red Banner Mechanized Infantry Division of the Guards also flies a red flag, borrow their red flag." The tank at the head of the assault group hung a red flag, and said the enemy's second-line troops were immediately frightened to death. The chief of staff also laughed. "This is a good idea." The young boy who came to report the news asked, "Isn't it true that only General Rokosov can raise the red flag?" "Not now. Many heroic troops have spontaneously raised red flags, because it represents all the blood of Davarish's sacrifice. It belongs to our battle flag." Yegorov explained, "Of course, only those troops who have the title of guards and are particularly brave dare to raise the red flag, otherwise they will be laughed at." "Young children, that's great. Hurry up. Everyone will be happy when they see the red flag." It will take about 2 hours to organize the assault group and gather them together, the chief of staff said. We can treat this little hero who reported the news to a meal. I'm not hungry, the child said, causing his stomach to growl in anger. Chapter 670, Turn My Body into a Raging Fire, Update 4884. Chapter 670, Use My Remaining Body to Turn into Fire, Update 4884. 43, Croogan Street 1930 hours. There are more elderly people sitting around the reception room. What came on the radio was no longer a broadcast from a distant capital, but the radio communications of ant pilots in the sky. I strafed a half-track. Damn it, my bombs don't seem to be breaking down the enemy resistance at the post office. Where's the post office? I still have a bomb. Uncle Dudayev shouted, the post office is the Red House? Oh. I'm so anxious. Aunt Luna looked at the uncle. I said, we old ladies are here around the radio because we are women. Isn't it bad for you, a man, to hang out with us? You should also join the uprising. Uncle Dudayev scolded, I'm 90 years old. I can't even walk without a limp. It takes 30 minutes to walk on the street to buy a drink, so I have to move step by step. But you can run and jump, why don't you go? The church always says that women are half of the sky. Aunt Luna, that makes women hold up half the sky. We would like to go, but Alexeyevna won't let us go. That's right. Another aunt agreed, we all follow the aunt's command. It is her experience that has kept us alive for so many years and helped the guerrillas. She told us to take to the streets, and we took to the streets. The aunt didn't respond, but stared at the radio intently, listening to the pilot's hurried conversations inside. It's broken. A pilot said, it seems they can't attack the city center. Who still has a bomb? Throw it at the building with the bell tower in the city center. The insurrectionary troops have been suppressed by the enemy. I saw the armored vehicles captured by the insurrectionary forces moving towards that direction. The aunt suddenly reached out her hand, picked up the radio, and pointed the speaker in her direction so that she could hear more clearly. Isn't a half-track not enough? We need a tank to help them attack. Who still has a bomb? Maybe if we shoot more, we can destroy the enemy's bunker. It's useless. The enemy's machine gun bunker is in the marble hallway, so it's hard to hit it from the air. I ran into it. No, at the beginning of the year, there was an order prohibiting precious Air Force pilots from hitting enemy targets without damaging their planes. Your plane can still fly, Mikhail. So no. Then I'll fly a few more times and I'll crash when I run out of fuel. No. Mikhail, I order you to return. The aunt's hand holding the radio trembled slightly. Aunt Luna looked at her face and said, these pilots must be very good young men, right? They should be as old as my Grisha. The aunt nodded slightly. Old man Dudayev said, your Grisha is an infantryman, far from a pilot. Lyushenko's, aunt's nickname, son is a tank soldier, also a technical branch, similar to a pilot. The aunt spoke up, I only have one son who is a tank soldier. Aunt Luna, it was the death notice and the last letter that Rokosov personally sent. He fought with that Rokosov. Maybe it was the same Rokosov who closed his eyes for him. Lyushenko, your child will definitely go to heaven, and maybe even become an angel under the seat of Saint Andrew. The aunt didn't speak, just continued to listen to the sound on the radio. That half-track is charging. This is too messy. How can a half-track be able to withstand the Prosin's anti-tank gun? Even the second-line troops still have Pak-38. The half-track was hit and on fire. Who can think of a solution? Sarav climbed out of the burning half-track, slipped and fell from the car, lying next to the track. He screamed, and immediately two guerrillas rushed over despite the hail of bullets, dragging his arms and running back. Two anti-air force planes flew over the wreckage and fired at the heavily fortified city hall building of Prosen. It's a pity that the Prosen people have built fortifications for a long time, and the firepower of the aircraft alone cannot cause enough damage to the Prosen people. Sarav regained his composure, pushed away the man who was dragging him, stood up and ran towards the burning half-track. He lay on the car door, looked inside, and found that the driver Ivan's body had been hit by a Pak-38 armor-piercing bullet. His entire chest was shattered, and blood and organ fragments rolled out and flowed everywhere. He turned to look at the municipal building that was spitting out flames, gritted his teeth and wanted to move forward. The priest of the underground parish was shouting, "Don't go there. Don't rush in like this. We have controlled most of the neighborhoods, and it is unlikely that the enemy will massacre the city. Just wait for our troops to attack." Sarav looked back and saw only the corpses of guerrillas everywhere, including many familiar faces to him. He bent down, picked up a rifle, and stumbled toward the municipal building. Several injured guerrillas immediately stood up among the dead and followed Sarav towards the building. Officer Prosen, who was commanding the machine gun, noticed him and immediately patted the machine gunner on the shoulder, pointed here and yelled something. The machine gun on the tripod was turned around and pointed at Serav. A rain of bullets came. Serav was hit by several bullets, staggered a few steps, and finally knelt down on one knee. Bullets continued to come, but Serav used his last strength, using the rifle as a stand, and tried his best to maintain his standing posture. He died standing like this. Aunt Alexeyevna put down the radio. Aunt Luna looked at her expectantly. What do you mean? Aunt Alexeyevna, I am not your leader, you don't have to follow me. In this situation, the enemy should not be able to massacre the city. You should stay here and wait for the long night to pass and the dawn to come. Aunt Luna, listen, I will never be able to say such elegant words in my life. Aunt Alexeyevna just said the more elegant words in auntie language. Uncle Dudayev, after all, she has studied in a girls' school, the school where General Rokosov's wife studied. That is different from the Sunday school you attended, so she can be the manager of such a large apartment. Aunt Alexeyevna stood up, picked up her cloak and put it on, then took a cane, and walked towards the door of the apartment with a brisk pace that did not match her age. She pushed open the door, walked to the street, and walked towards the direction where the gunshots came from. Aunt Luna stood at the door of the apartment, hesitated for a moment, and still walked out of the door and caught up with the old lady. Lieutenant Fred of the Plassen army was commanding the machine gun to shoot at the mob of the uprising. The rebels were poorly equipped and lacked training. If there was anything that these rabble were better than the anti-army that collapsed at the beginning of the war, it should be only courage. They had launched several rounds of attacks, and the front of the municipal building was full of corpses. These corpses were wearing different clothes and holding a variety of equipment. It was unimaginable that they were planning to defeat the Plassen regular army with such equipment. Lieutenant Fred had been stationed in the city for 2 years and had come into contact with countless guerrillas and resistance fighters. He actually fully understood the source of their courage. Unfortunately, courage alone cannot win the war. In the previous 2 years of war, after the anti-army recovered from the initial defeat, they never lacked courage, but they could not stop Proson's advance. Until General Ni and General Dong arrived, Lieutenant Fred believed the propaganda minister's statement. And now, Proson's army is not lacking in courage, but they also did not stop Rokosov. Courage is respectable, but it cannot. Suddenly, Lieutenant Fred stopped thinking because he saw a staggering old man appear on the street outside the city hall gate. Lieutenant Fred knew that person. She was a nail house on Kruger Street. The Imperial Household Ministry had always suspected that she was a key person lurking in the underground parish of Anti, but they could not find evidence. Aunt Alexeyevna. It is said that her son seemed to have fought side by side with Rokosov, so the death notice was delivered by Rokosov himself. The old lady walked straight to the city hall gate. Lieutenant Fred heard an auntie shout, "Auntie Alexeyevna, what are you doing?" Lieutenant Fred had learned the auntie language for his work, and now it came in handy. The old lady replied, "I came to see how my sons died." Her voice was so loud that even the Prosons could hear it clearly. "Auntie Alexeyevna, they killed my own son. Then they killed my adopted son. Later they killed those good children who treated me like a mother. So now let them kill me too. If they can't kill me, I will use the bayonet." The old lady walked up to the anti-soldier who had never fallen down until his death, as if to take his gun. But she stopped. It seemed that she knew the man. At this time, Lieutenant Fred's men said, "Lieutenant, I can shoot that crazy woman, and kill her with a burst of fire." The lieutenant did not answer immediately. He watched the old lady close the eyes of the dead gorilla with her hands, lay his body on the ground, and then picked up the steel gun stained with blood. The old lady, "Now, they have killed another son of mine. Let them kill me. Otherwise, I will use the steel gun to stab them to death, and a Proson mother will lose her son." The old lady walked towards the building with a rifle. The lieutenant, "Fire! Fire quickly!" The machine gunner fired, but the trajectory of the machine gun with the red barrel was finished, and none of the bullets hit the old lady. The old lady shouted, "You kill me. I don't have a few days to live. With my broken body, turn into a raging fire. Send you to purgatory." The lieutenant was shocked, and someone shouted, "Look." Fred turned his head and saw thousands of civilians opening the doors and rushing out of the buildings. They rushed through the streets holding fire sticks, rolling pins and even blacksmith hammers. The machine guns opened fire, and the bullets rained down death on the ants. Only the old lady was still walking towards the door firmly. Just then, the sound of engines and the regular clicking of gearboxes were heard on the street. The lieutenant's subordinates shouted in surprise, "The armored forces are here to save us. These mobs will be slaughtered. They are not afraid of machine guns. They are not ordinary mobs. They must." The machine gunner's voice stopped abruptly. Because on the antenna of the trapezoidal armored unit around the corner, a red flag that seemed to be stained with blood was flying. Chapter 671 General Rokosov leads our charge. On the guerrilla side, Many people panicked when they heard the sound of tank engines and gearboxes. Didn't they say that the Prosan people's tanks were all lost? Incendiary bombs, hurry up and get the incendiary bombs. The clergy of the underground parish loudly comforted everyone, don't panic. According to the intelligence we have obtained, the Prosan armored forces have long been lost and retreated to the other side of the Tiber River. They will not come back. This is either our armored force, or some workers have modified tractors and used them as tanks. Exukov is an important industrial city in Hazaria, and it fell early. During the evacuation, many workers did not have time to evacuate. Although the Prosan people dismantled most of the remaining machines and other things and brought them back to their country, it was not difficult for the workers to use tractor drivers to rub the earth tanks. As soon as the priest finished speaking, a guerrilla shouted, "Look! Tanks!" Everyone turned their heads and saw a strange-looking tank driving into the square. There was no gun barrel on the front of the tank. Several infantrymen were lying on the strange tank, all wearing ant uniforms. Most importantly, there was a red flag hanging on the tank's antenna. Red flag. Every ant person, as long as he secretly listened to the broadcast from Yebeo or circulated the newspapers dropped by the plane, knew that Rokosov was the first to raise the red flag, and that the red flag represented comrades who had shed blood on the battlefield. Someone was already shouting, "Red flag! It's a red flag! Rokosov's troops are rushing in." The tank went straight to the municipal building. The Plosin anti-tank gun opened fire, but the shell was directly bounced off the front slope of the tank. An officer on the tank pointed at the old lady in front of the main entrance of the municipal building, so two infantrymen jumped off the car, threw smoke bombs, rushed forward and pressed the old lady to the ground. Fortunately, the appearance of the tank scared Plosin's machine gunner and stopped the machine gun from firing, otherwise the old lady would have died here. The tank continued to move forward, passing through the smoke, knocking down the guardrail of the fountain in front of the municipal building, and smashing the statue in the middle of the fountain. The water supply system was still running. After the statue was smashed, a strong stream of water gushed out, hitting the chassis of the tank and spraying out from both sides of the track. The water mist spread on both sides of the tank, and formed a rainbow under the sunlight. Finally, the tank stopped. The general on the back of the tank patted the top cover. So a nova rose into the sky with thick smoke. The priest stared at the nova and subconsciously said, "This is the Star of Victory." He watched the Star of Victory smash into the municipal building. The bright light of the explosion instantly overshadowed the sun's brilliance, and the shockwave swept away the mist created by the tanks, and finally hit everyone's face. All those who were not hiding behind the bunker were thrown to the ground. Various fragments hit the wall with a crackling sound, as if a heavy rain suddenly fell. The impact of the storm ended, and the priest looked at the municipal building and found only a rising ball of light. The priest rushed out of the bunker and shouted, "General Rokosov has come to liberate us personally. Hurry!" His words were immediately repeated by everyone, "General Rokosov has come to liberate us. General Rokosov is here. General Rokosov is charging in person. Hurry up, follow the general." No one cared about the distortion of information during transmission. Everyone rushed out of the bunker and ran towards the rising ball of light. Some people saw the red flag on the tank and became more convinced, the red flag is here, and the general must be here too. Yegorov lay on the back of the tank and laughed at the rising ball of light. "Good. You are as ridiculous as your bunker." At this time, the sound of Euro was everywhere, and someone was shouting, "General Rokosov personally charged." Yegorov was shocked, "The division commander is here." He hurriedly looked around. "Where is the division commander?" At this time, the rebel soldiers rushed past the tank, and someone saluted Yegorov, "General." "Salute to you." Yegorov was still confused, He was indeed a general, but he always felt something was wrong. More people rushed to the collapsed municipal building and used bayonets to pick off the surviving Prosan soldiers one by one. Everyone shouted to Yegorov when passing by the tank, "Salute you, General." Yegorov was also confused. He could only respond, "Salute you, salute you." Finally, a man wearing a clergyman's cuff ran to the urban assault gun and patted the side armor of the vehicle, "General Rokosov, the enemy is still resisting in other places and needs your support." Yegorov pointed at himself, "Me? I'm not. Priest, it doesn't matter whether you are or not, anyway, you are holding a red flag. I will be your guide, hurry up and take down other strongholds, Exukov is bleeding." Yegorov, "Okay. You show the way." "Wait a minute, where is the enemy headquarters?" The priest pointed to the ruined municipal building and said, "This is the city defense headquarters, and also the headquarters of the most experienced division of the Plosin garrison." Yegorov said to the urban team who was loading ammunition next to him, "Use the radio to report to the army headquarters that we have killed the enemy city defense headquarters and the enemy is leaderless." Don't worry about the previous battle plan and go all out to attack advancing in the city. The enemy has no ability to engage in street fighting with us. Priest, street fighting? No, we have driven most of the enemies out of the alleys. Only some combat engineers are still resisting. Yegorov, immediately arrange for guides to take our combat team to deal with these combat engineers. Don't worry, the whole city is your guide. Filippov is leading his team and is advancing through the city. The recruits in the team couldn't help but ask, Major, I heard that before you left Iksakov, you lived in General Rokosov's manor. Filippov, yes, the city was full of troops at that time, so we could only live in General Rokosov's manor. We also met General Rokosov's father. What kind of person is he? Just like the general, they are cut from the same mold. Filippov said. At this time, he suddenly heard footsteps in front of him, and quickly raised his hand and made a fist. So the entire guard squatted down, held their guns, and aimed in different directions. This set of tactical gestures was also designed by General Rokosov, and was spontaneously promoted by veterans because of its ease of use. Soon, an ant ran out of the alley. When she saw Filippov and the others, she shouted, Come here quickly. There are prosens resisting here. They seem to be some kind of combat engineers. There is also an armored vehicle. Filippov, don't worry, Auntie, we have new rocket launchers, and the armored vehicles are at your disposal. Lead the way. Come this way. The ant waved repeatedly and led the way. Filippov made a gesture, and the whole team stood up and followed the ant. The ant was leading the way while mumbling, You are finally back. The year we were first occupied, the Prosen people said you would never come back and told us to live as part of the empire. But in the winter, they suddenly stopped saying that, and they also tried their best to catch people with radios, shooting hundreds of people every day, just because they hid radios secretly and broadcast the news of victory to everyone. At that time, those yellow dogs, the locals who served as policemen for them, led the Prosen people everywhere to search for radios. By last year, the Prosenians stopped searching for radios, and the yellow dogs became honest. Most of them became honest, but some dishonest ones were silenced by the guerrillas. But last summer, the Prosenians suddenly became tense again, and many Prosen soldiers came with necklaces on their chests. Filippov, that's a military policeman. The necklace is simplified from the breastplate. Those gendarmes are killing people everywhere. Many good guerrillas have been killed, and many priests have been hanged. The enemy is ahead. Do you hear the sound of machine guns? Filippov pulled his ant behind him, took a few steps forward and lay down at the entrance of the alley to look out. Sure enough, he saw a half-track vehicle firing, and someone in the house next to her was also firing. Filippov turned back and ordered in a low voice, The enemy has not noticed us. The rocket launcher will aim at the half-track vehicle first. Don't fire. We will move over first and use the advantage of the silent rifle to steal as much as possible from the enemy. Yes. The guard soldiers responded in unison. Filippov, I'll go out first, you guys follow. After saying that, he ducked out of the alley, and the others immediately followed, skillfully spreading out on the street. The bazooka shooter and sub-shooter found a good position and aimed at the half-track that was still firing. Filippov fired first. The bullets knocked down 2 combat engineers in succession. The enemy didn't react at all. After all, the sound of the silent rifle was too small and difficult to notice in this situation. The soldiers opened fire one after another, knocking down more than a dozen enemy soldiers at once. As a result, one enemy soldier survived and shouted, Allow. When he fell to the ground. The enemy finally noticed the team. The half-track immediately turned its gun, and a fire dragon hit it. The car's engine immediately caught fire, and the machine gunner jumped out of the car and rolled on the ground. Filippov had already rushed to a distance where he could throw the grenade. With a wide draw, the grenade was thrown directly into the second-story window of the building. At the same time, several grenades were fired. After a burst of explosions, the entire stronghold fell silent. Filippov rushed under the window, and while changing the magazine, he stretched his head to look inside from the edge of the window, safe. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinates who followed him flew up and kicked open the door, rushing in with guns in hand. At this time, several guerrillas rushed to Filippov, You are here. These combat engineers killed more than 20 of us and wounded dozens more. Filippov, they can't hurt you anymore. They can't hurt you anymore. Chapter 672 Canonization. At 1 o'clock in the morning on August 5, the headquarters of the Kozalia front. Wang Zhong was about to leave the headquarters and go to sleep. The commander of the communications battalion rushed in excitedly, General. The 1st Mobile Army reported that Iksakov has been occupied, and only thousands of Prosan combat engineers are still resisting. The battle is expected to end before tomorrow morning. What? Wang Zhong looked at his watch, so fast. Communications Battalion Commander, after receiving news of the uprising in the city, the 1st Mobile Group Army organized an assault group, directly rushed into the city using motorized maneuvers, and occupied the Plosin city defense headquarters. The defenders immediately collapsed. Pavlov, it sounds like they took advantage of the lack of anti-tank firepower in the second-line troops of Plosin. Popov, it is also possible that the scale of the uprising was larger than we expected, and the Plosin defenders were directly driven back to the isolated stronghold, allowing our army to move unimpeded in the city. Pavlov, should we report this news to Yebeo? I think it would be safer to wait until all the enemies in the city have been eliminated, and the entire bank of the Tiber River has been occupied, before reporting it to Yebeo. Wang Zhong thought for a while and said, no, we should report it as soon as possible to highlight that the Prasen People's Front is falling apart. Not only do I need to report it, I also want to enter the city as soon as possible. You should immediately arrange for the front army headquarters to move forward. Pavlov, now Iksukov is still within the enemy's artillery coverage. Is this really good? Wang Zhong, if the enemy retreats in such a hasty manner, how many artillery units can be ready to fire on us? Pavlov shrugged. According to the results we obtained from counting the artillery abandoned by the enemy on the battlefield and the wreckage of various artillery pieces, Prosan lost more than half of its artillery force. That's okay. Make preparations now. We'll head towards Iksukov tomorrow morning. Wang Zhong yawned long after he finished speaking. I'll rest for a few hours first and then we'll talk again at dawn. Pavlov made a gesture of invitation. Popov, wait a minute, shouldn't you draft the telegram reporting this matter to Yebeo? You are the commander of the front army. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows and said to Vasily, you draft the telegram, be a little more restrained when reporting, and sign our 3 names at the end. Vasily, yes. This is originally the job of the adjutant. You personally drafted it because you said it, and I will record it? Wang Zhong patted Vasily on the shoulder, leave it to you. Ant's capital, St. Catherine's Fort, 6 o'clock in the morning. After Olga got up, she was dressing up under the waiters of the maids, when the palace steward came in and reported, General Turgenev is outside the door. Olga was overjoyed, we have won the battle, right? Have we captured Iksukov? The palace manager reminded him seriously, it should be said liberated, otherwise the church may have objections. Olga, sorry, I was so happy that I forgot. Let Turgenev come in, I'm already dressed. The manager nodded, opened the door and went out. After a while, Turgenev entered the room and said to Olga, congratulations, Your Majesty, just now, the 1st Keselaya front reported that they had occupied the Iksukov city defense headquarters, and the enemy was guarding it. The army collapsed, and our army, under the guidance of the local people, was annihilating the defenders in the isolated strongholds in the city one by one. We took back this ancient city. Olga, when can I go to the city to pay homage to my brother? Turgenev, when the Hazalaya front drove the enemy's artillery 25 kilometers away. It is still too dangerous to visit the city now. Olga, what about my brother, General Rokosov? When is he going to enter the city? Turgenev, the general's headquarters began to move towards Iksukov this morning. The headquarters objected to him entering the city so quickly. After all, there may still be some saboteurs or even enemy agents left in the city. But, Olga smiled, the headquarters can no longer command him. Turgenev, this is not a good thing, Your Majesty. Olga smiled even more happily, why isn't that a good thing? I know you are going to tell me about the order of command and the like, but as long as he becomes the commander-in-chief of Ant Army, wouldn't it be okay? After we capture Iksukov, he should be a marshal, right? If he doesn't get promoted to marshal, General Gorky insists on not being promoted to marshal, right? He becomes a marshal, and he is also my god brother. He is an army officer. The commander-in-chief is perfectly fine, isn't he? Olga said isn't it 3 times in a row, which made Turgenev frown. There is no problem with the marshal, but there are many considerations involved in appointing the commander-in-chief. I think it is better to let him command a front army to give full play to his talents. Olga, even though all the troops in our army are now being adapted according to his opinions. Turgenev, this is because he is the dean of the Suvorov Military Academy. The dean of the military academy proposed an organization method that is more suitable for modern warfare, and we should naturally follow it. Olga, what about the equipment? Now our army's equipment is basically developed in accordance with his guiding ideology. Turgenev, that's why we can no longer give him the title of commander-in-chief, otherwise he will be like the conqueror dash. Olga, is there anything wrong? We are Ant, and we have always been accustomed to being led by powerful tyrants. Turgenev was speechless for a moment, because looking back at history it seemed that this was indeed the case. At this time, Belinsky's voice came from outside the door, don't worry, Rokosov is a staunch secular member, and he will not become the tyrant you are worried about. With that, Belinsky entered the door and saluted Olga. Good morning, Your Majesty the Tsar. Hello, Your Majesty the Patriarch, you must have heard that Exakov has been liberated. Yes, I rushed here as soon as I heard the news. 2 years ago, almost in August, the fall of Exakov marked the end of Anti's unprecedented military defeat. The country came to on the verge of national annihilation. Belinsky walked up to Olga, looked at the huge makeup mirror with her, and looked at her through the mirror. And during the battle to defend Exakov, your brother, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and Rokosov's father, His Excellency the Old Duke, died together outside Exakov. Also on the same day, Rokosov left his hometown with the black soil of his hometown. Don't you think that this kind of care seems to be destined by God? Olga, what do you mean? What I mean is that after discussions at the Council of Cardinals, we are ready to canonize Rokosov as a living saint of secularism. His performance in all aspects can be regarded as an example, and he is undoubtedly a secular believer. Olga, in other words, even if no one can wear the crown of the Tsar on him in the future, right? Belinsky smiled. No, Your Wise Majesty, even if someone wants to put a crown on him, Rokosov will refuse. I have tested him countless times, and he is the most staunch secularist. Be as steadfast as that Saint Andrew. In fact, if we secularists were not opposed to the whole idea of reincarnation, I might have suggested to the Council of Cardinals that he be canonized as Saint Andrew. Belinsky turned around, came to the window, and looked at the rising sun on the horizon. Your Majesty, times have changed, haven't you noticed? Olga nodded. I discovered it. Don't worry, Your Majesty the Patriarch, when the time comes, I will make the right choice. I think that will be a choice that is more suitable for the people of Ant. Belinsky smiled. I am very happy to hear the word people from your mouth. Then, I will take my leave first. In the early morning of August 5, outside Exakov, Wang Zhong's jeep was speeding beside the advancing infantry column. In order to prevent the infantry from recognizing him, he did not raise the red flag this time. After the car passed by, some of the infantrymen realized belatedly that the general who had just passed by was sitting on the car carrying 5 stars on his shoulders. I don't know how long they drove, but a motorcycle suddenly came from the front and stopped in front of Wang Zhong's jeep. The driver braked and yelled, "Asshole, don't you look at the road? Do you know who is in my car?" The motorcyclist said loudly, "I know. I'm here specifically to see the general. Report to the general that under the guidance of fellow villagers, we discovered the graves of the Crown Prince and Old Duke Rokosov." Chapter 673 What a beautiful flower. After the motorcyclist finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's feelings were very complicated at this time. In fact, he had not spent much time with his good brother Ivan and his old father Duke Rokosov. After all, he was a time traveler who had taken over the Magpie's Nest. But this short time together did establish a bond, and 2 years later, the bond did not weaken with the death of the two, but became stronger and stronger. Perhaps now, in addition to Wang Zhong from another world, the soul in this body also has a part of the real Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. Because of this, Wang Zhong's inner emotions were surging, and he had to spend all his strength to maintain the calm on the surface. Wang Zhong turned around and said to Nelly in the jeep behind, "Nelly, find me 2 bouquets of flowers, one should be dignified and steady, and the other should be more flashy." "Okay, General. I'll catch up with you when I prepare the flowers," Nelly said as she jumped out of the car and ran to the side of the road. There is never a lack of blooming flowers in the summer of the Kausalia grassland. Wang Zhong looked at the motorcyclist again. "Lead the way, let's see what the cemetery built by the Prosan people is like." "Yes, General." The motorcycle immediately turned around and returned to the original route. Wang Zhong's driver stepped on the accelerator to catch up. About 15 minutes later, the motorcycle stopped in front of a cemetery in the wilderness. The reconnaissance platoon sent by Wang Zhong to find the cemetery of his best friend and his father had already set up a cordon around the cemetery, and several half-track vehicles occupied the 4 corners of the cemetery wall. The reconnaissance platoon leader and an old man stood at the gate of the cemetery. "General." The platoon leader saluted. "The engineers assigned to our platoon have checked the cemetery. There are no mines or booby traps." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man next to him spoke, "I look after the cemetery every day. If the Prosen people planted mines, I would know for sure. But I told this officer, and he didn't believe it." "Wang Zhong, uncle, my troops are all Davarish. Even without the officer, I eat and live with the soldiers. There is nothing false about this." Wang Zhong's series cook also cooks for the headquarters canteen every day. The whole headquarters, including the attached guard regiment and anti-aircraft regiment, can eat. Whether they can eat depends on how fast they rush. Wang Zhong can eat every time because Nelly is the first one in line every day. Only in very special circumstances will the series cook specifically for Wang Zhong, such as when entertaining the commanders of various troops going to the front line. And when Nelly goes to the canteen, ordinary soldiers dare not compete with her. If a new soldier is blind, an old soldier will come over and tell him a story with a cigarette in his mouth, telling him how Miss Nelly killed 200 Prosan soldiers with a dagger on a frozen beach. Yes, now according to everyone's word of mouth, Nelly killed almost as many Prosan soldiers with a dagger as Wang Zhong chopped tanks with a saber. The old man was shocked. You are the king of Kosalia, how can you do this? Only those soldiers with outstanding merits can have the honor of sitting at the same table with you, it has to be this way. Wang Zhong, when the war is over, I will donate the crown and scepter to the museum. Times have changed, and the time has come when kings are no longer needed, old man. The old man didn't seem to understand all this. He stared at Wang Zhong and kept uttering the first syllable of the word but. Wang Zhong, thank you for leading the way, and thank you for taking care of the cemetery all these years. Well, this is what I should do. The old man bowed hurriedly. Wang Zhong walked past him and headed toward the inside of the mausoleum. He could vaguely hear the old man muttering behind him, there is no king anymore, days without a king. The voice gradually faded. On a high pedestal in the center of the mausoleum, there was a destroyed tank. Wang Zhong immediately remembered that this tank was the one in the headline photo of the Prosan newspaper 2 years ago. According to the headline article, this was the last tank that Crown Prince Ivan Nikolaevich Antonov rode. Standing in front of the tank, Wang Zhong recalled the last time he met Ivan when he led his troops to leave Iksakov and go to Araki to stop the enemy 2 years ago. Ivan's face in his memory was a little blurry, but his words were still clear. Take good care of Olga. This was Ivan's last request. In this situation, have you taken good care of Olga? Wang Zhong asked himself. It should be considered that her crown was saved and she was prevented from becoming a prisoner. The problem is the future. When the war is over, if Olga abdicates, then I will protect her as her brother and take her to my manor. Then she can grow flowers, create some art, or become a biographer to recall the life of the last Tsar. If Olga does not abdicate, then I will persuade her to abdicate and then place her in the manor. Then she can still grow flowers, create some art, or write a book to recall the last Tsar. In this way, I will have completed the entrustment of my old friend. Wang Zhong stopped looking at the tank and walked around the marble base to the empty cemetery behind. There are only 2 tombstones in the entire cemetery. The larger tombstone is engraved with the double-headed eagle, the symbol of the anti-royal family. That should be Ivan's tomb. Wang Zhong came to the tombstone, which was written in Prasen and Anti, Crown Prince Ivan Nikolaevich Antonov died here in battle. Although he was an enemy, his courage still impressed us. Sergeant Major Gregory whispered in Wang Zhong's ear, I will arrange for someone to remove the words of the Prosan people. Wang Zhong raised his hand and waved, no, that's good. Nothing can better demonstrate Ivan's courage than the enemy's recognition. We must protect this monument and the tank behind it. Vasily stepped forward, but, it would be bad if you don't leave some traces, right? After all, he is your close friend. Wang Zhong did not speak, but walked to the second tombstone. The inscription written by the Prosan people is, the loyal old duke wore the military uniform of the old era and was buried for the country that is about to become history. Gregory, should this be changed? Wang Zhong shook his head, no, the Prosan people did not say which country is about to become history. Vasily, I wrote the sentence down, and it will be the front page headline of all newspapers in Yebeo tomorrow. Wang Zhong did not answer, but stared at the tombstone. In fact, compared with his good brother Ivan, the impression left by his father in this time and space is much shallower. Wang Zhong can't even remember the last words the old duke said to him. But he vaguely remembered that the old duke invited him to drink before leaving. At that time, the old duke should have realized that his son was no longer the original one. But the old man still hugged him like a father. Now, Wang Zhong stared at the tombstone, trying to remember the feeling of that hug and the smell of tobacco at that time. Then Vasily's voice interrupted his recollection. General? You have been silent for 10 minutes. Vasily said. Wang Zhong, I'm fine, I just have a lot of thoughts at once. Vasily, General, you only took 2 years to fight back, and you definitely did not disappoint their expectations. Wang Zhong, I know. Just then, footsteps were heard, and Nelly took the flowers around the tank monument and entered the cemetery. Nelly, the flowers are here, this one is more dignified and majestic. Before she finished speaking, Wang Zhong took the bouquet and placed it in front of the old duke's tombstone. Nelly, the other one, I made with the Prasen medals collected on the battlefield and baby's breath, it's more fancy. Wang Zhong took the bouquet and shook it slightly to make a ding-dong sound. He will like this. As he said, Wang Zhong placed this weird flower in front of Ivan's tombstone. This scene reminded Wang Zhong of the Yugoslav movie The Bridge that he liked very much when he was a child. The theme song of the movie Goodbye, Friend was adapted from the Italian guerrillas' war song Bella Ciao. He could sing this song when he was very young. Now he hummed it subconsciously. Vasily raised his eyebrows. Isn't this a song that the commandos often sing? It seems that when they were carrying out sabotage activities in the Apennines, the local guerrillas sang it to commemorate their fallen comrades and the civilians who covered their own sacrifices. Wang Zhong, yes. The lyrics seem to be like this: guerrillas take me away quickly, I can't stand it anymore. Vasily took out the harmonica and played it. As the harmonica played, Wang Zhong walked forward and gently stroked Ivan's tombstone. In his mind, a voice was singing along with the harmonica, if I die in battle, you must bury me. The harmonica melody was coming to an end, and Wang Zhong said the lines from the movie in a voice that only he could hear. Good luck, Ivan. Don't be afraid, Ivan. When the harmonica melody came to the end, Vasily asked, do you want to play it again from the beginning? Wang Zhong shook his head, no, no. Where is the old man just now? Here. General. The old man took 2 steps forward. Any instructions? Wang Zhong, I appoint you as the manager of the cemetery. When the local church is re-established, I will approve funds for you. Hire people to plant flowers around here, and control the flowering period to ensure that flowers bloom all year round. Okay, General, although I am not familiar with flowers, I can let my grandson learn, I mean, if he can come back. Wang Zhong patted the old man on the shoulder, leave it to you. The old man, but, General, is this enough? You should also build a monument or write something, right? Wang Zhong, no, they are all in my mind, as long as I am alive, I will definitely remember them. I asked you to plant flowers because I want people to say how beautiful the flowers are every time they pass by here after the war. After that, he strode away from the cemetery. The flowers he left behind bloomed in the early summer sunshine. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 674 Reunion. After leaving the cemetery, Wang Zhong remained silent in the jeep. Vasily sighed, how about I switch seats with Nelly in the car behind me? Wang Zhong, why? I just think this will make you feel better, General. Wang Zhong, I'm in a good mood, but I suddenly remembered a lot of things. He looked at the field next to him and watched the troops entering the field. This was half true. He was silent just now mainly because he was observing the ground situation from a bird's eye view, but he was indeed distracted when he was looking down, and remembered a lot of things 2 years ago. Ivan is a guy that people can't hate. If you get along with such a guy, you will soon become friends. In the past 2 years, Wang Zhong has lost more than one friend, Ivan. Taking the opportunity of mourning Ivan, he suddenly recalled many faces. For example, the gunner of the first generation of tank number 422, the T-28. I don't know how the gunner's old mother, Aunt Alexeyevna, is doing now. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong said to the driver, when you enter the city later, take a detour to number 43 Krugen Street. Wang Zhong has always remembered this house number. But the driver replied in embarrassment, I am not Mrs. Ixuko, I don't know where this house number is. Sergeant Major Gregory, then let me drive. You keep watch. Vasily, no, 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 it's only useful if you keep watch. None of us can protect the general. I'll drive, I know where it is. Come on, stop by the roadside. The driver drove the car to the roadside and stopped. The jeep behind immediately stopped beside them. Nelly in the car asked, what's wrong? Wang Zhong, let someone who is familiar with the road conditions in Ixukov drive, it's okay. Vasily turned over the back of the front seat and sat in the driver's seat, looking at Nelly, you'd better come over. When the general is sad, we can't do anything when the lady is not here. Nelly, when entering the city, the people should not see women around the general. It looks too much like an outing. That's why the lady refused to come with us. Vasily, tisk, is it my illusion? Nelly has become even colder after returning from the front. Or is it because I'm married that she is cold? Sergeant Major Gregory, oh my god, shut up, Nelly is going to get a gun, and I can't stop her from shooting you. Wang Zhong, let's go. The driver didn't turn off the engine when he got off the car, so Vasily started very fast and almost threw Wang Zhong to the ground. Gregory was quick-witted and reached over the back of the front seat to grab Wang Zhong's arm, thus preventing a tragedy. Nelly, Vasily. Vasily, sorry. Don't shoot me, I'll drive steadily. Wang Zhong sat back again and cursed, if I die in a car accident, I don't know how many people in the future will sigh. If he died in a car accident, he could sit at the same table with Patton downstairs. Vasily, I drove very slowly, I can drive even slower. It's a good opportunity for you to see your hometown. Wang Zhong sighed and looked out of the car. Because he didn't inherit the memory, he didn't remember the surrounding scenery very clearly, but even though he didn't have the memory, he inexplicably felt that these scenes were very kind and warm. There were more and more buildings, and the buildings on the roadside were all covered with bullet holes without exception. Some of the buildings with minor damage were still inhabited, the windows and other things were repaired, and clothes were hung on the balcony, which was in sharp contrast to the bullet holes on the wall. The residents were all on the street, welcoming the passing soldiers with flowers and hugs. Wang Zhong saw an old man holding a bottle of illegal liquor in one hand, drinking and shouting, "Great! Revenge for my son and grandson! Great!" Of course, there were also people who were out of tune with this ecstatic atmosphere. For example, an old lady, holding a bust, silently watched the passing troops. The military chaplain stood next to the old lady, as if asking for details, but the old lady said nothing and just stared at the young man walking on the road. Finally, the houses on the roadside became more and more dense, and Vasily said while driving, "We are already within the city boundary, I will take the small road to Krugen Street later." At this time, the jeep passed the wreckage of a Proton tank, which looked like a number 4 tank, and children were playing on the wreckage. "Wang Zhong, I seem to have seen the scene many times." "Vasily, you mean the kids playing on the wreckage of the tank?" "Yes, we saw it in Yisk." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Filippov." After that, he braked and the jeep stopped in front of a group of soldiers sitting on the roadside to rest. Wang Zhong recognized that the leader of this group of soldiers was Filippov, who helped Vasily complete the sacred war, and smiled, "Hello, Filippov, I'm so happy to see you." He was really happy. There was nothing better than seeing a familiar person still alive. Filippov hurriedly stood up and saluted Wang Zhong, "General." The beautiful girl who was chatting with him just now asked curiously, "Who is this?" "Filippov, this is General Rokosov. Even if you don't know him, you should know it by looking at the row of stars on his shoulders. He is the only one in our front with so many stars." The girl's eyes widened, "Rokosov? Is this Duke Rokosov? The radio in Yebeo always said that he had won a new victory. We all thought he was an old man with a beard. I am upstairs, my aunt still holds a portrait of Suvorov and makes wishes to it every day. She thinks the portrait is General Rokosov." Wang Zhong smiled and said, "We have just been liberated, so I don't know if I am normal." In fact, normally he would laugh at this time, but now he can't laugh very well. Vasily looked sideways at Wang Zhong and sighed quietly. Then he stepped forward and hugged Filippov, "You are a major too." "Filippov, I just rushed to the top. There was no captain with more seniority than me, so I was promoted to major. The boss said that I would go back to study this time." After Filippov finished speaking, his soldiers complained, "Without Filippov leading us, we might have died in battle soon. His command has saved us from danger countless times. Wang Zhong, at that time, we will mobilize equally experienced officers for you. You are the first mobile group army, and there are many veterans who want to join. Filippov, you also heard what the general said, don't complain." After saying that, he changed the topic, looked at Vasily and said, "I heard that you are married? I didn't have a chance to see what my sister-in-law is like. You can also get married while you are studying. I will ask my wife to introduce you. But now the best girls are either nurses or snipers. My wife is a nurse in the hospital, and she has also gone to the front line." Vasily shook his head. "I hope she is safe. The hospital has always been an important bombing target for the Prussian Air Force." "Filippov, let's talk about it then. This war won't be over for a while, right?" "Wang Zhong, indeed, it will take at least a year to invade Prozonia." By this time the news that General Rokosov was here had spread, and crowds began to gather. Wang Zhong urged Vasily, "Okay, we can wait until we settle down to reminisce. The army should rest for more than half a month, and there is plenty of time for you to reminisce. Let's go before the crowd gathers." Vasily nodded, hugged Filippov, and then jumped into the jeep. When the car started, someone shouted, "General Rokosov. Welcome back." Wang Zhong waved to the caller, "I'm back. Fellow folks." The crowd cheered. 43. Krugen Street still feels the same American Samoa it did 2 years ago. Wang Zhong got out of the car first, walked to the door of the apartment, raised his hand to knock on the door, but hesitated. Then the door opened, and the man dressed as a priest who opened the door was talking to the people in the room, "Then I will leave. Madam, you have a good rest." "I have many more. Who is it?" The priest met Wang Zhong's eyes. Then his eyes moved down and fell on his epaulets. The priest gasped, you are. Wang Zhong, I'm here to see Aunt Alexeyevna. Is she okay?" "Ah, she is okay. She was hit by a machine gun in the shoulder during yesterday's uprising, but overall she is okay. The bullet penetrated the shoulder and did not hit the nerve, so there is no need for surgery. Come in quickly. The priest gave way and made a sign to invite him in. The old man's tired voice came from the room. Who is it? Wang Zhong, it's me, Madame Alexeyevna. This voice, could it be General Rokosov? There was a sound of someone getting out of bed in the room. Wang Zhong hurried to the counter in the reception room and saw the old lady getting out of bed and walking over quickly. He said hurriedly, slow down. I just came to see you. Why are you injured? Old lady, the Plozans were fighting in front of the municipal building. I saw that they couldn't attack, so I became anxious. Thinking that my sons were all dead, and people like my sons were also dead, I might as well fight with them. Let them fight. As a result, you see, General, the Prasan people don't want me as an old lady. Wang Zhong, your other sons may not have been sacrificed yet. I have paid attention to collecting information about them in the past 2 years, but, there are too many ant people with the same name, and the situation was too chaotic when they retreated in the first year. Many of them the records and files are all lost, but it doesn't matter. When the war is over, we will establish a special organization. At this time, Gregory shouted from outside the door, who are you? Wang Zhong stopped and looked at the door. He had a premonition in his heart. Before he could change his perspective, a strange voice came from outside, my family lives here. It's you, this major has the adjutant mark on him, right? Which general is here? Why are you coming to my house? Madame Alexeyevna almost fell to her knees on the ground, but Wang Zhong grabbed her arm with quick eyes and quick hands, Madam, be careful. When the people outside heard this, they rushed past Gregory's blockage and appeared at the door, Mom. What's wrong? When he saw Wang Zhong, he was stunned, General. Wang Zhong, why don't you come over and help your mother? The aunt's son rushed up, climbed over the counter in the reception room with ease, and supported his mother's other arm. As soon as Wang Zhong let go, the old lady hugged her son and burst into tears. At this time, the melody of Far Away suddenly sounded in Wang Zhong's mind. This was the music played at the end of The Invisible Guardian when Xiao Tu and Lu Wangshi reunited in the countryside. That ending was also Wang Zhong's favorite. Although Xiao Tu lost his identity and no one knew his achievements, the warmth in his arms did exist. Everything had meaning and value because of this warmth and this hug. At this moment, he had a new and more personal understanding of this ending. Looking at the mother and son hugging each other, Wang Zhong's tense face finally relaxed, and then he laughed for the first time since entering the city. Chapter 675 You can't walk into yesterday's time. The reunited mother and son hugged each other for a long time. When Alexeyevna calmed down, her son let go of her and distanced herself. Then the young man, no, he is actually older than Wang Zhong, so it is wrong for Wang Zhong to call him young here. He wears the rank of second lieutenant, and his face is very similar to that of Alexeyevna. Like most ant soldiers, he wears the medals he has received so far on his chest. Although there is no gold star among them, the number of medals shows that his performance on the battlefield is not inferior to any gold star winner. He may just lack a little opportunity. General. Wang Zhong, won't you introduce yourself? In fact, Wang Zhong had already asked Pavlov to find the other sons of the ant, but it was really chaotic at that time. All the documents were lost. The relevant people in charge sacrificed and were captured, and the troops were also captured by Pu Luo. Sen was beaten to a pulp, and many people could not return to their troops even if they were alive. Of course, Wang Zhong can look at the name directly from an overhead perspective, but the process still needs to be done. The second lieutenant stood at attention and saluted, reporting to the general, deputy commander of the 1st Battalion and 1st Company of the 54th Regiment of the 8th Guards Mechanized Infantry Division of the 1st Mobile Group Army, 2nd Lieutenant Petro Alexeyevic. Wang Zhong returned the gift and praised, you have a heroic mother and a heroic brother. Thank you, the lieutenant said. The local church priest said, your mother also participated in the uprising to liberate the city yesterday. Everyone saw her personally rushing to the municipal building where the enemy was guarding. That is the enemy's city defense headquarters. Lieutenant Pietro, Mom. Why are you risking your life like this? Aunt Alexeyevna, I thought you were all dead, so I went to give the Plozan people a taste of their power and stabbed to death the son of a Plozan mother. Even if you come back, I won't if you regret it, you should stab someone to death. Priest, we are going to apply for the gold star for Madame Alexeyevna. Not only did she fight bravely yesterday, she has been covering the guerrillas and underground parishes in the past 2 years, and she also collected supplies for us. She deserves the gold star, otherwise the whole parish refused. Wang Zhong looked at the medal on Petro's chest, and suddenly had the idea of teasing him, and said, and your brother, now we give priority to awarding gold stars to living people, but after the war is over, your brother will be awarded posthumously. Venus. The corner of Petro's mouth twitched obviously. With so many medals on his chest, he must be very unhappy without a gold star. Pietro, I will try my best to get the gold star. No, Wang Zhong shook his head evilly, I think you are an experienced junior officer and should go to the rear school to teach those who are about to become junior officers. But, Wang Zhong, I have decided. This was Wang Zhong's joke on Pietro, and it was also Wang Zhong's gift to Alexeyevna. The Ant hugged Wang Zhong, General, my good general, you are the best good man in the world. However, I cannot allow you to give my son special treatment. I am just one of countless mothers, like me there must be many mothers whose sons are on the front line. Can you bring all their children back? Wang Zhong, it's true that I can't, but my god sister can. She can issue a decree requiring a military census. The last remaining male in each family cannot go to the front line, but can be transferred to the recruit camp to transfer his experience. Teach the new recruits. The ant was still a little surprised, who is your god sister? Pietro, the ant's son, whispered, it's His Majesty the Tsar. Auntie, oh. That's it? Lieutenant Pietro asked, so General, you know my mother because of your brother? What happened to him? Wang Zhong, he was my gunner. In Hauptmann, I commanded a T-28 tank numbered 422. Only the driver and I survived. Everyone else died heroically. Lieutenant Pietro's eyes widened, the gunner of that T-28 is my brother? No one told me this, and it didn't even write about it in the newspaper. Wang Zhong, because I was just an ordinary lieutenant colonel at that time. After a brief pause, he said in a self-deprecating tone, the day before the Battle of Upper Pionier, I peed my pants on the battlefield. Grigory and Vasily both laughed. The others were all embarrassed. They looked at each other before starting to laugh awkwardly, ha, ha, ha. Suddenly, Lieutenant Pietro slapped his thigh, I see, that's how the strange tradition of guards one-step movement came about. Wang Zhong, why, they are still peeing on the enemies they killed. Yes, all the recruits in the 1st Machine Infantry were crazy trying to remember the first enemy they killed, and there was even an incident where 2 people grabbed an enemy's urine. Second Lieutenant Pietro shook his head, I originally applied to go to the 1st Infantry I was mobile, but without permission, the 8th Guards Division sent me there, but the people in the division who welcomed me still said, now you don't have to go to the battlefield to look for enemies to pee on. Wang Zhong, since the bishop accompanying the army has not stopped this tradition, it shows that it is good for the morale of the army. Then it is good to keep it like this. Then he changed the subject, Second Lieutenant Pietro, are you back for vacation? No, I still have a mission, so I took a leave of absence from the army priest. I have to rush back now. Wang Zhong, as the commander of the front, I order you to take a 3-day leave at home. The written order will be issued through the front headquarters and will reach your regiment today. Stay at home and spend time with your mother. Mrs. Alexeyevna may want to object, but she changed her mind halfway, just 1 day, Pietro, just 1 day. Wang Zhong, then it won't hinder your reunion. I also want to go and see my family's manor. As soon as the words fell, the parish priest looked embarrassed, your manor was used as a defensive support point because it was relatively solid. It was greatly damaged in the battle. No one has lived there for the past 2 years. It has become a paradise for creepers and various small animals. Wang Zhong, then I want to go back and see it too. He saluted everyone and turned to go out. A large group of people gathered on the street outside. When they saw Wang Zhong coming out, everyone started cheering. There was also a young girl who rushed forward and hugged Wang Zhong's neck and kissed him passionately. Wang Zhong, okay, thank you, thank you. Someone in the crowd shouted, General. Say something. Wang Zhong, I'm still rushing to see my manor. I will speak to you at the city's liberation ceremony tomorrow. But the crowd didn't buy it. Say something. Yes, just say something now. Wang Zhong could only climb onto the jeep helplessly, stand on the seat, and glance around. I originally thought that it would take 5 years to defeat the Prasen people. I thought that when I returned to the city, the children would have grown up, the octogenarians would have left, and I would also change from a young man to a middle-aged uncle. But now you see. I'm still that young man. The Prasen people are not as powerful as they boast. Although we have made a lot of sacrifices, we are the final winners. After liberating the city, we will continue to move westward. Liberate the rest of the country. Wang Zhong raised his right hand and pointed to the west. The enemy is already on the decline, and we will eventually enter Prosinia. The crowd looked to the west and shouted, Ura. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that Wang Zhong's jeep entered the Rokasov manor. At this time, the sun was really setting, and the light of the setting sun gave the ruins a layer of blood color. Wang Zhong walked in the courtyard. He had only lived in this manor for a month 2 years ago, but everything in his eyes was so familiar at this time, as if he had spent his entire childhood in this place. He came to the front door of the manor mansion and looked at the pillars full of bullet holes. It looks like there should be a machine gun bunker nearby, he said. So the enemy used machine guns to shoot here, trying to suppress the machine gunner. He raised his head and looked at the blown open gate. The enemy tank opened fire, with a short-barreled number 475mm grenade. The moment he spoke, he seemed to have returned to 2 years ago, watching the anti-soldiers holding the support point firing under the porch, and the old Maxim machine gun spewing flames. Then the grenade hit the gate behind, and the impact of the explosion swept the shrapnel across the machine gun bunker. The machine gunner was shot in the back, and he gritted his teeth and continued to fire, but he couldn't aim. The machine gun kept firing at the void until the ammunition chain was exhausted. The Plassen infantry rushed up, kicked the machine gunner who had already died, and made a few more bayonet shots. Wang Zhong sighed, and then he heard the child's voice, "Elisha? Come here." He looked in the direction of the sound and saw the young child standing between the beech trees that had been removed in the courtyard, waving to himself, "Elisha, come on." Then another child ran from the porch and called out, "Your Highness. Wait for me. Don't call me Your Highness." Then, 2 girls, one big and one small, appeared. "Ivan, Elisha, you locked up Olga again. I'm going to complain to His Excellency the Duke." Wang Zhong rubbed his eyes, and the children disappeared. A pot-bellied old man was directing the gardener to trim the trees in the courtyard under the tree. The old man suddenly felt something, stopped and looked at Wang Zhong, then smiled. At this moment, a baby cried loudly in the master bedroom on the second floor of the manor. Wang Zhong looked at the second floor, but only saw half of the collapsed wall, and the remaining half was covered with ivy, with palm-shaped leaves swaying in the sunset. After walking out of the illusion formed by his thoughts, Wang Zhong heard Vasily say, "General, do you want me to play something?" Wang Zhong, then play Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 49, 1812 Overture in E-flat major. Vasily, I only have a harmonica. Wang Zhong, it doesn't matter, when the climax is played, I will let the artillery commander of the front fire to cheer you. The climax of the 1812 Overture depicts the scene of the French army Carolingian army collapsing and the Ant army pursuing the victory. In the most famous performance on earth, cannons were fired outside the theater to cheer. Vasily, I only have one harmonica. Forget about the climax, I can't even get through the opening. Wang Zhong, think of a way, musician. At this time, Nelly asked, "So you plan to stay in this dilapidated house tonight?" Wang Zhong thought for a while. "No, when the war is over, I can find the best architect to rebuild this place while preserving the traces of the war. But now, let the creepers and small animals continue to occupy this paradise." After a brief pause, he added, "After all, we can't go back to yesterday." Chapter 676 Liberation Day. The vanguard team sent by Pavlov has found a suitable headquarters location in the city of Ixikov. So Wang Zhong, who entered the city first, came here to spend the night. As soon as the leading colonel of the pioneer team saw Wang Zhong, he gave him a document. "This is the procedure for tomorrow's Liberation Day." Wang Zhong, Liberation Day? I thought it was just an entry into the city, a relatively simple one. Of course it includes the city entry ceremony. The troops who are expected to participate in the city entry ceremony tomorrow are currently resting in 3 middle schools outside the city. Before dawn tomorrow, they will have tidied up their housekeeping and put on shining medals, just like they did in Shepatovka. Wang Zhong, it is necessary. The local church asked for it. The parishes that were originally operating underground were directly transformed into local churches after liberation. In Shepatovka, this approach quickly restored the order of production and life in the entire city. Wang Zhong, did they ask for it? Yes, it can boost morale. The liaison officer from the local church has arrived, you can ask him. The colonel pointed to the clergyman next to him. I am the liaison officer of the local church. The priest took a step forward. Although the Prozan people's conspiracy to massacre the city was shattered, we also paid huge casualties. Soon the citizens will find that the dead people will not die. Because liberation brings resurrection, the destroyed house will not be repaired immediately because of liberation. After a brief pause, the priest continued, and you may also know that the railway transportation in Ixikov will not be restored for a while. The logistics department of the army has to supply the troops, and there is very little capacity that can be spared. In a short time, the supply of sausages and cheese in the city will be tight, and even pickles will be available on a ticket basis. When Vasily heard this, he immediately said, "The pickles are all supplied by ticket. The situation is really bad." Priest, yes, there is also a shortage of fish and meat, but one thing, canned spam is enough, but that stuff dash. Canned spam was very delicious at the beginning of the war, but after the recipe was changed to increase production, the Allied forces evaluated it as pig food. Of course, the canned spam with a changed recipe will still be regarded as a delicacy by the British Army. But in Ant, these cans are not so popular. After all Ant people had eaten delicious and cheap unlimited doctor sausages before the war. Wang Zhong, in other words, the masses need such a celebration to temporarily forget the troubles of reality. Vasily, I think that as long as the wine management is enough, everyone will not be worried. That's the problem. The priest looked helpless. There's not enough wine. And because a large amount of high-altitude private wine was made into Molotov cocktails and thrown at Proson's armored vehicle, the wine was especially not enough. Wang Zhong, understood, Liberation Day, a grand entry into the city, I will give a speech. Just like you did at Shepatovka, the priest added. Wang Zhong, I understand. Then can I revise Shepatovka's speech and use it? Priest, of course, the key is for you to give a speech. You have a deep connection with our city. You are a close friend of the crown prince who died on the outskirts of the city, and you are the son of the old duke. During the 2 years of Prussian occupation, you have been from time to time. Some people will go to the cemetery in the suburbs in the middle of the night to lay flowers. By following these people, the Prussian military police and the Imperial Household Ministry's special agents arrested many of our comrades and wrongfully accused many good people who simply went to express their condolences. Tomorrow you just have to give a speech, even if it's just to shout slogans. Wang Zhong took a deep breath. Then I can't handle the errands, Vasily. No, Neely, go get me some coffee, make some. I have to write the speech tonight. Nelly, okay, I will also prepare some midnight snacks. Chef Series didn't follow, so I will cook this time. Wang Zhong, no problem. Don't put Proson's eyeballs in the sour cream. Neely pursed her lips and looked at Wang Zhong without speaking. Wang Zhong was embarrassed. Well, you know I'm joking, right? Nelly, there is a poem by Series that says, aspirations eat the meat of Huns when they are hungry, and drink the blood of Huns when they are thirsty. So if you want to follow Series' example, I can also do the same. Wang Zhong, that poem is a metaphor. A metaphor. Nelly, I know, I'm kidding. Wang Zhong stared at Neely for a few seconds and said, Neely, people will laugh when they are joking. Nelly grinned. Vasily, you're just smiling but you're not smiling. Gregory quickly pulled him back. If you make her anxious, I really can't protect you. She has a poker face and can't see the signs. Neely ignored Vasily and Grigory, turned and left. Wang Zhong patted the table where the typewriter was placed. Vasily, come here and take notes. I'm going to write a speech. August 8, Exukov, Liberation Day. The local church organized efforts to decorate the main road. The main decoration was to push the remains of vehicles into the alleys on the side of the road. Ants troops, neatly dressed and with medals on their faces, lined up in 4 columns and marched into the city proudly to the sound of military music, even though many troops had already entered the city yesterday. Citizens of Exukov gathered on the roadside, waving red paper flags made by the church and cheering for the troops. The end point of the troops entering the city was the municipal square, and the rostrum of the Liberation Day was set up in front of the municipal building that had been reduced to rubble by Urban's bombing. Wang Zhong saluted the troops entering the city from the viewing platform next to the rostrum. After the entire square was filled with troops and the masses, the MC announced loudly, now, please invite the commander of the Hazaria front, the symbol of victory, the king of the kingdom of Hazaria, General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, to the stage to announce the liberation of Exukov. Wang Zhong muttered, why do you have to say the title of king, stood up with the speech, walked onto the rostrum, and saluted everyone. The troops shouted in unison, Ura. 3 Ura, each wave was louder than the previous one. After the cheers, the entire venue fell silent. Wang Zhong looked at the speech, then folded the manuscript and stuffed it into his pocket. He freed his hands to hold the small speech table on the rostrum, looking at the soldiers and the masses filling the square. My fellow countrymen. 2 years ago, I was a major general. I left here with my only division and went to Arch to build a defensive position. I was going to stop the Prussian 2nd Armored Group with the strength of 1 division. This is a very powerful armored group with more than 10 times the strength of mine. I was ready to sacrifice my life in Arch. But my father and my close friend, the Crown Prince, seemed to think that I could survive. The day I left, they pulled my arm and looked at me, as if to say, I know you can fight back. Later, I successfully blocked the enemy in Arch for a few days, and then led the remaining troops out of the enemy's encirclement and arrived in Shepatovka. Duke Mishkin sent troops to meet us and sent us to the rear for rest. Later, I learned that on the day I left the border of Hazaria, my close friend, the Crown Prince Ivan, and my father died in the suburbs of Exukov. Wang Zhong stopped and scanned the venue. I survived. In order to remember everything that happened here, I packed a box of black soil from my hometown in a lunchbox and carried it with me at all times. Just at the beginning of this year, Before the muddy season arrived, I stood on the black soil of my hometown again. I returned the black soil I borrowed from my mother in Hazaria to her. And yesterday, I presented flowers to my best friend and my father in the cemetery built by the Prasen people. The troops I took away from here were expanded into the first mobile army. 2/3 of the troops in this army are composed of Hazarians. They are always looking forward to returning to their hometown, reuniting with their relatives who stayed here, and seeing the beech trees that dated the girl that year with their own eyes. Wang Zhong stopped and looked at those pairs of eyes, and finally his eyes fell on the flag of Melania's first army. However, many people have not returned home. Some are from Brest, a border town further west, some are from Raniz, Bogdanovka, and Upper Pinayi. And our comrade Melania, whose homeland is still under the iron hoof of Prosum. Today, we are celebrating here, and this is just a preview. In the future, such celebrations will continue to be held on the land of Hazaria. After we liberate each city, there will be such a ceremony. We will declare to the Prosum Empire that our victory is unstoppable. In the near future, we will cross the Tiber River, liberate Bogdanovka, and before winter comes, we will sweep across western Hazaria. We have shed enough blood and sacrificed. Now it's time for the Prosum people to shed blood and sacrifice, and let them use their flesh and blood to stop our tanks. We will use their blood to wash the tracks of the tanks. This is just the beginning, comrades. Just the beginning, I promise you. After speaking, Wang Zhong took a step back and saluted everyone. The overwhelming euro went straight up to the sky. Wang Zhong gang returned to the headquarters and saw Pavlov's bald head. You came up so quickly. He was a little surprised. I thought you had a lot of work to arrange. It's been arranged a long time ago. Pavlov shrugged. Following you in the war, I have to be ready to move the headquarters forward at any time. I'm used to it. In addition, I also left Popov behind. He can handle a lot of unfinished things. After all, a large part of the logistics is guaranteed by the church. Wang Zhonggang was about to answer when a small group of officers entered the room. Pavlov glanced at the officers and said, the airport on the outskirts of the city resumed operation at 4 o'clock this morning. These should be from Yebeo. The colonel leading the team saluted Wang Zhong, Your Excellency. Wang Zhong, we call it Davarishi here. Colonel, Commander Davarishi, salute you. We are responsible for conveying the orders of the headquarters. The colonel took out the order and handed it to Wang Zhong. General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, considering your merits, you are promoted to marshal and appointed as the commander-in-chief of the anti-armed forces. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov. Marshal, I expected it, but what the hell is the commander-in-chief? Pavlov, maybe. I think you are too young and it is not suitable to be the commander-in-chief, so I made a compromise. Anyway, you still have to stay on the front line. End of volume summary. I was going to finish this volume last week, but I was delayed until now due to various ganks. But the overall quality of this volume has improved compared to the previous ones. I can cram more damn romance into it. I am super happy to code. Judging from the monthly vote trend, although many people are not willing to vote because of my incomplete chapters, the overall voting trend is very strong. This volume has completed several echoes. When I captured Shepatovka, I took back the foreshadowing of being given a red flag when leaving the city. When I was in Araki, I originally wanted to write a scene of Nelly running wildly in the deserted city, but it turned out that Yegorov was furious and Nelly's role was gone. This is what I like most, the work has its own consciousness, it is the stage of unpredictable fate. The foreshadowing of Araki, Yegorov as the commander of the army group personally rushed into the city, and it became less abrupt. I mean the overall emotional progression is not abrupt. The chapters where the protagonist visits the graves of his best friend and the old duke are also well written, perfectly echoing the previous volume where Ixukov fell. I didn't plan to write so much when I returned to my old home, but inspiration came to me and I wrote the protagonist's imagination. After I finished writing, I looked at it and thought it was very suitable, so I published it without any modification. At the end, just like every previous volume, this volume ends when the protagonist's rank is promoted. The main content of the next volume is to break through the Tiber River, more T-54s are put into battle, and Prasen also took out E-75 and E-50. I feel that they were stimulated by the pot-covered head of T-54, and it seems that it is not impossible to make the E-79 that the Japanese modeler imagined. The main reason is that the E-79 is really cool. After breaking through the Tiber River, I haven't decided where to stop. It may stop at the border, because the spring mud will start at that time. In addition, the next volume will have many echoes of the previous parts. The protagonist will gradually walk through the place where he fought in the past, will mourn the workers who saved him in Luktov, lay flowers in front of the wreckage of KV number 69 that fought to the end in Upper Pinayi, and after retaking Raniz, he will come to the place where everything started. Yes, it is the small building where he peed his pants. I also mentioned it specifically in this volume, ha 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 ha. Do you feel my ingenuity? Anyway, see you in the new volume. And subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.